content. I think it's 330 cubic feet. Don't quote me on that number, but they have to pressurize that capsule, and then, like we talked about, take that initial pressure, wait 5 minutes, and take the second pressure.
Yeah, and then it takes about 6 to 8 minutes again to depressurize the cabin. So this process will take a few minutes.
Ascent switch configuration complete.
OTC copies. Thank you.
And then after the cabin leak checks, then they will finally close the last abort system hatch. So again, chugging along in the countdown, really excited to, again, continue to hear the crew's voice inside Orion, stepping through all the procedures.
Yes, it's exciting to hear them making progress, right? It's all good news hearing the crew talk to the ground and working together to get to the launch.
And what I think is really cool is that this is the first time NASA is going to have astronauts in low Earth orbit, but also in deep space at the moon. So here's a message from some of the crew aboard the International Space Station right now.
Hello, Megan, and a big hello to everyone around the world counting down together to the launch of this historic flight test. If we weren't in microgravity, we would also be on the edge of our seats.
Here on the International Space Station, all of us are honored to have the chance to wish our fellow explorers Godspeed. Throughout human history, the moon has sparked our imagination, curiosity, and wonder. With our return to the moon, we're not only going to be learning about its history, the history of our solar system and of our planet, but also about our place in the cosmos.
We are so proud of the Artemis team and so excited for what you will see and learn on behalf of all of humanity during your trip around the moon. As we push the boundaries of exploration and expand our knowledge with scientific discovery, we advance our collective civilization together as one.
Test flights are crucial to the mission of exploration. We all learn in test flight schools that the more challenging the missions are, the more incremental the tests should be. This Artemis II mission is one more increment on the way to further exploration.
Thank you to the crew, our friends, for your dedication. And from the entire Expedition 74 crew, thank you to all of the teams that had a hand in getting the Artemis II mission to where it is today.
Back to you, Megan, as the countdown continues.
Oh, I love that so much. I just love seeing them there. And again, you have to remember the International Space Station is an orbiting lab. We learn so much there, and we're going to learn so much more from Artemis II, because this isn't just a test flight. It's an opportunity to learn more about the moon, deep space, and how humans can live and work so far from home. So here are some of the science objectives that NASA hopes to accomplish with Artemis II.
Artemis II is our return of humans to the moon, flying around the moon on board Orion. But along with that, we're doing a lot of great science.
One of the exciting things about the Artemis missions to the moon is that science is actually a fundamental pillar of why we explore, why we're going, what we're doing in Artemis.
I think it's incredibly exciting that not only are we testing the vehicle, but we're testing science on board. Science where the astronauts are conducting experiments, science riding along with the astronauts. We have astronauts looking outside the window and really observing the lunar surface.
It will help us understand the deep space environment. It will help us understand how that environment affects our astronauts, our systems, and life in general.
So deep space is a challenge for us because you have to leave Earth's protective magnetic field. Here in low Earth orbit, the crew members are protected from some of the harmful radiation. Going to the moon, they'll no longer be protected, so they'll have a higher radiation exposure.
Much like Artemis I, we have so many radiation sensors and detectors that are inside the capsule so that we can fully understand and appreciate the radiation environment for protecting our astronauts. In my hand here, I'm holding a tissue chip model. This is the exact design that's going to be flying alongside the astronauts. We'll be collecting samples from each of the crew members, and we can make these organ chips out of the astronauts themselves. So every crew member will have their own avatar on board, and then upon return, we can evaluate that deep space radiation environment and what that compares to the astronaut themselves. Not only are they going to help change the course of medicine for the astronauts, but revolutionizing that on Earth as well.
We're looking at sleep, we're looking at team dynamics, we're looking at how you interact with the environment. We're also looking at the immune system, so what are the biomarkers? We're using saliva as a method to study hormones and different things in your body that may change during a mission like this. And then finally, how do we function after microgravity, being close to the moon, then returning to Earth?
Which will ultimately help us achieve our goal of getting humans to Mars.
And then on top of that, we have an opportunity to look at the moon from deep space on the far side for the first time in over 50 years.
Having human eyeballs and brains back around the moon is going to unlock a new generation of lunar science discovery. The human eyeball is capable of taking in so much data in just a split second. They'll be able to tackle impact history, volcanic history. They'll be able to look at how the albedo, or kind of the shade and hue of the moon and the color of the moon, can tell us something about how that terrain evolved over time. We're integrating science in ways that have never been integrated into human exploration before. We have a front room mission control flight controller position called the Science Officer. We have a brand new science back room where it's basically our brain trust of lunar scientists and geologists supporting the crews of the future. And Artemis II will allow us to really test how this works so that future missions are really set up for success.
We'll also be deploying some CubeSats. They're small shoebox-sized spacecraft of their own. They're each provided by another country, one of our partners. As they conduct their research, they'll complement what we are doing at the moon with Orion.
It is so incredibly exciting to be a part of this mission.
And it has been, really one of the privileges of a lifetime.
I can see the work I'm doing benefit crew members right now and benefit the crew members in the future. So it's incredibly exciting and it's very rewarding.
As this rocket launches humanity off of the Earth, we'll be setting the stage through our science to prepare humanity to leave Earth and explore the solar system.
And what we learn during this and future Artemis missions to the moon will eventually get us to Mars. Here's Jasmine Hopkins again, now with Nikki Fox, Associate Administrator of NASA's Science Mission Directorate.
Thanks so much, Megan. Yes, we're back on the balcony now, joined by Dr. Nikki Fox. Nikki, in this nearly 10-day mission, we are covering a lot of science, from CubeSats to tissue chips. What are you most looking forward to learning?
Oh my goodness. I think for me, the most exciting thing is actually being able to interact with the crew while they are flying, doing this historic journey on the far side of the moon. They are going to be seeing pieces of the moon that no human eyes have seen before, which is really spectacular. It's going to be an interesting trajectory. Some of it is in darkness. Then at the terminator, so in darkness, they'll be able to look for like impact flashes and things when micrometeorites pummel that poor moon. And then at the terminator, they can see shadows and interesting things, which kind of gives you depth perception. And then, of course, in the sunlit, picking out everyone's favorite craters. Also, if we launch today or tomorrow, they will see a total solar eclipse from the Orion capsule. How cool is that?
That is very cool. We are thrilled for this Artemis II crew to be able to see the moon in a way that we've never seen before. What is so unique about that far side? Why are we going there?
I mean, honestly, it's just, it is unique. It's very different to the near side of the moon. The actual sort of terrain, the morphology, it's very, very different. And so it will be very exciting to see that as we're going past that.
Absolutely. And Nikki, we are performing a lot of science at the moon this year, actually, not just Artemis II. Can you speak to the commercial lunar landers we're planning to send?
Yes, we are very, very proud of our commercial partners as they take our payloads for us to the lunar surface. And very excited. Next one up is Blue Origin's Blue Moon Mark 1 going. It's got some science on it. It's got the scalps that went on the Blue Ghost. So we'll be able to sort of look at that plume as it's coming down onto the lunar surface, and then also the laser retroreflector that will be the array that's up there too. So even on that first test flight, packing it with science as much as we can.
Wow, Nikki, so much science. It's hard to keep track of everything. But the unique thing about Artemis II is we're sending crew. Can you speak to the importance of the human element of science?
Absolutely. I mean, we can program, like we do with our beautiful rovers on Mars, we can program them to do certain things, and it's what we think we need them to do. When you have an astronaut up there, they can make that sort of like really unique split-second decision. The thing I'm most looking forward to is when they think they're going to be looking here, is hearing one of them say, "Oh my goodness, look over there." And I think that's just incredible about how we do that. Also, flying our tissue chips with the astronauts, our Avatar experiment, here we go, avatar.
Wow, look at that.
And that's got the tissue chips, samples that matched to the crew. So we'll be able to monitor the effects of microgravity and radiation on that human tissue as we prepare for more and more missions to the moon for longer and longer durations, and then off to Mars.
Wow, Nikki, so much science ahead of us. But first, we have to launch. Thank you so much for being here today.
Thank you so much. Go Artemis.
Oh, of course, go Artemis. And with that, let's turn it back over to the countdown with NASA's Megan Cruz.
Nikki is so fun. She has so much energy and so much passion about the science. And again, yeah, it's just so important to remember that so much science is happening with this mission. It's not just to test out the hardware and the life support systems.
Yeah, you saw the science video, and then we talked to Nikki. Man, there's so much going on, right? We talked a little bit about the lunar observations that we're going to do. And then, she talked about, made a really great point about, the human eye can pick things out that, a camera or a robot can't necessarily pick out. And so that's why we're sending humans. But also, we're not just doing the lunar observations. The Avatar, that's a really cool experiment. They took blood samples from the crew, and then they used those stem cells to make bone marrow and create those little avatar chips, which is
impressive.
Feels like scientific, sci-fi movie stuff. But, we're going to look at radiation. We're going to look at all sorts of different scientific experiments. We got the little CubeSats. We're going to go look at space weather. Lots going on.
Yeah, even collecting some of the astronauts' saliva. You can learn a lot about the body through the saliva. So just really a lot in a small amount of time in a small capsule.
Yeah, scientific discovery. That's why we go back to the moon.
Yeah. And so, again, her energy just so... oh my God, I can't find the word. So
wonderful.
Awesome. Yeah. I don't know why I couldn't find the word. So anyway, yeah, just really, again, thank you, Dr. Nikki Fox and Jasmine. And so, Nicole, what about answering more questions?
Let's do it.
Okay, great. First one, what was the word I was trying to get at? No, I'm kidding. Let's have the first question up on the screen now. I know we got them. I see him being asked.
And CDR, OTC, or Earth 1?
Go.
For your awareness, scrubber cycling is about to be restarted.
Integrity copies.
All right, let's try that again. Can we get the next social question, please? What are the G-forces experienced by the Artemis astronauts during launch and reentry?
Ooh, these are actually pretty similar to, a Dragon launch or a shuttle launch. We have to accelerate to get out of the Earth's atmosphere, and then, we talked about the secondary burns that they will do to get away from Earth. But, for me personally, it kind of felt like we got slingshotted off the Earth is how I like to describe it. So, you get set back in your seat and the G forces are into your chest.
CDR, OTC, or Earth 1?
Go ahead.
When leak check complete, the cabin is going to be vented to flight pressure momentarily.
Integrity copies.
That's fantastic news.
Yeah.
Again, so the spacecraft is holding pressure as expected, and so now they will depressurize it, which will take about 6 to 8 minutes. Exciting.
Yes. Yeah.
Go ahead, Nicole.
Like we talked about, continuing to march towards the launch. So the G-forces are into your chest, and it's kind of a slow build, and you can get all the way up to 4.5 Gs into the chest during the launch. And often they have to back off on the thrust a little bit so that you don't get too high in the G-forces, and especially as we go through kind of max Q or that max aerodynamic force, so as they get through the thicker parts of the atmosphere. And then very similar G-forces on the way home, so slow, steady build up to about 4.5 Gs as the rocket actually decelerates. You heard in one of the packages, when they come back, they're going to be going 7 miles a second.
Gosh, that's
and
incredible.
So you have to slow down somehow, and to do that, you have to actually, when you brake in a car, you feel those G-forces, and so for the astronauts, it'll just be, again, into the chest based on the orientation.
Great. Thank you so much for that answer, Nicole, and for that question. We're going to continue to try to take as many as possible. Again, you know how to send them to us at NASA Artemis. But now we again have another question for you, for our audience. We want to know, what part of Artemis 2 are you most excited for? Liftoff, Earth views from Orion, lunar flyby, or splashdown? Tell us again on NASA's Instagram or Twitch accounts, and we'll share your answers a little later in the broadcast.
That's a tough one. I don't know what my answer would be.
I know. I don't know either. I'm excited for it all, but that's a cop-out. All right, now let's head back over to Banana Creek. Again, the crowds there, really excited. People coming from all over the country, from around the world. Why don't we get another check with Leah Martin to see who she's caught up with now?
Well, Megan, we were a little while ago talking to some students from around the globe. Today, we're actually talking to some local students who are from right here, locally, Merritt Island in Titusville. We talk a lot about the Artemis generation and about the students who are going to become the next generation of dreamers, of engineers, of scientists and technologists. And I'm actually standing with a group of those students here today. Our local high school has actually implemented a really neat new program in the spirit of being able to create these pipelines for employment and engagement. Can you tell me a little bit about what Merritt Island High School is doing?
Sure. Well, this is a new program, first of its kind here at Florida. And basically what we're studying is astronautics and aviation, kind of blended the two together. We have flight simulators in our lab, but students are also learning about engineering, aerospace engineering, and we're trying to make all kinds of pathways available for them, trying to give them opportunities to see which pathway they might want to be interested in. So, yeah, it's just a great opportunity for them to learn about space. We just finished doing a whole model rocket build where the students took CAD software, developed their own rockets, put them together, and launched them right from our school. So it was very exciting.
Incredible. And then another local high school, Titusville, you guys also have a similar but slightly different program.
Yes, we do space mechatronics with advanced manufacturing, preparing students to build and manufacture things to automate, do automation to build things on Mars and things like that, or locally too.
Now, you told me that you're actually trying to figure out a little bit what you want to do when you're done. You're a freshman in high school. What things are you learning in your class here that are really kind of tweaking your interest in the aeronautics field?
So we're building a lot of things with like metal and how we're supposed to do it on the rockets. We're also doing computer programming, which would help with NASA and like programming and coding.
Absolutely. And you were actually telling me that I think were telling me that you're interested in becoming a pilot. We talked a little bit about the pilot who is on board the rocket right now. How is this program preparing you for your future?
I mean, it's teaching me everything that I know about aviation, and it's really inspiring that I get to learn it in a classroom, like locally as well. It's amazing. I love it.
And then you were also telling me you're taking this class. What's the most interesting thing you've learned?
I really like the whole design part of it, like actually like engineering, like because I want to be an engineer. Engineering the products we use when we build stuff. That's definitely my favorite part, learning how to use those kind of softwares.
Absolutely. Well, Megan, when they're seasoned NASA employees, you'll be able to say that you saw them here first when they were still in high school. Back to you at the desk.
I can also say that they have fans. Nicole Ayers here. As soon as that girl said that she wants to be a pilot, Nicole went, yeah, why is that something that's so thrilling for you to hear?
I mean, I love when kids in high school have goals and they set their goals high and they want to go do something. You know, the kid who wanted to be an engineer or a pilot, like, I love that. You know, find something that you're passionate about, go work hard at it, and go get good at it.
Yeah, and speaking of passion, I mean, we definitely have a whole bunch of people here passionate about what NASA is doing here. Again, the lawn behind us just filled with media from around the world, making sure that they can help tell our story to everyone who is interested in hearing it. So back here in Florida, of course, we have NASA leadership also keeping a close eye on launch operations. Let's go now to Jasmine Hopkins, who is standing by with Lori Glaze, Acting Associate Administrator of NASA's Exploration Systems Development.
Thanks so much, Megan. Yeah, we're honored to welcome Dr. Lori Glaze to the balcony now. Lori, this is our very first time having crew on an Artemis mission. How does that feel, and how does that change our overall approach to the mission?
It's a really good question, and it really came home today when we were watching the crew walk out, and then we saw them get into their van and go out to the pad, and we've been watching them getting into the crew module. And so we've really put an enormous amount of rigor into assuring the safety of our crew. One of the most important things on this mission, different from Artemis 1, is we now have environmental controls and life support systems. One of the most important things we're going to do on this mission is test those out and make sure that we can keep our crew healthy and safe throughout their mission. We also on this mission have an activated launch abort system, which we had the system for Artemis 1, but it wasn't active. But we definitely had that active on this mission. We want the ability, again, if something goes wrong, to be able to have that ability to abort and get them back to the ground again, safe.
Absolutely, Lori. I mean, as you're driving home, safety is paramount here at NASA, and your program is responsible for all of these Artemis elements. We have the Space Launch System, Orion, ground system. So how do you get everybody cohesively on the same page for a day like launch?
And that's a great question, and it's really been wonderful to watch our teams working together. We have the ground systems, which are kind of the bookends of our mission. The ground systems help prepare us to get the rocket ready to take off. They're doing all of the loading of the tanks right now and getting the crew into Orion. And then at the back end, they'll be there to recover the crew when they land in the ocean. But they know that their job is to make sure that that rocket is ready to go and that the crew module is ready to go. And then the rocket itself, the space launch systems, they know that their job is to deliver the crew module to the right point in space so that they can conduct their mission. And then again, they have to make sure that everything is ready, that they set them on the trajectory that is going to bring them around the moon and set them up to land in the right place in the Pacific Ocean. And that's their job, and they know how important that is. And they have to work closely with Orion, which again, they also have to work with all the other teams to make sure that everything's working together. And then on top of that, our flight operations teams, all the people on the ground, they're all working together. They know this mission doesn't work unless every single part of the mission works.
Right. Lori, there are so many things that have to work together today. We can't wait to see what happens next. Thank you so much for being here.
It's my pleasure. Thank you.
Of course. And with that, let's take it back to the countdown with NASA's Megan Cruz.
Yeah, and speaking of the countdown, 1 hour, 59 minutes and counting until the opening of our 2-hour launch window at 6:24 p.m. Eastern Time. This is a shot of Jetty Park. It's a nearby popular viewing location of rocket launches, and it is so great to see how many people are here. I mean, this is a Wednesday. Like, people had to take time off of school and off of work, but it's something that they felt like they wanted to do, to be here.
Yeah, you know, I think just based on the chatter on the airplane ride yesterday, half of my airplane ride
really?
They were coming to see the launch. You know, everybody's excited and traveling from all over the world to come see this launch.
And it really is a great day. We had some sprinkles here in the crowd, but for the most part, I mean, it's just a beautiful day to witness history.
It is, yeah, you know, a little bit of sprinkles, but for the most part, the clouds are staying away, and you can see the blue sky behind us, so hoping for good weather in a couple hours.
Absolutely. And so Dr. Lori Glaze mentioned what we learned from the Artemis II mission helps pave the way to sustained human presence on the lunar surface. So what are the objectives of this mission to eventually accomplish that? Let's check in with Gary in Mission Control for more.
Thank you, Megan. Yes, the Ascent teams are here in Mission Control Houston, working through their steps to prepare for a go for launch. Right up here on the front board, we're watching the teams in the White Room work through their checklist and closing the hatch as we verify ours, working as one NASA team. What Dr. Glaze said about working across the teams throughout the nation is true. It takes one NASA team to bring everything together and accomplish the mission objectives. The Artemis II is designed as the first crewed test flight of NASA's Artemis campaign, sending astronauts into lunar space to validate systems, operations, and human performance ahead of a more complex lunar landing missions. NASA has identified an extensive list of mission and flight test objectives that serve as a checklist to verify the capabilities needed to land humans on the moon. For the Artemis II mission, there are 5 overarching priorities that cover the mission and flight test objectives. First is, of course, the crew. As the first crewed mission inside the Orion spacecraft, this mission serves to demonstrate the capability of safely sustain the flight crew throughout the mission, including launch, the deep space component, and return. Number 2 is systems. This mission brings it all together to validate the performance of all ground and flight systems needed for a long-term lunar campaign, from launch infrastructure to spacecraft operations in deep space. Third is hardware and data. We'll be gathering performance data as much as possible over the Deep Space Network, but we also aim to retrieve onboard data and hardware after splashdown to gather additional insight and improve future Artemis missions. Fourth is emergency operations. The crew and flight control team will be testing emergency systems such as abort procedures, rescue operations, and contingency responses. During the flight, astronauts will rehearse a number of these procedures to ensure that in the event of a real emergency, the planned procedures and operations are sound. And finally, there's subsystem validation. Engineers will be verifying subsystems across the board to ensure reliability across life support, propulsion, avionics, and navigation systems aboard the Orion spacecraft. Human spaceflight is a complicated endeavor that requires precision and confidence across all disciplines. You may hear the phrase, human spaceflight is the greatest team sport, a few times in today's coverage, and it's absolutely true. Not only does it need mastery of specific components, but the integration extends across thousands of people and facilities around the world to come together and make it all work. A lot of the work from many people has led to this moment, a rocket at the pad with humans on board, ready to put everything we worked for to the test. I'm certainly excited about it. The teams here in this room are looking forward to supporting the mission, and I hope those watching are as excited as we are. We are following the countdown here in Mission Control Houston. Everything continues to look good, now inside 2 hours from the beginning of the launch window. With that, I will send it back over to you, Megan and Nicole.
Hey, Gary, thank you so much. We are getting word that the launch team is working something that we would like to give you an update on, so let's get on over to Daryl.
All right, thank you, Megan, and we are live in Firing Room 1 here at the Launch Control Complex. Yes, we are currently not working any constraints with regards to the rocket or the ground systems. But the launch team has been made aware of an issue that the range is working. And currently they're monitoring that work that is going on over at the range. We understand that that issue is related to the flight termination system. Now, the flight termination system, just to give you a quick explainer, every rocket has a flight termination system. It's the system that the Eastern Range here uses in order to send a destruct signal to a rocket in case it veers off path. So it's a very critical, important safety component in terms of how the range keeps the public safe here. We understand that the flight termination system, they're working an issue. And so as they continue to work that issue, they've asked for some assistance from the launch team to help verify some of the work that they're doing on their FTS system. And this is where it gets a pretty unique situation here. The assistance they've asked for is to verify what's going on with their system. They want to check it to see that the work they're doing is okay. And in order to do that, the FTS console operator inside the firing room has been asked to help them verify it. And the way that they're going to do that, and the solution that he proposed to check and verify the system with the launch director, and she gave the approval, is to go get a piece of heritage equipment from inside the VAB that was used during the space shuttle program. And this equipment is able to receive commands by the range through the flight termination system. And so with this piece of equipment, this console operator who works FTS was granted permission to go go over to the VAB next door and get this equipment that he's very much aware of and used during the space shuttle era. And so that is in work right now. The bottom line of all this is, at this moment, the range is no-go. But that is not stopping us from moving forward in the countdown. We can continue to process and work the countdown. The closeout crew will continue to do their work, and the launch team will continue to do their work as well. But we'll keep you updated on what happens in regards to as far as my understanding goes, a pretty unique situation here with trying to bring resolution and kind of help out the situation that we're seeing at the range right now. And that's the latest here from the firing room. We'll send it back to Megan and Nicole out the host desk.
Thank you, Daryl. Yes, very unique, but I think it speaks to the ingenuity of this team, right? To say, hey, we have this equipment at the VAB. Why don't we leverage it to try to solve this issue and work it?
Yeah, what a great example of human creativity, right? We know this thing exists. Let's go solve this problem. We have time, you know, like Daryl said, we're going to continue to march down the countdown. So we'll continue to get the rocket and the crew ready, but we still have that 2-hour window. So in the meantime, let's try to figure out what's happening with the range.
And speaking of the range, what is the range for people who might not watch rocket launches with us often?
Sure, yeah. So anytime that you launch a rocket, you have to clear the airspace, right, in the launch corridor. So where the rocket's flight path is going to go, you have to make sure that that whole airspace is clear. And so we actually have assets, you know, the Space Force helps us out with this one, but, you know, we want to make sure that there aren't airplanes in the way and there aren't other, you know, maritime assets in the way or things like that. So that there's a whole group of people. We talked about, actually, Gary said it great, right? It's a huge team sport, and so there's a whole group here on the ground that is monitoring that launch corridor to make sure it's clear and ready to go. And so if they're having issues, then we definitely can't launch this rocket. We don't want to launch blind into a corridor that we can't see.
Yeah, because as Daryl said, I mean, it is very important, the flight termination system, needing to activate it in case of an emergency. So yes, something that we will closely be monitoring throughout the countdown, and hopefully again won't be an issue, that they can fix this issue by going to the heritage hardware that's in the vehicle assembly building.
Right, what a great idea.
Okay, so again, under 2 hours from the opening of our 2-hour launch window, 6:24 p.m. Eastern Time. The crew, as you can see there, inside of Orion, relaxing, getting updates from the team, but also just getting in the right headspace for hopefully launch today. Let's learn a little more about each of them now.
The moon, to me, it's the thing that connects me together with all the other humans in my life. I remember being a little kid lying in bed at night and just looking out at the moon in whatever phase it was in, and I was thinking, man, my friends that live like 20 miles away, they can probably look out and see that same exact moon. And then when I was in the Navy and I would look out at the moon and I'd be halfway around the planet, I would think, man, my brother can see that moon where he is, and he's halfway around the planet from where I am. To me, it's a connection of life on Earth. We can all look up and see that moon, and it's always changing. The moon is never the same 2 days in a row. I love that. My name is Reed Wiseman. I'm the commander of NASA's Artemis II mission around the moon. I grew up in a little town just north of Baltimore, Maryland, about 20 miles north of the city. There was a National Guard base nearby my house, and there were A-10 aircraft that would fly over every now and then. I just would look up at them and be like, man, I want to be up there. I want to go do that. And then my brother went to the Naval Academy, and I would go every year and watch the Blue Angels fly during commencement, and that just started to grow and grow and grow. For a while, I wanted to join the Air Force, and then I realized Navy flies as well, and they fly from ships in the middle of the ocean, and that was it, like, done deal for me. That is exactly what I wanted to do for my career. Flying is freedom to me, especially when you're in a jet aircraft coming off of an aircraft carrier in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. Nearest land is over 1,500 miles away. So when you come off of that aircraft carrier, you are truly just alone with yourself out there. It is a magical experience to be out there all by yourself in an aircraft over the Pacific. It's free. I think anybody who accomplishes something that they set their mind out to, there's no one thing that does it for them. It's a combination of everything. I mean, the way my parents raised me, the way my brother and I, the way our relationship developed over time, my friends, being in the marching band, going to college, setting my own course, learning how to live on my own, being mentored along the way, being, kept on the path to success, but being given the freedom to, make excursions and fail every now and then and regroup and carry on. I think all those things come together in the end to get you where you are. I've had to overcome, I'm a human being. I've had to overcome a lot of fears. I'm pretty scared of heights. I joked about that on the International Space Station, but it turns out I'm only scared like at the edge of a building. When you're up on the International Space Station, even though you're 250 miles up, I never had that feeling of falling or that I was, at risk up there. I just kind of loved the feeling of floating and looking down at Earth. There have been challenges all throughout my life. By far, the biggest challenge was losing my wife in 2020 to cancer and now raising two daughters who are grown up now, but that's been the biggest challenge by far I've ever had to face. It is not easy. Being an only parent, trying to work a full-time job, and raising two kids is something that I think about every single day. I'm very proud of the work I've done. I haven't always done it well, but I've always shown up and tried as hard as I possibly can.
I do wonder what it's going to be like when we are really far from Earth and can see it. The sensation of being so far away from everything that you know. I had that sensation on the space station the first time I got to sit in the cupola for a really long time. So I can only imagine what that's going to be like from 200,000 plus miles away. My name is Victor Glover, and I'm the pilot for NASA's Artemis II mission around the moon. When I was in 4th grade, I was 10 years old. And that's when the Challenger accident happened. And it helped me understand how the general public felt about the astronaut corps, right? Like, these are the people that we want to be. And that just gave me an easy thing to strive toward. The biggest fear that I've had to overcome in my life is doubting myself. Going to college when no one in my family had gone to college was a huge risk. I had more confidence in my athletic ability than in my academic abilities. I could play football with those college students that I saw on TV. But my classmates that I saw in the lab and around the University Union, I didn't know if I had what they had. I think addressing that self-doubt was a part of, swinging for the fence and trying to go get an engineering degree, not just go to college, but get an engineering degree and then go do something challenging and technical like flying. Apollo is known for sending humans to the moon. Artemis has an opportunity to continue the Apollo story, but I actually think it's important for this story to stand on its own. Artemis is a new program, and we're trying to do new things. And it's great to compare and contrast. When you look at our spaceship, you can see parts that were designed, built, and integrated in another country. When you look at our crew, you see that our crew is international. There are also men and women. And I just think that comparing and contrasting makes the story even richer. The piloting role specifically, I will have an hour and a half or so where I get to fly the spacecraft by hand. We haven't flown that many spaceships. And so the ability to fly one actually in space on a test mission is just a really unique opportunity. I can't tell you how I'm going to feel when we fly by the moon and see the moon up close and the Earth from 250,000 miles away, but I don't use the word excited because I'm focused. What we do, this is very serious and it's very risky, and we are all intimately familiar with that risk. And so if we go out there and we're successful and we can pass that baton on to Artemis III, that's something to really be excited about.
I tell a story, which is one that my dad told me before the Apollo missions when he was just a very little boy. He was looking up at the moon with his mom, and his mom said to him, "Don't worry, Ronnie, we'll never get there." Fast forward maybe 70 years later, it's his daughter that's actually going there. And I think that long arc is something that we can all learn from. The idea that the seemingly impossible becomes possible if you just believe in it and are willing to work hard and come together to achieve it. My name is Christina Cook, and I'm a mission specialist for NASA's Artemis II mission around the moon. When I look back at my dreams as a kid, I definitely never thought I would actually get here. I was very pragmatic. Even though I'm a dreamer, I knew that the odds were way against me again, so I might as well do something I'm loving in the meantime. I definitely loved science and math in school and, did pretty well in those things, but I also loved being active. I was always outside. I loved things that made me feel small. I loved looking at the night sky, oftentimes between the pine tree branches, or I loved the ocean. North Carolina also has mountains, and when we would go there, I just loved the vastness of all of those things. I loved how they made me feel and what they made me think about, and the vastness of the universe and how much out there was to learn. I'm drawn to exploring. I'm drawn to challenges that involve both mental and physical, and and I'd much rather be solving problems wearing a whole lot of equipment and in a harsh environment, and that's just something I've carried with me ever since I was a kid. Thinking about the fears or challenges that I've had to overcome, there are just so many. I mean, basically, it's just been, that has been the journey. I always say to people, do what scares you, and that means I have to follow my own advice. So doing what scares me meant getting on a plane and going to the Antarctic, getting on a plane and going to study abroad in Ghana, applying to become an astronaut, opening the EVA hatch in the airlock and going out of it into the darkness, strapping myself onto a rocket. And so for me, I think that no matter what the challenge, recognizing that if people believe in you and you believe they believe in you, the challenges seem always a little bit easier. To me, the moon, it represents history. It is a witness plate. Everything that's ever happened to the moon is still written on the moon. Every single person has looked at the moon their entire lives. We see the same moon. That's something really special. It's just the epitome of a symbol of something that's in each of our hearts, but that's also represents exploration and reaching.
I have this very distinct memory of seeing an image of an astronaut standing on the moon. It's burnt in my brain because I went back to it so many times in my childhood, and I would look at that image, and I know it had a huge impact on me that humans had walked on the moon. My name is Colonel Jeremy Hansen. I'm an astronaut with the Canadian Space Agency, and I'm a mission specialist on NASA's Artemis II mission around the moon. My elementary school years, I grew up on a farm outside of London, Ontario. I spent as much time as I could with my dad on the farm. I learned the value of hard work, for example. If I wanted to go to work with Dad, it was going to be a long day, and I was going to have to not complain, or I wasn't going to get to go the next day. I had a treehouse. I had a vivid imagination, and I changed my treehouse into a spaceship. I made all these dials and controls. I had circuit breakers for switches that I found in the barn, and I was exploring space in my imagination. The most important thing I did to get to where I wanted to go in life, which was flying fighter jets and eventually becoming an astronaut, is I shared those desires with other people. And it turns out, just like you don't go to the moon on your own, if you could, I would have done it a long time ago in my treehouse as a kid, you have to go as a team. I think the biggest impediment to achieving my goals was, of course, myself. And I think that's a common human experience. There are many times where just little things would get in my way, and my immediate interpretation of that was, well, now that goal's out the window. You know, people must have lifted me back up, and somewhere in the back of my head, that persistence came through. And I think that's a common human experience, to doubt ourselves. I've come to this, I guess, realization that I believe that we all have gifts to contribute, and the goal is to figure out how to use your energy towards adding positively to humanity's existence on this planet. But I love it when humanity sets big goals, like sending humans to the surface of the moon with an eye to eventually going to Mars, because when we do that, we can bring together genius from not just even in one country, but around the world. I've also learned from my indigenous mentors that they refer to the moon as Grandmother Moon. So you've probably heard of Mother Earth. They use Grandmother Moon because Grandmother Moon is responsible for the water in their community, just like the moon moves the water around the planet, affects the tides. And I think that's a really beautiful thing for us as we go back to the moon, to think about all the different cultures around the world and how they view the moon differently. And that's really neat because we all share that same moon in the night sky.
One hour, 38 minutes and counting until the opening of the Artemis II launch window today, 6:24 p.m. Eastern Time. And we are looking at the rocket and Orion out on the pad, historic launch pad 39B here at Kennedy Space Center. What a great view, Nicole.
Yes, it is. You know, we can see the clouds out in front of us, but they are to the west. And you can see that there's some blue sky peeking through behind that rocket, which is good news.
And more people continue to come on center here. About a couple of hours ago, folks with special passes to come on center were allowed to start driving on with family and friends. And of course, we have media growing by the moment here at the press site here at Kennedy Space Center, setting up their cameras, setting up tents, interviewing folks. Again, this great jib shot that we have from our camera here showing all the interest that we have here at the press site. And actually, even to the right of us, so camera left, no, sorry, the right of your screen, left of us, plenty of other people there, set up with their own tents, broadcasting to their own viewers. And so again, just really cool to see everybody wanting to share in this moment.
Yeah, that's, I mean, how many media tents we can see from here. It's a beautiful thing.
Yeah.
I think it's important to share this message with the whole world.
Yeah. And so let's take a look now at people who are watching in other parts of the country. We have this shot here from the U.S. Space and Rocket Center in Huntsville, Alabama.
Oh, man, look
Just
at that.
kidding. Museum of Flight, Seattle, Washington. So sorry. Hello to you over there. Sorry, I thought that you were in Alabama. But here you are from Seattle, Washington. Again, the Museum of Flight. They must have had a special event to bring people there to watch, as well as a special event here. Now, correctly, the U.S. Space and Rocket Center, Huntsville, Alabama. Of course, they would have a lot of people here, and I'm sure this crowd will grow when we get closer to launch. Marshall, the home of the SLS rocket.
Yes. Yeah, this is a great shot. You can see all the people there, and obviously you've got quite a few artifacts in there as well. Oh,
now
they
know.
Yes.
Yeah, now they know. They're on the broadcast. That's too funny.
Awesome.
Hey, listen, it's all right. We can sit. We can sit and chill until we wait for the opening of the window. No, there they are.
Yeah. Everybody's excited.
Thank you guys for showing us your excitement. I know deep down it was in there. It's just that you felt like sitting at the moment, and that's all right.
There's a little delay.
Yeah, that's all right. Well, thanks so much to those supporting these watch parties and bringing them to us live here. Actually, our video paths are taking quite a circuitous route to be able to bring those live views in from Seattle as well as Alabama, but we're glad that we can be able to share it with you in the broadcast now. And so why are we going to the moon? Why does NASA want to build a moon base there? Here's Megan Carter again with our moon board.
All right, thank you, Megan. Yeah, so we are right around that hour-and-a-half mark, hopefully for that launch. It's going to be very exciting. So they are going to have a few days to be around the low Earth orbit, and then they'll be heading on to the moon. So yes, let's talk what will be happening. Why are we going to the moon? So obviously this is not going to be a landing, as we've discussed. They are going to be coming with 4,000 to 6,000 feet around the moon's surface, and this is going to connect us directly to our past. Those Apollo missions did have 6 lunar landings, and the Artemis campaign is looking to build on that past by going back to the moon, staying longer, and then going farther. So how are we going to do that, and why? We have obviously talked a little bit about that lunar South Pole, and we are focused specifically on the far side of the moon for this one for a specific reason. You might have guessed we're going to be looking for some resources especially, and that's going to be water or water ice. That is going to be giving us some really critical pieces for future missions. And as you can see here, we have identified 9 potential landing zones. So this is going to be a critical objective for our crew. Depending on when they launch, it will determine what is going to be visible, but we do have these 9 landing zones right here around the Shackleton crater. And as you can see here, a lot of that area is deep and dark, and that is where we are going to be looking for that water ice, because that is obviously going to give us not just water to drink, but as we know, that can actually be converted into our propellant potentially, that hydrogen and oxygen. So that is going to make the moon a critical place for that moon base, because we want to think of it essentially as a backpacking trip. If you have your tent and your hiking boots and your camping stove and all your gear, you don't want to take that out and be on the trail for the first day and then try everything out you're going to test things out a little bit closer to home before you go out on that adventure. And that kind of goes for us as well. So the moon is going to be critical for us in the future steps towards our lunar landings, and then also for going farther on to Mars in the future. It's going to set us up for that deep space exploration, and we can't wait to see what they see once they get to that flyby. But for now, we are, like I said, getting closer. So I'm going to turn it back over to you, Megan.
Exciting stuff. Again, the idea of accomplishing a moon base, like as we've been saying, sometimes things just seem like science fiction, and it's amazing that we're making it science fact.
Yes, yeah, we're going back. We're going to scout it out, and then on the future Artemis missions, we're going to put boots back on the moon for the first time in over half a century. But we're going to stay, and we're going to learn from the moon, and we're going to, you know, as Megan talked about, the water ice, and harness that resource, and, you know, not only learn from the moon about Earth and about the solar system, but also figure out how we get to Mars from the moon.
And so what we're seeing now back inside the White Room with the closeout team, they are removing basically fixtures that protected the crew module hatch while they did work around it, right, Nicole?
Yep. Yeah, so anytime that you're moving around and working, there are some sensitive sensors and parts of the crew module that we don't want to kick or bump into, and so it's easier to just put a guard up while you're working in there and then take it down later.
And so this is a visual cue for us that the team is getting ready to close the last hatch, again, the launch abort system hatch. Can you tell us about what the last is?
Yeah, so launch abort system, this is, you know, we have the crew module, and then what sits out basically on top of the crew module is the launch abort system, and it has its own motors, so that we'll arm it about 5 minutes prior to launch, and then it stays with the crew module until about the Kármán line, so that 100-kilometer point in space. Once the crew could safely get to orbit, it will actually be jettisoned, and the crew module will then be exposed. So this is just a safety mechanism that stays on the outside of the crew module, and then as they monitor the attitude and the thrust and all sorts of the roll, all sorts of different data points to make sure the crew is safely getting to orbit. And once they are safely to orbit, then we will get rid of that launch abort system.
And it looks like they're putting all these parts that they're removing from around the crew module hatch into a bag, because they have to take this out with them once they leave the pad, right?
Yes, yeah, we don't want anything left up there in the White Room, and especially because that crew access arm will move away from the capsule and the rocket, and so we want an empty White Room, no FOD like we talked about, so that we can have a safe launch.
And this orange tube that you see on the right side of your screen, that had been inside the crew module providing breathable air to the crew. And now again, with the crew module closed and them getting ready to close the second hatch, that has been removed and is out of the way. So again, the closeout crew can continue to do their work.
Yeah, that's just a duct to provide some cooling air and some breathing air to the crew and the closeout crew while they're in there.
That's actually a good point, yeah. And so as we continue to watch the crew prepare to close the launch abort system hatch, why don't we take a look at the crew's mission patch? Now, crews have designed their official mission patches since the Gemini 5 launch in 1965. Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy, they really wanted to play on the abbreviation of Artemis II to all, signifying not only the second major flight of the Artemis program, but also a mission to explore for all, by all. The crew chose the iconic Earthrise photo for a reason. It was taken by the Apollo 8 crew in 1968, the first crew to ever fly around the moon. The mission was to prove teams then were ready to land on the moon the same way Artemis II hopes to fly around the moon ahead of a lunar landing with Artemis 4. This time, as we've been saying throughout the broadcast, to stay on the moon and pave the way to Mars.
Yeah, we talk about incremental steps, right? And so Artemis 2 is very similar to Apollo 8 in terms of that increment. They're going to fly around the moon and set up the rest of the Artemis program for landing on the moon, but also with a nod towards the fact that we do this for all humanity. And I love the thoughtfulness and how much importance they put on their patch design.
Another camera angle of inside the Orion spacecraft.
was going to say we might be able to see Rise, but I think it's right behind Reed's foot there.
And so to orient people again, so basically we have Christina in your upper right hand, Christina in your upper left hand corner. Then you have Jeremy below her. And then the feet you're seeing, those are Reed's feet. And then next to him, the upper right hand corner, that is Victor, who's unfortunately hidden by Reed's feet. But again, that is the orientation of the crew inside Orion right now. Now, earlier this week, the crew got to stick their patch on a wall just outside the suit-up room. You can play that video there now. You can see that crews have been doing this as part of a pre-flight tradition again. Wow, Reed just making sure that thing won't come off.
It's flat.
And so now Victor is signing there, followed by Christina, and then Jeremy. That's a fun tradition, and your patch is up there too.
It is, yeah. Ours is on the left-hand side there. Yeah, it's a fun tradition. This is a really fun day too. You know, they did this a couple days ago, but it's just another step that makes it a little bit more real that you're going to be launching soon.
Again, we talked a little bit about this before. The basically like a computer there on Jeremy's leg, a way for him to just check out the data, see some of the data that also Reed and Victor are getting to see, but in those much bigger displays for Orion.
Right, yeah, it's basically a tablet on his leg, and it's actually plugged into a cord nearby that allows him to have a screen repeater so he can see what they're looking at.
And it looks like he's taking notes. Can you talk a little bit about what that is? It's part of, all of them have like a little procedural book, right?
Right, yeah, so they have what we call a knee board, and they'll have blank pages to take notes on. They might have a cue card or procedures, or they can be kind of custom built to what each crew member wants for their knee board.
This mission, of course, built by people and companies in all 50 states, as we've been saying throughout the broadcast, and with our international partners as well. Let's take a look at some of the people playing such a big role in today's test flight.
What we're doing here is a collaborative effort of hundreds of thousands of people.
This is about the parts, the hardware, the software, the services, all coming together to make that mission possible.
My dream for this space program is that we would not just push the boundaries, but that we push them together.
And liftoff of Artemis 1. We rise together, back to the moon and beyond.
It takes a team to do great things. And Artemis has an incredible team.
We have international partners. We have commercial partners and industry partners.
It takes unity to accomplish great things, and that's what this mission's all about.
We're not sending our money to the moon and lighting it on fire. We're putting that money right back into the economy in ways that benefit everybody. So every dollar that comes out of the Treasury that goes to support this mission goes back into the Treasury 3 times. What is very important to me is that we do it the right way, and that we do it with our values, that our industries grow, that our communities grow, that our families are healthy and safe and have amazing things to work on. Then we're going to build machines to go even further onto Mars.
That is our generation, the Artemis generation, that defines the starting point of our exploration future.
I just want to say thank you to all of the hands that have touched a part of this program and the hearts that have moved everyone to this goal, because we're going to the moon and we're going beyond.
One team.
One team.
One team.
One dream.
What I really like about that package is, again, just reminding people that this is spurring so many jobs across the country.
Yeah, across the country and across the world, right? The whole world has a part of this. The Artemis Accords are signed by over 40, 50 different countries. And so, yeah, we're taking all of the taxpayers' money and we're putting it right back into the jobs here in the U.S.
And the money, too. You know, when we have more disposable income because we have good paying jobs, that's money that goes back into our economy as disposable income. So really, it is just an ecosystem that NASA is proud to be a part of.
Right. And not only is it about the money and the economy, right, but it's also about the science and what we're going to learn and exploration. You know, we, on top of all of those things, we benefit the economy as well.
Obviously, Nicole is a wealth of knowledge. We're very lucky to have her. We're going to be tapping into that knowledge throughout the broadcast, and we have been for now close to 4 hours. So thank you, Nicole. I hope you're holding up okay.
Yeah, I'm loving it out here. It's been great.
Let's learn a little bit more about Nicole. Her first mission to space was actually last March. She launched from here at Kennedy Space Center as pilot of NASA's SpaceX Crew 10 mission to the International Space Station. And what a beautiful launch that was. She spent 148 days in space conducting science experiments that could benefit us on Earth. For example, one studied the physics of liquids, which could help researchers deliver medicines more effectively. She also conducted an almost 6-hour spacewalk to help upgrade the orbiting lab's power system. Nicole is a lieutenant colonel in the U.S. Air Force and flew one of its most advanced aircraft. She was born in San Diego, California, and is a twin. That's a cute photo of the two of you. Oh, that one too.
Young explorers, yeah.
Yes, yes. That's so great to just see how far you've come. Again, I think that speaks to what we've been saying. Like, you know, just if you're passionate about something, go for it and see where that takes you.
Yeah, I think that's a great example. You know, I was a serious little kid with really high goals and, you know, just kept working hard and never got bumped up the path and ended up here. And, you know, I think it's a testament to the human, like we talked about, you know, if you're willing to work hard, be a good team player, you can really get anywhere you want in life. And that's what I love to talk about. Christina has mentioned similar things. And so it's been kind of a theme for the day.
Yeah, definitely a theme for the day, a theme for the team. The team has said the same, the crew has said the same sort of things. So absolutely, Nicole, thank you so much for being here. And hopefully only a little bit more until launch today. So today's Artemis II test flight will mark only the 7th time NASA astronauts will launch on a new NASA spacecraft designed for crew. And then controlling the flight will be Mission Control in Houston. Our Gary Jordan is inside with flight controllers. Hey, Gary.
Hey, Megan, you are right. This is a significant milestone, and we may be putting the names of a few more astronauts in the history books today. The Artemis II crew is set to launch today will join a select list of humans to fly in a spacecraft for the very first time. And Artemis II, like missions before it, is a test mission. During ascent, the crew and the teams
Hola, ¿qué tal? Aquí estoy de regreso. Estamos en vivo y tenía el micrófono apagado. Pero bueno, les decía, mientras ustedes me veían mover los labios, que la misión Artemisa II tiene un contexto filosófico también muy bonito, a partir de, empezando por el nombre, ¿no? El retorno a la luna está ahora enmarcado en el nombre de Artemisa II, que pues es inspirado en la filosofía griega, donde Zeus, al tener 2 hijos, Apolo y Artemisa, que mejor que estos 2 gemelos representen la exploración del espacio, ¿no? En las primeras misiones, Apolo para ir a la luna, ahora Artemisa, con este componente femenino, ¿no? De que ahora en el nombre también lleva el contexto de que va la primera mujer a hacer a vivir esta aventura hacia la Luna. El primer vuelo alrededor de la Luna fue en 1972, hace más de 50 años. Y las razones geopolíticas y estratégicas para ir a la Luna el día de hoy son distintas, ¿no? Estamos hablando de que estamos ahora a una distancia de más de 60 años, donde hemos llegado nuestras razones por las que fuimos anteriormente, pues también tenían que ver con geopolítica, poder y este contexto de competencia en el que se vivió la carrera espacial entre la Unión Soviética y los Estados Unidos. Después vino este periodo tan largo de tiempo en el que no volvimos y ahora estamos yendo a reafirmar pues un liderazgo como humanidad también en un esfuerzo global que no solo es de los Estados Unidos, sino también de la Unión Europea. Todas las misiones espaciales tienen un componente de cooperación internacional también. Esto incluye esta vez a un astronauta canadiense, lo cual refleja las alianzas en ciencia y tecnología. Y bueno, hablábamos hace unos minutos del camino a la presencia sostenible, ¿no? Que es lo que estamos buscando. Artemis II es un paso hacia la presencia humana sostenible en la Luna. Posibles bases en el Polo Sur, como habíamos hablado. Y para eso, pues ahora vamos con una tripulación histórica, Reed Wiseman, que es el comandante, astronauta de la NASA con experiencia en la Estación Espacial Internacional. Víctor Glover, el piloto, será el primer astronauta afroamericano en viajar más allá de la órbita terrestre baja. Christina Koch, especialista de misión, primer mujer en ir más allá de la órbita terrestre baja. Jeremy Hansen, especialista de misión, primer canadiense en una misión lunar. Y todo esto se hará a bordo de una nave y un vehículo fantásticos, que es el sistema de lanzamiento espacial, es LDS por sus siglas en inglés, que es uno de los más potentes jamás construidos, no tan grande ni tan potente como lo va a ser Starship, pero bueno, actualmente en el contexto del día de hoy es el más grande, más poderoso. Va con su nave Orión, que es un módulo de tripulación y un módulo de servicio con energía de propulsión y soporte vital. La trayectoria va a durar 10 días desde el día de hoy, desde el lanzamiento y hasta el amerizaje, ¿no? Hasta que se hagan las maniobras de recuperación en el mar. Sale en su trayectoria en el Kennedy Space Center en Florida, hará sus maniobras en órbita hacia la Luna. Después vendrá la fase de inyección translunar hacia la Luna y un flyby alrededor de la cara lejana de la Luna. Cosas eventos y maniobras que son de máximo rigor y de máximo complejidad. El regreso a la Tierra será con un amerizaje en el Océano Pacífico, pasando por un momento que va a ser crítico, la reentrada en la atmósfera de la Tierra. Y bueno, ¿para qué estamos haciendo todo esto, verdad? Esta es una serie de micro acciones o pequeñas, aunque no son pequeñas para nada, ¿verdad? Pero distintas etapas en las que se está probando el sostenimiento de las salidas hacia la Luna, ¿no? Esta misión probará sistemas de soporte vital, navegación y comunicaciones, así como cómo se sostiene la tripulación también a bordo de la cápsula Orión, protocolos de operación humana en espacio profundo, como también preparación para futuras misiones de estadías más largas, ya sea lunares, y también la preparación para los viajes a Marte. Hoy se abre esta ventana de lanzamiento que seguimos esperando que tengamos éxito, que no haya ninguna cosa que vaya a interponerse entre nosotros. Estaremos transmitiendo en esta retransmisión que estamos haciendo de NASA, pero pues hay muchas otras transmisiones que también están ocurriendo. No se lo pierdan, es un momento fascinante en la historia de la humanidad. Y pues se da dentro de un contexto histórico muy importante. Vuelvo a repetir, la importancia que es que vaya una mujer en un momento en que actualmente se vive en Estados Unidos un movimiento anti-woke muy fuerte, pues hay que recalcarlo. Continúa el legado de las misiones Apolo con un enfoque ahora en exploración sostenible y reutilizable. Esta misión no es reutilizable en su totalidad, pero es el inicio también en la búsqueda de esta exploración sostenida y reutilizable. Y representa un paso clave entre pruebas no tripuladas, como fue la Artemis I, en la que solo se probó la misión y el funcionamiento de todos los sistemas del sistema SLS, pero no llevaba ningún humano. Ahora llevamos humanos y es un riesgo grande, por lo cual estos astronautas que han dicho sí han sido súper valientes y pues toda nuestra admiración y respeto porque sabemos que es altamente riesgoso, ¿no? Hay diferencias clave entre Apolo y Artemisa en cuestión de tecnología. Estamos llegando en los años 60 teníamos una tecnología que no incorporaba lo que hoy tenemos, aviónica moderna, sistemas digitales y por supuesto mayor automatización. Artemis utiliza una arquitectura también más segura para espacio profundo y esto tiene que ver con las redundancias, ¿no? Más redundancias, más sistemas que impiden los fallos. Dicen que hay 1999 formas de fallar en un cohete y una forma de hacerla bien. Bueno, pues esas 1999 formas de equivocarnos, hay que buscar una redundancia para que no pase, ¿no? El sistema SLS, como habíamos platicado, el Space Launch System, no es totalmente reutilizable. Es un cohete desechable de gran capacidad. Tiene una tecnología en sus motores RS-25 que se están reutilizando de los programas de los transbordadores. Orión es una nave diseñada para espacio profundo, capaz de soportar radiación, microgravedad prolongada y reentrada a alta velocidad. Se está probando también un escudo de calor muy potente y muy poderoso en esta misión. Y el sistema de aborto de lanzamiento LAS, que está diseñado para separar la cápsula en caso de que haya una emergencia en los primeros minutos del vuelo y así asegurar pues que no se ponga en riesgo la vida de los astronautas. Entonces, ¿qué viene ahora? Estamos a 1 hora y 10 minutos y por ahora nos vamos a quedar pensando en todo esto y en unos minutos más nos vamos a volver a conectar y les voy a platicar en qué van a consistir las fases, desde la T0 hasta la reentrada. ¿Qué va a pasar en estos 10 días? Lo vamos a conversar en la siguiente intervención. No se vayan, es un momento fantástico para la humanidad. Estamos regresando a orbitar la Luna y nos está tocando vivirlo y eso es un privilegio para esta generación. Y también es un recordatorio de lo que se experimentaron en aquellas misiones Apolo también, los humanos que por primera vez vieron a la Tierra desde la Luna y contemplaron esa fragilidad y a la vez el milagro que es la vida. Muchos dicen que es el origen de la ecología, ¿no? Que hubo un momento en que nos dimos cuenta cuál es nuestro sitio dentro del universo. Tal vez no lo tenemos muy claro todavía, sin embargo, el hecho de tener estas misiones también nos permite apreciar más nuestro hogar, esta nave interplanetaria que es la Tierra, que nos lleva por infinidad del infinito del espacio y de la cual somos parte y somos conscientes de nuestra existencia. Es un gran momento, espero que lo vivamos con la misma emoción y aquí nos seguiremos viendo en unos minutos. No se vayan, ahorita regresamos.
Fantastic. Well, Megan, we are standing by ready to go, and we're ready to cheer this team on.
Thanks so much, guys. And yes, Leo, we did hear that cheer. That was very exciting. I think the vibe over there is they're celebrating, they're having fun. And here, once they heard that we're go for launch, everybody had to run back to the camera and work. It's a little bit of a different vibe, but I definitely think that people are excited, especially as we see now live inside of the White Room at the launch pad. The closeout crew has closed the launch abort system hatch. You saw there, we took it live. Took a lot of them. I think all of them. except for one. I think it took all 3 or 4 of them to push that hatch door close, and then they felt around the perimeter of the door to make sure that everything was sitting just right.
Right, yeah, we talked about how heavy the crew module hatch is. This hatch is just as heavy probably, and so, you know, they're working the closure here and working those connections, and you can see, yeah, there's still 3, 4, 5 people that we can see in the White Room. It takes a lot of people to get this these hatches closed and this rocket ready to launch.
And so the next step in the countdown is that this team will start closing out the White Room. So basically disconnecting things, stowing things, making sure that when they leave, there is nothing that isn't supposed to be there. And really, then at that point, it's just all 4 of the crew member, Victor, Reed, Christina, and Jeremy by themselves at the top of the launch pad.
Yeah, and then eventually that crew access arm will move away, and then it'll really just be them up on top of that rocket.
Yeah, your eyes lit up when I said that. That's exciting. It is. It is.
Yeah, we had a moment, we talked a little bit about my fear of heights, but most of our crew is afraid of heights, and so there was a moment where I realized that it was just us, you know, 100 and some odd feet up, and
no
crew access arm, and may or may not have said something that made everybody go, huh.
Were you wondering to yourself, what? How did I get here?
We're pretty far up.
That crew again bringing that drag-on camera. That camera is a handheld camera that is a live look for teams who are remotely watching these operations closely. Again, verifying that things are as they should be before the crew starts. The closeout crew starts leaving the White Room. You see them checking their procedures.
You can see they're covering the ends of those hoses. That's to protect those hoses from FOD, so we don't want any dirt or anything to get into those while we transport them and stow them. So you can see Andre there working to close out the hoses as well while they're cleaning up the White Room.
And so they'll tape that close. You just saw number 5. Number 5 holding some tools. Again, we'll stow those away. You have to account for everything. Obviously, you know, they did have tools out. They did have procedures, paper, notes out. Like, all of that has to go.
Yes, and you can even see on number 3's hat, he's got a string that's connected to his suit there. That's, again, just to make sure that we don't lose anything. If, you know, gust of wind or you get knocked or something, you don't want to lose a single thing in the White Room. So everything is tethered, everything is accounted for, and everything is protected.
The crew now, another live view of them inside Orion. Jeremy, Christina, and Reed and Victor on the right side of your screen. What do you think they're thinking right now, Nicole?
Oh man, just over an hour to launch. You know, there's probably a little bit of a lull right now, monitoring some systems, but you can see Reed's got his feet crossed, so I think just trying to relax and, you know, pass the time by maybe thinking through the items that they're going to monitor through the launch, you know, the different jobs that each of them have throughout the launch, and once they get to orbit, you know, this first day on orbit is actually really busy for them. They've got, you know, 2 burns that they have to monitor. They've got to get the system set up, and they've got to get the cabin set up. So there's a lot going on in the next 24 hours for this crew. I think they've got a couple sections where they get to take a nap, but I don't think they get a full night's rest for quite some time. So,
yeah,
you know, going through what's next.
And so as we say that, I mean, imagine what it would be like to live in a spacecraft for 10 days. Let's take a look at what life will be like in Orion.
Artemis II is our first crewed mission back to the moon since the Apollo program. A lot of the focus of Artemis II is really checking out systems to be sure that we're ready and well positioned for continued human exploration. My name is Susan Baggerman, and I'm the Chief Health and Performance Officer for the Orion program and the Artemis II mission. And this is 10 Days in Orion. For this mission, the crew will launch in the Orion spacecraft on top of the Space Launch System rocket, or the SLS rocket. Once they've launched and achieved orbit, they'll continue on checking out many of the different critical Orion systems, check out some of the critical medical systems, and be sure that we understand how the crew would do that successfully within the volume of Orion. We also have, of course, systems to feed the crew. They have a potable water dispenser that they'll check out. And then we also have a food warmer, kind of looks like a suitcase that the crew can use to heat their food. They're also going to check out the flight wheel system. We'll have the crew perform some initial exercises. Part of that is to ensure that the flight wheel is actually working, but part of it is actually to be sure that our environmental control systems are actually working. For sleeping, the crew will sleep in sleeping bags. Some crew members like to be very tightly bound up, and some like to float very free. They'll use the toilet for the first time and be sure that it's able to flush. While they're on their journey, they'll do some testing that they quickly don their suit just to be sure that we would be ready in the future for an emergency. They'll also check out our radiation shelter. If we were to have a solar particle event, we would be asking them to take stowage out of the stowage bay and put it in some specific locations on the vehicle, basically for it to serve as shielding.
And so I want to talk a little bit more about what we just heard in that package. I am interested in the space food. So Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy have a pretty big menu to choose from, so that's really cool. We're actually going to pull up a graphic now that kind of shows you some of the food that they're going to have with them on their 10-day journey around the moon. We know of more than 10 types of beverages. There's coffee, a mango peach smoothie, apple cider, lemonade. So those all sound delicious. And now I've just remembered I haven't eaten lunch.
They're actually not too bad. I actually have a mango peach smoothie with me today.
No way.
Yeah. So you can see they come in these little packets here, but it's just kind of a dried powder that you add water to. So this would actually, you'd add 175 milliliters of water and let it sit for 2 to 5 minutes, and then you can stick a straw in it. You saw in that package they put a straw on the top septum portion there, and then you can drink it.
And so this is the packaging. This is food that you brought up with you, or that you had while you were at the ISS.
Yes. Yeah, actually, this is all food that we have available to us on the standard, what we call the standard menu on the space station. And so actually the graphic there showed quite a bit of the standard menu that they're going to take with them. So
let's pull
space
it back
food
up,
is space
actually.
food. Yeah, we can use the food that we have been using. You know, our food lab at Johnson Space Center actually creates that food, and then they stabilize it and they package it for us and everything. So they do a really wonderful job out there. We've got different types of food. You know, you can see I've got this is a soup, tomato basil soup, so thermal stabilized. It's already hydrated, so you just throw it in that food warmer that we talked about, and then you can eat it. But then we also I have some shrimp cocktail here that's, you know, irradiated, so it's in a package that protects it. I'll show you. I've got a brownie too. That's probably my favorite one. But
are we eating it?
We might, if you're.
Yes. Look, see, they want us to eat. I don't know what happened, but it worked out with what we were saying here.
So it's in an outer package to help protect it against, you know, radiation, and then it's in this inner package. And so this cosmic brownie, actually the trick, Anne McLean, my crewmate, taught me. The trick is you got to put this in the food warmer and get it nice and warm, and then you can get it. But so what we do is we just take scissors and you open it up, and then it comes right out. So these brownies are nice because they don't have a ton of crumbs, and so you can actually just eat it pretty easily in space. You know, if you imagine, that would not happen in space.
It
would not fall. But yeah, so we've got all sorts of things that you can actually eat. The menu's pretty good and pretty diverse on the space station, and then as you saw, pretty diverse for Orion.
Nice. Yeah, that's amazing. And again, here's a look at the crowd that's starting to continue to grow here as we get closer and closer to launch. We are now under an hour from the opening of our 2-hour launch window at 6:24 p.m. Eastern Time. And so let's take some questions from social media. We haven't taken some of those for a while. You put that brownie away, Nicole, or I'm going to steal it. Nicole, we have another celebrity who submitted a question. Let's take a look.
Okay.
A quick question for the Artemis crew. What food from Earth would you bring with you into space? And why would it be lasagna? Because that's the greatest food.
Again, not really a question.
Yeah.
Because he was like, it's lasagna.
It's got to be lasagna. You know, there is lasagna on Space Station, and it wasn't too bad. Probably not my favorite food of all, but yeah, lasagna's not a bad option. It's a high-calorie meal. If you're trying to, carb load for a spacewalk or something, it's a great option.
Yeah, I remember Christina saying that her favorite food on the menu, and actually, she was saying that she was getting in trouble because people kept on saying, you can't eat mac and cheese every day, Christina.
We mentioned the mac and cheese and brisket earlier. Man, I would put those two on a tortilla. That would be great.
That sounds delicious, delicious. Well, thank you so much, everyone, for sending in those questions. For everyone from a 5-year-old that we got a question from to all the way to Roy Woods Jr. there, a comedian. So thank you so much. And if you're just joining us, welcome to the Space Coast of Florida, where we are counting down to liftoff of Artemis II. You see a beautiful aerial shot there of our rocket on the pad. For the first time in more than 50 years, we are sending humans to fly around the moon and back, and we're taking you all of you with us on this next chapter of human spaceflight. I'm NASA's Megan Cruz, and this is NASA astronaut Nicole Ayers. Great to have you here, Nicole.
Yes, this has been a beautiful day. Excited. We're continuing to march towards this launch.
Yeah, and if all goes as planned, this crew could travel farther from Earth than any other humans before them and see parts of the moon no one has ever laid eyes on. How exciting.
Yes. Exciting is an understatement, I think.
That's true.
We're going to see the far side of the moon for the first time by humans in a long time. It's important.
And as the crowd again builds behind us, more activity that you're seeing here at the Kennedy Space Center press site. We also have a ton of people gathering around the world to watch this history-making moment. So let's take a look at those watch parties now.
Oh.
That crowd has grown. We checked with them probably like 30 minutes ago, and it was half that. But again, as we get closer and closer to launch, we are seeing more and more people gather together, wanting to experience this together and not just in a vacuum at home,
Yes, this is so exciting. Look at all of those people. Man.
And now here we are back in Seattle, the Museum of Flight. Again, people gathered there to show their kid. We see someone walking in the second row there. His first crewed launch to the moon. How exciting.
That is exciting.
Hello, everyone.
Woo.
Oh, that's so great. And now let's get you up to speed on what's happened so far. Again, we are now within an hour of the opening of our launch window. So what has been happening so far today? Well, a lot. After waking up and grabbing a bite to eat, our Artemis II crew suited up inside the historic crew quarters, a tradition that dates back decades. Teams helped them into their custom Orion crew survival suits, and just like other crews before them, they gathered around a table for a card game to pass the time, but to also burn off any lingering bad luck before they walked in the footsteps of every NASA astronaut launching from Kennedy Space Center since Apollo 7 in 1968. They walked outside the Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout Building to greet a crowd of family, friends, supporters before getting into their Astrovan for their security-escorted ride out to historic Launch Complex 39B. They got a close-up look at the SLS rocket, then walked across the crew access arm and climbed one by one inside their Orion spacecraft. After that, teams conducted final checks with the crew before closing both hatches, the crew module hatch, as well as what you're seeing there, the launch abort system hatch. And now we are back live at the pad where the closeout crew is getting ready to leave the White Room. They are now tethered, Nicole, because they are about to move some pieces that connect the Orion spacecraft to the White Room, correct?
Yes, there's kind of what I would call a shroud. You can see them working that there. So it is actually connected, so that way the gap between the crew access arm and the crew module, and well, I guess that's the LAS there, is covered. But they're about to remove that so that the crew access arm is not connected to the rocket in any way, so that it can retract here in the next few minutes.
And for how we're looking with the launch countdown milestones, let's go to Daryl Nail in the Launch Control Center.
All right, thank you very much, Megan. And as you can see there, the finishing touches, as you've been talking about, to the LAS, which brings me to that subject, because we currently are hearing the launch team is working an issue that was reported out with the LAS. At least there's an issue apparently with a battery on the LAS. The engineer who is in charge of the launch abort system sits on console here, reported that a temperature for one of the 2 LAS batteries is out of range. And although it's not a constraint for launch right now, it would be when that temperature is checked inside of T-minus 6 minutes, which is inside of terminal count. So right now, the team is working some troubleshooting on this issue. Going to follow, of course, along closely with what they learn. But again, a battery temp for one of the 2 batteries on the LAS is out of spec, and the team is working to understand, first of all, whether or not this may be a sensor issue, or is there an issue with the battery itself. So again, looking into it, troubleshooting and researching as we speak. With regards to the weather, we did get some good news there. Launch Weather Officer Mark Berger reporting to the launch director that the weather chances have now improved for the window. We are up to 90% go, which is great news. Again, 90% go. That is up from the 80% that we started when we had the first weather forecast come out officially 3 days ago. And so that is great. And for anybody who's here in the launch area knows that is certainly viewable. They can see that by just looking up. So we're getting some good clearing as forecast. And then just a reminder for those people who are watching the launch from the nearby area that if you're watching on an internet-enabled device, just remember that there may be a little bit of a delay. Can't tell you how much of a delay, but since it's on an internet device, sometimes this broadcast might be a little behind what you're actually seeing. So just keep that in mind as you are watching. Don't wait to the last second to run outside if you're inside your RV or your camper or your house. That's the latest here from the firing room. Of course, we'll keep track of that last battery issue. We'll send it back now to Megan and Nicole at the host desk.
2 of them there had to be tethered to the inside of the white room, because obviously now we have detached the white room from the Orion spacecraft.
Yes, that view is quite something.
Yeah, spectacular. Yep. Oh, no, I'm sorry. I forgot. Nicole's scared of heights. An astronaut afraid of heights is actually not uncommon, as we've learned today. But yes, so obviously, again, things proceeding as we march closer to the opening of our 2-hour launch window at 6:24 p.m. Eastern Time. Again, the closeout crew just finishing up those last couple of things they have to do before leaving the white room and then leaving the pad, leaving only the 4 Artemis II crew members inside the spacecraft by themselves at the pad.
Yeah, and then we'll be curious to follow the battery issue on the LAS as well. I think sometimes it's just a sensor issue, sometimes it's a battery issue. So hopefully they figure that out quickly.
Mm-hmm. And so if we can take a shot of the crew inside the capsule, if one's available, why don't we talk a little bit more about each of them? So we have Artemis II Commander Reed Wiseman, Baltimore native, and he's actually, you see his feet in that shot there from inside Orion. He's been in space once before as flight engineer for Expedition 41 aboard the International Space Station from May through November 2014. During the 165-day mission, Reed and his crewmates completed more than 300 science experiments in areas like human physiology, medicine, physical science, earth science, as well as astrophysics. They actually set a milestone for station science by completing a record 82 research hours in a single week. He also served as chief of NASA's astronaut office from December 2020 to December 2022. His 2 daughters were out to wave goodbye to him as he made his way to the launch pad. And again, there's Reed's feet. Reed is the one sitting in the seat to the right, closest to our camera there. So looks like he's relaxed by the body language of his feet.
Yeah, I think they're kind of in a holding pattern, if you will, or a waiting period. So it makes sense that he's a little bit relaxed. He's also kind of just a relaxed person in general. He's wicked smart, but has a demeanor that keeps everybody calm. And so I think we're seeing that here today.
And so in this shot, Reed is the one sitting on the left, and to his right, Artemis II pilot Victor Glover. NASA selected the California native as an astronaut in 2013, and at the time he was actually serving as a legislative fellow in the United States Senate. His first trip to space, November 2020, pilot of NASA's SpaceX Crew 1 mission. That was the first operational mission of NASA's Commercial Crew program, which resumed launching American rockets from American soil to the International Space Station since the end of the shuttle program. Victor is a U.S. Navy captain and naval aviator who served as a test pilot, racking up more than 3,500 flight hours in more than 40 different aircraft. So again, he probably feels pretty at home in the pilot seat of Artemis II.
Yeah, I think he does.
He got to say goodbye to his wife and 4 kids. Again, those were the family that he had here at Kennedy Space Center before the 4 of them drove out to the pad.
Yeah, and you can see there, we talked about Victor's energy earlier, and you can see him working through, pushing some buttons on the displays. Looked like he was pulling up a procedure, so he's following along and ready to go, looks like.
And then mission specialist Christina Cook, sitting on the upper left-hand corner of the screen there, native of Grand Rapids, Michigan, was selected to the Astronaut Corps in 2013, same class as Victor, served as flight engineer on the International Space Station from March 2019 to February 2020. During that time, she set a record for the longest single spaceflight by a woman with a total of 328 consecutive days in space. How cool. She also participated in the first ever all-female spacewalk. And before becoming an astronaut, Christina helped build space science instruments and led scientific fieldwork in some of the most remote environments on the planet. Her hobbies include surfing, rock climbing,
and
community
CDR,
service, yoga, and photography.
Go ahead, NCD. There's a couple of suppressed overvolt messages. We're going to go ahead and clear those off your screen.
We see them and we copy.
All right.
NASA test director.
We're still working here, trying to get through everything. So we're getting close, and then trying to talk that other issue that we just picked up a little bit ago. But I think work-wise, we're doing really well.
Sounds good, NTD. We're doing great on board.
Glad to hear it.
NASA test director giving an update to the crew. Some messages flashed on their displays. Just wanted to say that they didn't have to worry about that. We're going to clear that. And that also just reassuring the crew, again, that they are tracking and working the issue with the launch abort system battery.
Yeah.
All right. And then first-time flyer, Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen will fly to the moon as mission specialist on the Artemis II mission. The London, Ontario native selected as an astronaut in 2009. After that, he worked as Capcom at NASA's Mission Control Center in Houston. Capcom stands for Capsule Communicator and is the sole direct voice communicating with astronauts while in space. Jeremy also participated in training exercises, really cool ones, like living on the ocean floor off the coast of Florida to simulate deep space exploration for a week. In 2017, he became the first Canadian to lead a NASA astronaut class. He also enjoys getting out on a sailboat, rock climbing, and mountain biking. He has a wife and 3 children. And he's the one that you see bottom left-hand corner of your screen. I know, I'm trying to see what he's doing there. Christina's looking too. And so there is your Artemis II crew inside the Orion spacecraft. And this is actually the 7th time NASA astronauts will launch on a new NASA spacecraft designed for crew. And if you're wondering about the first 6 crewed test flights, here they are. Gemini 3, Gus Grissom, John Young, March 23, 1965. Apollo 7, Wally Schirra, Don Isley, Walt Cunningham, October 11, 1968. Space Transportation System, or STS-1, John Young, Robert Crippen, April 12th, 1981. Then NASA's SpaceX Demo 2, Doug Hurley, Bob Behnken, May 30th, 2020, followed by NASA's Boeing crew flight tests. Butch Wilmore, Sonny Williams, June 5th, 2024. And now, Artemis II with Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy. It is really surprising, honestly, to hear that through all these decades, through all these launches we've had, this is only our 7th new vehicle that we're testing for crew.
Yeah, you know, we have so many different missions that we think about and we talk about, but really 7 vehicles that we've tested and that we're flying. You know, I like to think of spaceflight really as a permanent test, right? We have, you know, hundreds of missions or so. You know, an airplane that gets tested and then flown has thousands of data points. And so really spaceflight is always going to be in the test field. And I think it's important to remember that, especially as we put humans on rockets that we never have before, or for the 7th time we start a new vehicle and a new mission.
Just getting word now that White Room closeouts are complete. And so the closeout crew is preparing to leave the pad.
It's exciting stuff. We are making good time, and the closeout crew is doing really well.
41 minutes, 43 seconds and counting until the opening of our window. And Artemis II is a 10-day mission that will send the 4-person crew on a journey around the moon and back to Earth. It will be a critical step towards future lunar and Mars missions.
We're going back to the moon because it's the next step in our journey to Mars. We need to go explore the moon. There's vast regions of unexplored areas with the coldest, darkest places in our solar system. This is a test mission, and when we get off the planet, we might come right back home. We might spend 3 or 4 days around Earth. We might go to the moon. That's where we want to go, but it is a test mission, and we are ready for every scenario as we ride this amazing space launch system and the Orion spacecraft.
But another reason we're going back to the moon is to fulfill NASA's mission, which is to explore the unknown in air and space, to innovate for the benefit of humanity, and to inspire the world through discovery. And when we succeed and when we accomplish the things that we set out to accomplish, that inspiration not only can set up new things to happen, but it also is a reminder in tough times that we're capable of doing great things when we work together.
The thing I love about the moon is that it's not just a beacon for exploration and this platform of possibilities for incredible missions like this, but it has benefits. That's actually why we're racing towards it. Those benefits are really wide in nature. You have everything from innovation, technology development, not only for future missions going deeper into the solar system, but technologies that come back to Earth. You have inspiration, a whole generation of people starting this pipeline of STEM workers and manufacturers and operators that are excited to see what you can do when you work hard and you come together as a team.
When I think about the 4 of us flying around the far side of the moon, seeing that Earth rise, taking images and video and sending them back to you, the feeling that I have inside is hope. We know that Artemis II is not the solution for humanity on planet Earth, but it is a contribution in the positive column. We hope that just for a moment that people will pause and say, wow, it's extraordinary when you look back upon the Earth with over 8 billion people, and you see this concrete example of what humanity can do, this extraordinary thing when we set big goals
and CDR entity
to achieve them.
And so Mission Control Houston will control the flight of Orion after a liftoff here at Kennedy Space Center. Here's Gary Jordan, who's embedded with that team. Gary, you might have to pause because we did just hear a call out to the commander in Orion.
Will do, Megan. I think that was Commander Reed Wiseman responding to prepare for some of the next steps. We are now holding at the T-minus 10-minute hold. Expected a 30-minute hold. So we are well on the countdown. We are well on the timeline to meet this L-minus time and launch towards the beginning of the window, but continuing to track progress along the way. Again, I'm here with the Artemis II flight control teams in Mission Control Houston. The team in the room behind me has been monitoring the countdown and verifying their own mission-specific launch criteria of the Space Launch System, the Orion spacecraft integrity, and its crew. During the final poll before launch, if all looks good from each of the flight controllers in this room, Flight Director Judd Freeling will report a go for launch from Houston Flight. Upon liftoff, teams here take control of the mission and communicate with the crew while they fly on the Space Launch System. This phase of flight is highly dynamic, and each console position has a dedicated and important role of looking after critical systems. You'll hear calls from Capcom and NASA astronaut Stan Love in this room to the Artemis II crew as milestones are reached during the more than 8 minutes of powered flight on the core stage. Liftoff and ascent are just the beginning. This room will be staffed around the clock over the next 10 days to oversee every moment of the mission through splashdown. Here from the Johnson Space Center, we'll be streaming the mission live 24/7 so anyone can follow the crew's journey, take peeks inside the spacecraft, and share the experience of a lunar flyby with astronauts looking down at the moon's surface. Teams here have been rehearsing tirelessly in simulations to throw every conceivable and inconceivable scenario their way. We are ready and eager to begin the Artemis II mission. Still milestones to come as we continue the countdown, but we'll be right back with you during the ascent phase of today's flight. With that, Megan, I will send it back over to you at the Space Coast.
Thanks so much, Gary. Under 37 minutes until the opening of our 2-hour launch window, 6:24 p.m. Eastern. I've never been more excited for a time. But why don't we send it back over to Megan Carter with the Moon Board to learn more about what happens after ascent.
Absolutely. I am definitely also getting excited. Things feel like they're starting to pick up a little pace here. A lot is about to happen within the first 10 minutes of launch, but what happens after those first 10 minutes? Let me take you over here to my mission map so we can kind of jump ahead and let me explain a few things. So, our main engine cutoff is going to stand for MECO, and that is essentially where the rocket's job is done, and it is then going to turn the propulsion duties over to our ICPS. That stands for Interim Cryogenic Propulsion Stage. Don't try and say that too many times fast, but the ICPS is going to be right here, and that's our in-space propulsion. About 50 minutes into, after about 50 minutes into launch, it is going to conduct that first burn, and that's going to be the perigee raise maneuver. Essentially what that is going to do is going to raise the spacecraft from a lowest point of Earth just a little bit higher into space, and then they are going to conduct that nice path. It's going to set them on that nice circular path around the Earth. That's when they're going to start to be able to really check out the spacecraft. The Orion spacecraft is going to be able to, like we've talked about, be maneuvered by the crew. They're going to check out those life support systems, and communication checkout's going to be vital at that point as well, obviously. Then they will be conducting that another burn, and that's going to raise them just a little bit higher again. And then they will, it'll be about time for the ICPS to separate, and they will start another lap around the Earth as well. Now, the ICPS, but even after it separates, its job will not be done because they will have the opportunity to conduct something called the Proximity Operations Demonstration. And this is going to be really important for our future lunar missions because the ICPS actually has a target on it, and the crew is going to have the opportunity to manually maneuver these spacecraft like we've mentioned and practice those docking maneuvers. Now, obviously, they will not be docking for this mission, but that is again going to be critical for those lunar missions in the future. Now, all right, after that ICPS has separated and they've done that second lap, they're going to conduct 2 more burns. And what these burns are going to do is set them up to the high enough orbit and a fast enough speed in order to conduct the translunar injection. This is going to be that critical moment and that critical milestone where they are going to produce about 6,000 pounds of thrust. And this is that point that is going to take them out of low Earth orbit into deep space, and it's going to set them on that nice path towards that lunar flyby. And I know we have talked a little bit about why this could be a record-breaking flyby and journey to the moon. And with that, I'm going to turn it back over to Megan so she can tell us just why.
Yeah, she's talking about the distance record set by the Apollo 13 astronauts in 1970. They were 248,655 miles away from Earth, and this Artemis II crew might surpass that on flight day 6 when they fly around the moon by more than 4,000 miles.
Yeah, it's a long ways. It's tough to fathom 250,000 miles from Earth, right? I mean, space, the space station is only 250 miles, and so we're going, I don't want to do the public math, but we're going much further than that. But it's important, right? Because we want to get back to the moon. We want to see the surface. We want to see the far side of the moon, and the way we do that is by breaking distance records.
Yeah, and the exact distance record depends on exactly when they launch, like the time, the day, so we'll learn more as we go into this 10-day mission with the Artemis II crew. But here we are, 32 minutes, 50 seconds and counting from the opening of our launch window. Feels really, really surreal here as more and more people come to gather on the press site lawn here at Kennedy Space Center. Why don't we take a look at this video that we have here? Some familiar faces who wanted to wish our Artemis II crew a safe journey.
Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy, you are the real deal. You're flying to the moon for all of us, and we are in awe. You're the true heroes.
You are not just astronauts. You are pioneers, venturing deeper into the unknown. But you are not alone. We will be all cheering you on from planet Earth.
Hey, I'm Victor Wembanyama, and I play basketball in the NBA. But I'm not only interested in shooting hoops. I'm also interested in shooting stars, dark matter, and all other types of astronomical phenomenon. And to the Artemis II astronauts who are shooting for the moon, I wish them good luck and Godspeed.
Hi everybody, I'm Ryan Gosling, and I play a biologist who goes to space to save the planet in the film Project Hail Mary. But the Artemis II astronauts are going to space for real, and they will travel farther from Earth than any humans in history. Sending all our best wishes to the Artemis II crew.
I just want to say how proud I am of each of you and how inspired you make me. But it's not just about me. Your mission is going to inspire future generations of scientists, engineers, athletes, and dreamers to do something that they never thought possible.
Hey, it's Roy Wood Jr., and I want to wish the Artemis II crew a happy and safe journey to the moon, well, around the moon. To go around, I know what you're doing. You got to look for a parking space. This is to go around the moon, make sure somewhere to park, and then you park journey. Good luck.
It's actually a really good way to explain what how this mission builds. Again, we are hoping to land astronauts on the surface of the moon in maybe 2 years. So yes, we are looking around the moon on this lunar flyby mission to see where we might park. Thank you, Roy Wood Jr. Okay, and as we look at this live view of the rocket on the pad, there is a spectacular place here at Kennedy Space Center to watch launch from, and that's the Banana Creek viewing area. Why don't we go back there where the crowd is excited, and Leah has the best assignment ever, talking to people who are super excited about being here for Artemis II.
Oh my gosh, Megan, you talk about the excitement being palpable. I'm telling you, everybody here on pins and needles as we get just about half an hour away from launch. I've been walking around talking to people, and I'm just struck again and again by how many people are here from across the agency. I want to introduce you to just a small portion of the people across NASA who have been supporting this mission.
Patty Ortiz, NASA Armstrong Flight Research Center, Orion Program.
Orion.
Kathy Graves, Glenn Research Center, Office of STEM Engagement.
David Alexander, NASA Glenn Research Center, Office of STEM Engagement.
Jennifer Becerra, Johnson Space Center, the Office of STEM Engagement.
Here we go, right back here. Where are you from?
I'm from NASA Glenn Research Center, Joseph Panakitis.
Joseph, here we go.
Wes Furman from APL.
Maria Arredondo from Headquarters, Next Gen STEM.
Mark Robinson, Stennis Space Center, Commercial Space.
Amira Flores, Armstrong, Office of the STEM Engagement.
Molly Kearns, NASA Glenn, Space Communications and Navigation.
Matthew Pierce, Goddard Institute for Space Studies in New York City.
Here we go, and right over here.
Lauren Ring, Ames Research Center, Data Integration.
So we're coming together. We're one big NASA team, one big NASA family, and we have one major message before we launch tonight. Okay, guys, what are we going to say? 1, 2, 3. Go Army!
Oh my gosh, that made me so emotional. That was so inspiring to see. I mean, wow, yeah, that was great. I mean, just to hear everybody say their position, what they're doing to support this mission is amazing. And I'm sure this was something that really rang true and resonated with NASA's Administrator Jared Isaacman, again, to see the workforce come together to do the work and then to be here for launch. So why don't we actually go over to him now with our Jasmine Hopkins at one of our other viewing locations.
All right, Megan, thank you so much. The energy here on the balcony is honestly becoming electric as we get so close to launch, and now we are thrilled to welcome NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman. Jared, we're really entering a golden age of exploration. How will Artemis II set the pace for the coming years?
Well, I mean, Artemis II is the opening act, right? This is the test mission. This is getting very comfortable with the SLS rocket, the Orion spacecraft. No humans have ever flown on this before, right? And we're going to put it through its paces. We'll go into Earth orbit for a little bit, make sure Orion's doing okay, and then we are sending them, right? We're going to send them farther into space than any humans might have gone before, 250,000 miles away, and it's going to set up for the subsequent missions. That's why we're going into the golden age of science and discovery right now, because you're going to see a moon rocket launch in 2027 when we do our testing with the lander. We're going to go for the landing on Artemis IV in 2028, and in parallel, we're going to build the moon base, right? And that is going to be filled with science discovery and tech demonstrations that's going to support the enduring presence we're trying to create on the surface.
Absolutely. So honestly, history-making years ahead of us, you know, with Artemis 3 and 4. But first is Artemis 2. What will be our single greatest takeaway from this mission?
Well, I'll tell you, I mean, after ignition, to me, the moment that I'm going to be most excited for is splashdown. There's no question about that. Good shoots coming down off the West Coast. But look, I think the takeaway from this is gaining extreme comfort in the Orion spacecraft, right? I mean, this is very different than what we've done for more than a half century, right? I mean, the velocities that spacecraft is going to re-enter at, it's going to be new territory for us. We want to get our arms around that completely. So I would say the performance of SLS plus Orion is everything on this one. We want to make sure we do it in as a safe way as we possibly can, understanding what we are undertaking right here, bring our crew back, learn as much we can from the vehicle, set up for Artemis 3 in 2027.
Right. And Administrator, we've actually had a pretty young audience today here, some kids running around the balcony. How do you hope Artemis 2 inspires that next generation?
You know, I talk about this all the time. Like, you know, one of our overarching KPIs that we should always be tracking is the number of people living and working in space. Well, you know what's another strong number 2 on that one? It's the number of kids that are dressing up as astronauts for Halloween, so that they grow up, that they're inspired to want to join in this grand endeavor, whether they come work with us here at NASA or they join in industry, but they're helping humankind venture out farther, pursue all the secrets of the universe.
Yeah, I think we'll see a lot of kids dressed as astronauts this year. And finally, Jared, you've really made it a personal mission to get to know the people behind the work at NASA. Do you have any final thoughts, any final words before today's history-making launch?
Yeah, well, one, I want to express a lot of appreciation. I'll tell you what, the 4 astronauts on top of Artemis II know this. It takes an army to pull a mission together like this, right? Across all 10 of our centers, all of our commercial partners, the international partners that come together to make this possible. My sincere appreciation for everyone who is currently working the mission right now, so getting them ready for launch, that will be watching over them in mission control, recovering this crew when they splash down off the West Coast. I have complete trust and confidence in your abilities. And everybody else who's not directly working on Artemis 2, Artemis 3 is coming up next year. When this mobile launcher gets back in the VAB, we're going to start stacking.
Wow, plenty of excitement ahead of us. Jared Isaacman, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you. Thanks for being here.
Of course. All right. And with that, let's get back to the countdown with NASA's Megan Cruz.
Under 25 minutes and counting from the opening of our 2-hour launch window, and take a look at all these people behind us. I literally, every moment I turn around and I see the clock, I am like, oh, wow. Oh, wow.
There are more people and less time.
Yes, exactly, which is a great problem to have. Yes. Now, this first crewed test flight of NASA's Artemis program coincides with the 250th anniversary of our country's founders signing the Declaration of Independence. Exploration is a part of America's DNA, and it continues now with our return to the moon.
250 years ago, 13 colonies laid the foundation for the greatest and most enduring democracy in the history of the world. One driven by courage, faith, and freedom. From that moment, we became a nation defined not by where we stood, but by how far we were willing to go. We conquered vast frontiers, invented tools that shaped a modern world. We found light in the dark, and we rose from the earth. Faster, higher, farther. We pushed beyond the sky and into the unknown. We carried our courage into the cosmos, and we planted the American flag on the moon, the defining achievement of American superiority in space. Today, our curiosity stretches farther than ever. American robots search ancient rivers on Mars. New telescopes unfold to glimpse the first stars. And a new generation prepares to return to the moon, this time to stay. For 250 years, America has carried the light of humanity forward. But American exceptionalism isn't inherited, it's earned. Our greatness comes not only from what we've done, but what we're still determined to discover. Because in every era, across every horizon, America is at its best when it's reaching for something greater. America celebrates 250 years, and we are leading the world into the future.
"22 minutes, 15 seconds and counting from Artemis II, NASA's boldest test flight in a generation. The crew has said this often, that they hope it inspires children around the world. And recently, a group of kids here at Kennedy Space Center got a surprise of a lifetime while watching that rocket roll to the launch pad. So tell me what color it is.
Did you see it? Okay, so everybody's looking at the rocket because it is kind of cool and impressive. One of the coolest things happening over there right now, though, is it's on top of a giant tractor.
Doesn't all food come in like tubes? It's in these like little plastic bags, and you have to like rehydrate it. Sushi. There's not. I haven't seen sushi in space. It's probably hard to keep that
Directed sushi mashed together.
My favorite part was this one little girl, she had a question. She had patiently held her hand for a long time, and Christina turns to her and says, "Okay, what's your question?" She just goes, "I forgot." It was like, that's a perfect little kid moment. I just love.
Wait, are you my mother's cartoon astronauts?
What? Say that again?
Never mind. It's a little hard to say.
Go Artemis!
These two?
Yeah.
Put it on.
Yeah.
There you go. I like your dabbing astronaut back there.
It's just so fun to see the enthusiasm, the energy, and a little bit of chaos.
3, 2, 1.
Wasn't that so cute?
I love kids and their excitement and, you know, even just being real. Like, I don't remember what I was
I know,
gonna
he
ask.
goes, but I'm glad you're here. Now here we are, Space Center Houston. The crowd has exponentially grown throughout the day. We started showing you live shots from in there probably an hour ago, and now take a look at all the people there getting ready to witness history together. It's something really special to be able to witness something like this together.
Yeah, you know, we've heard from celebrities and officials and kids, and, you know, it's amazing. People from all around the world came here today to Florida to watch, so it's something, it's hard to put into words, just how much support for this mission we're seeing today.
And great news, too. Remember, the team was tracking an issue with the launch abort system battery. They appear to have cleared that issue, so we are go for launch.
Yes, it's exciting.
U.S. Space and Rocket Center here, Huntsville, Alabama, waving to the Artemis II crew sitting right there inside Orion. Inside of 20 minutes from the opening of our launch window, and right now we are targeting the top of that launch window, so we could be launching here in about 19 minutes, Nicole.
Wow, I don't know if I expected this today. I'm excited, and, you know, I'm glad they were able to clear the problem with the battery on the LAS, and everything has gone really smoothly today. It's been great. The weather cleared up. It's a beautiful day for a launch.
And so now, as we are so close to possibly launch now. Just what are your final thoughts as we are about to embark on a mission back to the moon, the first time in more than 50 years?
Yeah, you know, just so proud of the crew and all of the teams here on the ground that made this happen. You know, they are carrying the torch from the Apollo era into the Artemis era. And, you know, as the crew likes to say, they want to be the shoulders that the next
Copy all.
generation.
And let's see, GLS, can you help us with that, please?
They want to be the crew wants to be the shoulders that the next generation can climb on.
001.
You know, I think it's in their patch. We're going for all. It's in the name of their capsule, integrity, representing humility and the professionalism of everyone that got them there today. So proud of them. We love them. We're excited for them. And we cannot wait to see what they see.
Just leveraging everything we've learned so far as an agency, taking us from Apollo now to the launch pad here, 39B, with Orion and SLS poised to again fly us into the history books. And before we leave you now here at the host desk to get back into operations, we just wanted to answer one question for you guys. We asked you earlier on today, what are you most excited for? And we asked you to go vote on Instagram and Twitch. Instagram, you guys said launch. Twitch, you guys said lunar flyby. So I think you guys will all be very excited since we are now about 17 minutes from the opening of our launch window today. And so with that, as we approach terminal count, let's send it back to Daryl Nail in firing room 1. Daryl.
All right, thank you, Megan and Nicole, and just want to give you an update on the launch abort system that you just reported that they cleared. They believe, they're convinced, this is an instrumentation failure. So there are 2 batteries on the LAS. The LAS, of course, and with the help of my 2-year-old son's model rocket, Daniel said I could use this, so it's okay. The LAS is right here. It's the tower above Orion. Orion capsule is inside of here. It's used to pull Orion off the rocket in case the rocket is something's going on with the rocket, either on the pad or in flight. 2 batteries are bad. Well, I'm sorry, one of the 2 batteries reported an out-of-family temperature, and it was very much out of family. And so they checked their data going back into the vehicle assembly building where they recharged the batteries and worked on them. And they have good, solid data, they reported, that tells them that this is an instrumentation failure, that there's something wrong with the sensor.
Hola, hola, pues parece que el micrófono no quiere cooperar conmigo, pero ya estoy de regreso. Y les decía que bueno, estamos ya a los últimos minutos del 16, 15 minutos del lanzamiento. Aparentemente todo va bien, solo se reportó una falla en el sistema de emergencia, pero ya un sensor que ahí andaba mandando malas señales, pero ya está resuelto. Y bueno, se ha estado repitiendo constantemente las biografías de los astronautas, sus logros, por qué fueron elegidos para esta misión. Y obviamente también estuvimos hablando otra vez, escuchando más sobre la arquitectura del sistema, las fases de lanzamiento, y un timeline simplificado de alguna forma sobre lo que va a suceder, ¿no? Cuando lleguemos al segundo 0, cuando digan la fase de conteo regresivo y lleguemos al 0, se van a arrancar los motores y vamos a despegar. Después vendrá la etapa de ascenso y separación de los boosters sólidos, separación de la etapa central del SLS, que es la parte anaranjada que se ve ahí, el encendido de la etapa superior, el ICPS. Va a seguir pasando un tiempo. Vamos a entrar a la inserción en órbita terrestre, de la órbita terrestre baja, que es la LEO. Pasamos a una etapa de verificación de sistemas, los checkouts, y la inyección translunar. Eso es lo que vamos a ver en los siguientes horas. La importancia de esta misión, una vez más, vamos a repetir porque es algo muy importante para nosotros en este tiempo actual que estamos viviendo, en las condiciones geopolíticas en que nos encontramos hoy día. Pues esta misión nos dará acceso sostenido a misiones lunares más sustentables, estaciones orbitales. Todavía no sabemos exactamente qué va a pasar con todo el nuevo programa de exploración espacial de la NASA, pero se sigue contemplando Gateway como una de las estaciones orbitales lunares y obviamente es la antesala para la exploración hacia Marte. Es un paso hacia la creación de una economía cislunar. ¿Qué es cislunar? Todo lo que va a ocurrir entre la Tierra y la Luna. La Luna como destino estratégico. La misión apunta hacia el entorno lunar, no solo la superficie. La futura exploración se centrará... Ay, Dios mío, entran cosas aquí, ruidos. Pero bueno, espero que lo podamos resolver. Bueno, espero que no lo escuchen ustedes. Yo escucho acá un ruido muy constante, pero parece que ya se fue. La Luna como un destino estratégico. Esta misión apunta hacia el entorno lunar, no solo la superficie. El entorno lunar es esto que hablamos de que es cislunar. La futura exploración se centrará en el polo sur lunar, donde hay indicios de hielo de agua. Esa es la razón por la que se va a estar yendo a centrar las misiones al sur. Este hielo lunar podrá convertirse en agua potable, oxígeno y combustible, que es combustible básicamente hecho de hidrógeno y oxígeno, que es crucial para que esta infraestructura se construya de forma eficaz y sostenible. Entonces, claro que habrá desafíos que enfrentar, pero esa es la razón por la que estamos acá. Sí, también por la exploración, por conocer los secretos del cosmos, por educación y muchas razones, pero hoy día la realidad es que está pasando por razones económicas, ¿no? Por razones incluso geopolíticas. ¿Habrá desafíos técnicos del vuelo? Sí. Estarán los astronautas y la nave misma expuesta a radiación cósmica y solar fuera de la magnetosfera terrestre. Habrá un control térmico extremo, cambios de temperatura en el espacio profundo y la comunicación con la Tierra vendrá con un retardo de señal de varios segundos. Entonces, va a haber ahí momentos en que va a haber segundos de desconexión. Y otro desafío va a ser la reentrada, como decíamos hace unos minutos, a la Tierra a velocidades cercanas de 11 kilómetros por segundo. Imagínense, 25,000 millas por hora. Estamos hablando de desafíos fuertes que está enfrentando esta misión, pero bueno, también se probarán sistemas muy importantes para esta misión y para las subsecuentes misiones. Como hablábamos hace rato, esta es una serie de microacciones que se están tomando, pequeñas acciones en el gran esquema de lo que va a ser la exploración lunar. Y se probarán sistemas de control ambiental y soporte vital, la navegación autónoma, los sistemas de comunicación, como decíamos, y obviamente la recolección de datos para futuras misiones de larga duración. O volvemos a repetir, esta es la antesala para irnos a Marte. Otro componente importante, la colaboración internacional. En esta ocasión, la participación de la Canadian Space Agency es por medio del astronauta Jeremy Hansen, la coordinación de agencias como la ESA en sistemas de servicio y soporte, y también se refuerza la cooperación global bajo los acuerdos Artemisa. Estos acuerdos que han firmado una cantidad enorme de países para colaborar en el futuro, donde vamos a entrar en las discusiones quién tiene derecho a aprovechar qué recursos de la Luna, cómo, y que si todos van a ser en beneficio de la humanidad o en beneficio del que el primero llegue. Nos vamos a enfrentar a una serie de cosas que están enmarcadas dentro de estos acuerdos Artemisa de buena voluntad, de los cuales les recomiendo que mañana nos sintonicen a las 7:30 de la noche porque tendremos una charla fantástica con el doctor Gustavo Cabrera, un experto en estos temas, con quien vamos a hablar de esto, ¿no? Ahora que ya estamos logrando acceder, va a ser un éxito esta misión, estamos seguros. ¿Y qué sigue, no? En términos de cómo vamos a distribuir los recursos de la Luna. Esta misión es de alta prioridad para la NASA, ha sido por múltiples años de desarrollo constante y hubo miles de ingenieros involucrados. Cada subsistema ha pasado por 1000 revisiones para garantizar la seguridad de un vuelo, en un vuelo tripulado, que esa es la gran diferencia hoy día, y representa una de las misiones más complejas de la historia reciente de la exploración espacial. Así es que, bueno, nos vienen 10 días. Vamos a dar un número de vueltas alrededor de la Luna, un flyby que le llamamos, que no es una órbita lunar estable, bueno, es distancia máxima mayor que cualquier misión humana anterior, incluyendo las Apolo, por la forma en que está diseñada esta misión. Entonces, es un parteaguas en muchas formas esta misión. Y pues hoy no solo vemos un lanzamiento, vemos el inicio del regreso de la humanidad al espacio. Y esta era conecta esa era de Apolo con la era de Marte. Y estamos como en ese puente intermedio. Y estamos realmente presenciando un paso real también hacia la sostenibilidad de las misiones que van a hacer que vivamos realmente fuera de la Tierra. Aquello que se decía que era muy lejano, que no iba a pasar ahorita. Nosotros en Spaceport MX llevamos ya 6 años haciendo actividades que tienen que ver con el desarrollo, diseño y competencias. Hemos participado en competencias de diseño de hábitats espaciales y en algún momento se decía que esto no iba a pasar, que porque estábamos proyectando las mentes de los jóvenes hacia un futuro irreal y hoy día es real. Y esta es la antesala de ese momento donde vamos a empezar a vislumbrar la habitabilidad de los humanos fuera de la Tierra. Ay, yo solo les pido que le echen un ojo al nuevo programa de NASA donde contempla estas 3 fases y estamos hablando que 2028 hará un cambio fantástico en esta era y también habrá permanencia de humanos fuera de la Tierra, especialmente en la Luna. Y bueno, pues hay un momento cuando se ve la Tierra desde el espacio en el que todo cambia en escala, como lo habíamos dicho, ¿no? Hoy día estamos en estos 10 días que vienen donde vamos a volver a ver esas imágenes, porque ahora hay un componente de nuestra era moderna. Ahora todo se va a transmitir en vivo, en cámaras de súper alta definición. Entonces, ese es otro componente de nuestra era. Estamos ahora enfrentando también, bueno, no enfrentando, disfrutando de una era donde podemos ver en tiempo real lo que está pasando en cualquier parte del mundo y que creen en cualquier parte del espacio, porque ahora tenemos también capacidad de transmitir en tiempo real lo que está haciendo, bueno, con nuestros segundos de latencia que va a tener la comunicación, ¿verdad? Pero todo esto va a ocurrir en estos días y vamos a permitirnos ser parte de la historia, ser parte de este momento en el que regresamos con esta misión Artemisa II. No solo a la exploración del universo, sino a la permanencia en la habitabilidad de humanos en el espacio. Y bueno, pues estamos ya más cerca del momento del despegue, ya estamos a 10 minutos y se ha parado el conteo, lo acabo de ver. Vamos a ver qué está pasando y ahorita nos volvemos a conectar, ¿vale? Porque veo que el conteo ha parado en 10. Vamos a ver qué está pasando y les volvemos a conectar.
Good Air West Charlie PLT.
Thank you, Charlie. This is Victor. We are going for our families.
MS1.
This is Christina. We are going for our teammates.
MS2.
This is Jeremy. We are going for all humanity.
All right, Charlie, your Artemis II crew is go for launch. Full send.
I copy that. Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy. On this historic mission, you take with you the heart of this Artemis team, the daring spirit of the American people and our partners across the globe, and the hopes and dreams of a new generation. Good luck. Godspeed, Artemis II. Let's go. And into the launch director.
Go ahead, Launch Director.
Yes, sir. You have a go to proceed with countdown.
Copy that. I'll put it in work. CDR, NTD.
Go.
Your risers and initiate short purge per your EPROC 10.1.1, steps 8 and 9.
10.1.1, 8 and 9 going to work.
Copy. CVSE NTD, start and verify recordings of our Orion cameras.
Copy. Okay. Well, there you heard it.
RSR NTD.
RSR. They're getting ready to start terminal count.
arm rotation enable at this time, please.
It's currently at T-minus 10 minutes. Once we wrap up this last bit of work,
SNA arm rotation enable complete.
We're going to start that clock.
Copy that. Thank you.
Integrity crew, close and lock visors.
You heard an issue, worked in real time with telemetry lock on the Orion. It was transitory. It was very short. They checked the data, confirmed that they had a good lock. This was with the S-band transmitter on the Orion. Worked through that issue, looked at the data, and cleared it. All with the world watching. Impressive work by the launch team. So we have a 2-hour window which starts in just a few minutes at 6:24 p.m. Eastern Time and goes until 8:24 p.m. Eastern Time.
And ECL NTD will be waiting for your verification on the short purge.
ECL copies.
And for all personnel, once we get that short purge verification, we'll verify that we are clear to go, and then we'll proceed with the terminal count. ECL time estimate?
About a minute.
Copy.
So we're going into the launch window, but not by much, it looks like. Just wrapping up some final work. And once that's completed, you'll hear NASA Test Director Jeff Spaulding ask for the ground launch sequencer operator to go ahead and start the clock. The ground launch sequencer is an application software. It runs on top of the launch control system in the firing room, acts like a conductor of an orchestra, executing hundreds of commands in precise order and timing. It's all autonomous.
NTD CCL 212, short purge initiation is verified.
All right, copy that, and we're verifying our constraints. All right, and we're clear from cutouts. And with that, we're going to resume the clock momentarily. And CGLS, you can resume the clock on your mark.
GLS copies. 3, 2, 1, mark. GLS mainline has been initiated.
T-minus 10 minutes and counting.
And that begins terminal count. Our new T0 is 6:35 p.m. Eastern Time. 6:35 p.m. Eastern Time. We are now counting down to liftoff of Artemis II. From now on, you're going to hear two voices on the loops. If everything goes nominally, NASA Test Director Jeff Spaulding, who's directly managing the launch team, and Alex Bendelos, the GLS operator who closely monitors the software. He has the ability to stop and restart the countdown. A lot of people ask about whether there's a launch button. There certainly is not.
Flight and rock. Our new T0 is 22, 35, 12.
Houston flight copies. 22.
Affirm.
There you heard confirmation of the exact T0, 6:35 and 12 seconds p.m. Eastern Time. Again, our T0 is 6:35 and 12 seconds p.m. Eastern Time. But as I was saying, there's no launch button. This is autonomous. But there is a button that keeps you from launching, and that button allows the GLS operator to pause the countdown outside of terminal count and during terminal count and submit a hold to the next holding point. So the clock won't stop right away. If there's an issue, we'll go to the next stable holding point. This is how GLS configures the rocket and ground systems to a stable point where they can stop the countdown if that's needed. But right now, we are counting down. Our next big milestone, looking to retract the crew access arm.
GLS is go for crew access arm retract.
And there you see the crew access arm moving away. That's the path that the astronauts took to ingress into the rocket. Until this point, that was their way off the pad if they needed to evacuate. But now with that arm retracting, the backup transitions to a launch abort system. And they'll begin arming that shortly. Of course, the launch abort system, great shot there of the crew access arm retracting away.
¡Ay, ay, ay! ¡Qué emoción! Estamos a 7 minutos y acabamos de ver cómo el brazo de acceso de la tripulación ya fue removido. Y eso significa que ya ahorita ya no hay manera de salir. Pero todo apunta a que está muy bien. Se reinició el conteo. A las 6:19 se suspendió el conteo en T-10. Y bueno, todo para asegurar que todo estuviera en orden. No, parece que no ocurría nada grave. Y ahora pues ya estamos de regreso. Y vamos a entrar rápidamente con Dirceo, nuestro amigo de la comunidad de Silicon Valley de Monterrey, de Nuevo León, que también va a platicar un ratito con nosotros, tal vez un minuto, porque andamos acá ya listos para el despegue. Si no se detiene el conteo en cualquier momento, vamos a tener lo de invitado. Pero bueno, estamos presenciando ya en los últimos minutos de esta transmisión, de este momento tan emocionante. Y bueno, hay muchas personas ya viendo. Veíamos hace ratito en la transmisión también ingenieros de JPL, del Kennedy Space Center, miles de personas que son parte de esta misión y que pues gracias a ellos se ha logrado llegar a este punto, ¿no? Y bueno, pues nos vienen todavía unos minutos de angustia, de espera, y vamos a estar al pendiente para seguir dándoles más información. Todo parece ahorita estar bien. no hay mayor problema en lo que nos deparan los siguientes minutos aparentemente. Esperemos que ya no haya otra, o no se vuelva a detener el reloj y que sigamos aquí viendo, ¿no? Cómo todo va perfectamente. Y bueno, seguimos viendo, ahí dice que están verificando con el comandante de la misión por el Go for FTS ARM, y están terminando de ajustar el sistema de vuelo. Así es que estamos esperando acá. Bueno, pues sigue el conteo sin problema y ya estamos muy cerca. Vamos a suspender al minuto 1, yo creo, nuestra plática para darles la oportunidad de vivir este último minuto de tanta emoción y el conteo siempre es pues muy simbólico, ¿no? Nos engancha con esta sensación de que algo fantástico va a ocurrir y sí está pasando, ¿no? Seguimos viendo que todo está en orden. Bueno, pues ahí está el SLS, qué belleza, ¿no? Este cohete que es una mezcla de innovación y diseño, combina tecnología heredada, también los RS-25, con nuevos de la época de los Shuttles, ¿no? Con nuevos sistemas desarrollados para Artemis. Está diseñado para ser modular y escalable, por eso hay un Block 1, Block 1B, Block 2. Y pues ahora combinado con sistemas de aviónica digital moderna y control automatizado, pues esperan muchas cosas de este cohete. Y aquí dice que siguen haciendo acciones con propelante, una válvula, y sigue todo aparentemente en orden, sigue el conteo sin suspenderse. Y bueno, recordemos, Artemis II, primera misión tripulada, lo que estamos viviendo hoy, forma parte de un programa, el programa Artemisa, que con su primera etapa en Artemis I fue una prueba sin tripulación. Hoy estamos viviendo Artemis II, primera misión tripulada, y viene Artemis III y posteriores, ¿no? Que ya van a marcar el regreso, el retorno del humano a la Luna. Ay, ahí están ya las máquinas. Ay, ay, ay. Ahí están, ahí dice, ¿no? Que nos están diciendo otra vez que 3 de ellas son herencia de los programas de los shuttles, que cuando se construían por partes. Ahí está, se están probando cómo se están moviendo. Y pues sí, la importancia técnica también es uno de los cohetes más potentes jamás construidos, junto con el Saturno V y la Starship, que ahora está en pruebas, ¿no? Pero este está ya listo para volar. Diseñado para espacio profundo, que es la gran diferencia con los que vemos todos los días, casi, ya cada tercer día, salir de SpaceX, ¿no? Y capaz de transportar humanos y cargas a la Luna en una sola misión integrada. Esas son las diferencias. Estamos a 1 minuto 46 segundos. ¡Ay, qué emoción! Y bueno, dice que todo va bien. Vamos a ver. 248,000 millas de aquí a la Luna y estamos a 10 días de distancia. Bueno, 6 días en llegar y luego volver. Y bueno, hay una etapa central donde van las computadoras de vuelo que ya está encendida. Y bueno, pues estamos a 1 minuto y aquí ya los voy a dejar. Y les voy a decir que es impresionante lo que estamos viendo, que es histórico y que estamos juntos presenciándolo y eso es algo que nos llena de alegría y que esperemos compartir más adelante las experiencias porque aquí todo va a cambiar. Nos vemos después del lanzamiento, parece que todo va bien. Ahorita nos vemos.
Go for ALS. Great call out. The rocket is on its own. 4 brave explorers ready to ride the most powerful rocket. NASA has ever launched. Sound suppression water is flowing.
15.
And here we go. 10, 9, 8, 7. RS-25 engines lit. 4, 3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. And liftoff. The crew of Artemis II now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Good roll pitch.
Roger, roll pitch.
Houston now controlling the flight of Integrity on the Artemis II mission around the moon.
Integrity, AMT high.
AMT high.
On time, passing 30 seconds into the flights. Integrity passes the alternate MECO. Target milestone. Mission Control Houston seeing good performance on the 4 main engines. Space Launch System core stage. Integrity, 3 miles in altitude. Traveling more than 1,200 miles per hour. Mission elapsed time, passing 1 minute, approaching max Q.
On, Ponce de Leon.
Stan, we have you loud and clear on Ponce de Leon.
Have you the same?
Communication signal transfer confirmed as Integrity and its crew go supersonic. Approaching 90 seconds into the Artemis II mission. Integrity is 14 miles in altitude, 8 miles downrange, traveling more than 2,600 miles per hour. Minute 50 seconds of mission elapsed time, standing by for main engine throttle down to 85%, ahead of solid rocket booster separation, expected at the 2-minute 9-second mark. We see throttle down. Confirmed separation. Main engine's throttling up, guidance converged.
Integrity, guidance converged, performance nominal, upper stage RCS ready.
Copy all, Stan.
Integrity, SM priming complete.
SM priming complete.
2 minutes 45 seconds of mission elapsed time into the Artemis II mission. Thrusters on Integrity and upper stage confirmed in a ready state, ahead of service module fairing separation. 3 minutes into the flight. Integrity, 49 miles in altitude, 78 miles downrange, now passing 5,000 miles per hour. Standing by for launch abort system jettison.
Houston Integrity, good last jettison, great view.
Copy jettison, Team Eco 8+02.
We see the same on board, Stan.
And Houston has you loud and clear on TDRS at the Kármán line.
Outstanding, Stan, we have you the same.
3 minutes 50 seconds into the flight of Artemis II, Wiseman, Glover, Cook, and Hansen cross the boundary to space with good comm checks. GPS signals acquired after last jettison now working on internal checks to verify accuracy. Flight Dynamics Officer analyzed the time of main engine cutoff, confirmed at 8 minutes 2 seconds, time of MECO.
Integrity, GPS processing.
Outstanding, Stan. We see the same, and we have a beautiful moonrise. We're headed right at it.
Approaching 5 minutes into the flight, Commander Reed Wiseman confirms he has visuals of his destination. GPS guidance, navigation, and control software finishes internal checks and sends to navigation channels.
Integrity, 3 engine press.
3 engine press.
On time, now passing 5 minutes 20 seconds of mission elapsed time into the Artemis II mission. At this point, 3 good main engines are all that's needed to carry Integrity to a nominal main engine cutoff target. Though at this time, we're seeing 4 good engines here in Mission Control Houston. Integrity, 75 miles in altitude, 330 miles downrange, approaching 10,000 miles per hour.
Integrity, looking good at 6 minutes.
Same on board, Stan.
Good trajectory and engine performance. Booster officer will soon report the shutdown plan to Flight Director Judd Friedling, expected at the 7-minute mark. Integrity, 78 miles in altitude, 460 miles downrange.
Integrity, expect nominal shutdown.
Integrity copies nominal shutdown.
Six minutes 40 seconds of mission elapsed time. Shutdown plan is as expected. Again, the time of MECO was confirmed at 8 minutes 2 seconds into the flight. Seven minutes of mission elapsed time. Throttling down as we approach the abort once around option. Milestone at the 7-minute 30-second mark. Now 84 miles in altitude, 650 miles downrange, traveling more than 15,000 miles per hour.
Integrity, AOA open.
AOA open.
The window is now open for an abort once around option that would target splashdown in the Pacific Ocean. Still following nominal ascent at this time. About 10 seconds remaining until the main engine cutoff of the Space Launch System core stage. Standing by for confirmation of MECO and core stage separation.
Integrity, nominal MECO, core stage separated.
We see the same on board, Stan.
Eight minutes 40 seconds into the flight, we have a nominal main engine cutoff heading in the right trajectory on the way to swing around the moon. Core stage has separated, done its job. The Space Launch System upper stage, the interim cryogenic propulsion stage, or ICPS, still attached to the Orion spacecraft. Nine minutes of mission elapsed time. Integrity crew of Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen now in orbit around the Earth at the beginning of their journey to the moon.
Integrity Houston, looking ahead to PRM numbers so far per the pad.
Copy that, Stan. Numbers for the pad.
Capcom Stan Loves Now reminding the crew that the perigee raise maneuver time of ignition is as expected prior to booster ignition. That time being 49 minutes, 50 seconds of mission elapsed time.
Integrity, good. Neds deploy.
Copy that, Stan. Good, Neds.
And Integrity Houston for PWD setup. Just a reminder, halfway open on the secondary.
We copy that, Stan. Halfway open.
Passing 11 minutes of mission elapsed time. Here, overhearing the conversation between Capcom Stan Love and Commander Reed Wiseman, already passing some milestones. We have a good nozzle extension deployment system. That is confirmed. Complete. We also have the visors are confirmed up. Now past the dynamic phase of flight, that is ascent. Their launch and entry suits that provided them an extra layer of protection. Now not as needed. They're going to raise those visors. And later in today's mission, they will begin to egress or get out of the suits to begin some of their initial tasks of activating some of the systems aboard in the Integrity spacecraft. It's passing 12 minutes of mission elapsed time. Again, the perigee raise maneuver that's targeted near 50 minutes of mission elapsed time, 49 minutes, 50 seconds. That's what the crew is going to be working towards. The Commander Reed Wiseman, pilot Victor Glover will focus on preparing for that milestone. In the meantime, mission
por 2 años, imaginándome a Reed, Cristina, Victor y Jeremy viendo por la ventana cuando están alrededor de la luna con unas sonrisas muy grandes, tomando muchas imágenes y fotos. Pero la verdad, esto lo que me entusiasma más es que metas como estas que son grandes llegan a equipos a trabajar juntos y hacer grandes hazañas, y ojalá que estos eventos inspiren a niños y niñas en un futuro a convertirse en astronautas, ingenieros, físicos, geólogos, porque ellos son la siguiente generación que necesitamos para seguir explorando el espacio.
Muy bien, así que a los niños y niñas que nos estén mirando, un mensaje muy importante de Luis. Y esto concluye nuestra cobertura de lanzamiento en español de la misión Artemis II. La cobertura sigue en inglés en nuestra aplicación NASA Plus. Para seguir las principales actualizaciones en español sobre la misión, pueden ingresar a nuestra web
Earth orbit around the Earth before engines are fired to get us around the moon. We'll keep tabs on Integrity and its crew from here in Mission Control Houston. But for now, we're going to send it back to you, Megan and Nicole at the Kennedy Space Center. Very jealous to hear how the launch experience was over on the Space Coast.
Yeah, Gary, if people are just joining us, welcome back to the Space Coast, where we just saw Artemis II lift off 14 minutes ago. And wow, what an amazing launch and an emotional one.
Hola, hola, ¿cómo están? Qué emoción y qué gusto estar y ser parte de esta historia tan maravillosa. ha sido muy emocionante ver todo el proceso de preparación, meses, años que hemos estado siguiendo la misión y llegar a este momento en el que se vuelve realidad y esos segundos cuando arrancan los motores y todo lo que inspira en nosotros es fantástico. Es fantástico y lo que esperamos desde aquí con esta transmisión, pues es que niños, jóvenes, adultos, se inspiren con las cosas maravillosas que podemos hacer como humanidad, cosas positivas, cosas de educación, cosas en las que aprendemos, pero también que ojalá muchos niños desarrollen vocaciones científicas, porque hoy día, más que nunca, el espacio es para todos. Viene una era donde se van a acelerar muchos procesos económicos basados en la industria del espacio. Viene una nueva era donde la economía, la educación, el progreso va a ser regido por esta industria y también van a haber cosas negativas que vienen pegadas con todo. Así que necesitamos más jóvenes, más niños con valores, con sentido de pertenencia, con sentido de familia, con sentido de país, con sentido de futuro, con propósito y con misión. Así es que nosotros debemos tomar esos lugares y ojalá que este día sea un día de inspiración para muchos niños y niñas que hoy día ven esto. Y bueno, pues como todo, siempre hay amigos. Hola, Dir, ¿cómo estás?
Ya.
¿Dónde andas, amigo?
Muy bien, ando cerquita de la frontera.
Muy
a
bien.
ver si veo aquí pasar la nave espacial. Tengo aquí ya preparado acá fui por un rancho y agarré un de esos para agarrar hacia los caballos, a ver si lo alcanzo a llegar hasta allá, irme de vaquero galáctico hasta la luna, a ver hasta dónde llegamos. Aquí andamos, amiga, muchísimas gracias, qué emoción,
Qué emoción, ¿no?
¿Cómo estás? ¿Cómo se siente?
Pues se siente como una espera larga y que al final cierra con un broche de oro. Al menos hasta donde vamos ahorita, vamos muy bien. Pasamos ya la etapa MECO y estamos entrando en la parte MECO es el Main Engine Cutoff, cuando se corta la maquinaria, los motores principales. Estamos entrando, ya están los astronautas en el espacio y bueno, pues, vienen momentos, en 17 minutos, ¿no? ¿Cómo han pasado solo 17 minutos 35 segundos? Y hemos hecho, ya están en el espacio, ¿no? Entonces, es inspirador, mueve muchas cosas y sí sabemos lo que se siente cuando estamos aquí viendo un Starship, ¿no? Que todo
Sí.
lo que representa. Pues ahora ver esto que es tan simbólico, pues nos llena de orgullo y de mucho gusto, Dir, porque buscamos que muchos jóvenes, niños, incluso adultos, que estamos en Latinoamérica, no lo veamos tan lejano, lo escuchemos en nuestro idioma, lo entendamos en español y nos motive a estudiar más carreras STEM, aproximarnos a la industria del espacio, porque ahora sí ya no es ciencia ficción. ¿Cómo ves?
Así es, pues aquí estamos para auguriar lo mejor para esta gran misión, como dices tú, que se esperó por mucho. Vamos a desearles que les vaya muy bien, que sea algo histórico. Que les vaya muy bien, la verdad.
Godspeed, Artemis II.
Allá van y allá estaremos. Y creo que quisiera retomar algo de lo que has comentado con lo de las infancias, ¿ok? A lo mejor a nosotros nos tocó la era de verlo como ciencia ficción y tal vez como algo inaudito o algo posiblemente inalcanzable, ¿no? Entonces, conforme ha pasado el tiempo y la evolución tecnológica, lo estamos viendo cada vez más cerca, cada vez más constante. Y cerca me refiero a que lo tenemos a kilómetros, amiga. Tú sabes que tenemos a kilómetros una estación espacial nueva, donde hemos ido, donde están en pruebas para los siguientes pasos que ya estamos en preparación, ¿ok? Entonces, el que la humanidad regrese con este entusiasmo ¿ok? Que a lo mejor a muchas personas no nos tocó vivir a lo mejor por los 60s, en esta euforia por ir al espacio y que se consiguió como una hazaña, ¿ok? Y que ahora en esta reintegración de la humanidad en una nueva historia espacial, porque es una nueva historia, así como el humano está teniendo una nueva historia, como cada quien nos está tocando tener una nueva historia, sobre todo después de estos ciclos pospandémicos y estas reestructuras, es algo muy impresionante y que estamos cada vez más cerca.
Así es, más cerca. Y qué fortuna, ¿no? Qué fortuna haber nacido aquí y ahora en este tiempo y pues ser parte de la historia. Y pues nos vienen las siguientes misiones Artemis 3 en adelante, ya con salidas sostenidas, con manejo de carga útil para construcción de infraestructura en el espacio. Y pues acá tratamos de recalcar mucho los porqués, ¿no? Porque todo el mundo pregunta por qué, para qué gastar, ¿no? Y hoy sabemos que las economías pues se rigen más bien el mundo se rige por economías. Viene una era dorada para la industria espacial que no va a ser fácil. Esperemos que superemos los problemas del pasado y que no los repitamos. Pero si no, estamos para desear lo mejor para
Oye,
siguientes generaciones.
qué buen punto acabas de decir. Oye, venimos de un planeta Tierra, estamos saliendo de un planeta Tierra consumidor, consumista, progresista, etcétera, lo que tú quieras. ¿Qué tanto de esto vamos a migrar y qué tanto vamos a no poder evitar migrar y qué sí vamos a poder migrar? Me refiero, por ejemplo, ¿crees que podamos evitar este consumismo rapaz, estos intercambios económicos que hay a través de eso? ¿Crees que podamos superar algunos de estos inconvenientes, que podamos liberar al espacio, a la Luna o a planeta Marte de evitar llevar armas, por ejemplo, llevar monedas, llevar oro? O sea, algo en donde las nuevas generaciones realmente estén, no sé cómo decirlas, más protegidas o aseguradas de las generaciones que por tanto tiempo han ingerido y han mal ingerido a otras muchas generaciones y muchas de las personas que estamos vivos ahorita.
Pues yo elijo creer que sí, Dir, porque por eso es la razón por la que estamos acá, para crear una conciencia. Hoy día es más que nada realista, una conciencia interplanetaria, donde podamos como seres humanos buscar lo mejor de nosotros mismos, educar a las nuevas generaciones desde estos principios de respeto a la vida, vivir frugalmente con la menor parte de recursos, que dices es muy importante porque la industria del espacio es la industria donde se tiene que optimizar la mayor parte, de más forma eficiente los recursos. Entonces es una gran oportunidad para aprender que por necesidad no podemos llevarnos al espacio porque es carísima subir 1 kilogramo de cualquier cosa al espacio. Entonces tenemos que aprender a optimizar. Entonces yo sí elijo creer que sí. Por eso trabajamos con las infancias, trabajamos con las nuevas generaciones, también con los adultos, para que no se opongan al cambio, pero que sí abracemos todos juntos un futuro más justo. Y bueno, pues en medio de esta emoción ahorita, ¿qué te puedo decir, querido Dir?
Sí, Katy, oye,
creo.
claro, se siente, le comentaba, bueno, antes de pasar algo, quisiera agradecer al equipo Spaceport, MX, híjole, que se han portado de maravilla siempre, Paola, Oscar, Katy, hasta la cantina que también es parte de, se han portado muy bien, y aquí estamos, pero sé que contribuimos también para las nuevas generaciones, ¿ok? Como gracias a ustedes hemos tenido la oportunidad de ser propuestos para ir con niñas a hablarles de estos temas, de tecnología, pero ustedes, como comunidad, como personas, llevan tiempo haciéndolo, Katy, ¿ok? Y muy específicamente con la niñez o la juventud. Me gustaría hacer un poquito de justicia a lo que han hecho, cuánto tiempo lo han hecho, cómo has visto, qué resultados has visto en las personas, en los papás de estas personas.
Oye, pues gracias por hacer hincapié en esto, porque es algo que a veces se nos olvida comentar, pero a través de nuestra admiración y nuestro amor por el primero, por el conocimiento, segundo, por todo lo relacionado con el espacio y las ciencias, del espacio, hemos acercado el otro día platicábamos Pau y Óscar y yo, a más de 12,000 estudiantes jóvenes a través de los concursos de cuentos, los talleres, las presentaciones de la valija de microcuentos para explorar el espacio.
Eso no sabía.
Tenemos teatro, tenemos, literatura, tenemos arte y cultura dentro de los temas, científicos. También tenemos los torneos de diseño de hábitats en el espacio, que hemos hecho por muchos años en colaboración con Aerospace Competitions y Expanding Frontiers. Estamos trabajando con adultos, colaborando como mentores o apoyándolos en realizar, proyectos de innovación con tecnologías del espacio o para el espacio, arriba y abajo, downstream and upstream. Y bueno, las charlas cuyo propósito tienen el visibilizar a los actores que están invirtiendo tiempo, esfuerzo y a veces dinero en hacer, de la industria espacial en México un sector productivo, eficiente y que vamos todos en este camino, ¿no? Entonces, qué bonito haber hecho comunidad. Gracias a eso también te conocemos a ti, querido Dir, y a muchos más que estamos caminando en la misma dirección y que, bueno, pues juntos vamos mejor, ¿no? Por eso siempre decimos comunidad Space por MX, no somos solos, somos toda la comunidad y muchos que han dicho que sí, obviamente el gran equipo creativo que está detrás de nosotros, Pau, Óscar, siempre, yendo un paso adelante. Entonces, la verdad, querido Dir, es que ha sido un viaje fantástico, muy divertido, muy estresante a veces, muchas veces con mucha angustia e incertidumbre, pero aquí estamos, mira, ya podemos decir que llevamos 6
Aquí
años
estamos.
y no hemos muerto.
Estamos vivos
Estamos
y
vivos.
estamos en vivo a darle y a seguirle, porque hay mucho espacio por delante, hay muchas historias por delante. Katy, me encantaría seguir explorando tantas cosas, aprovechar este momento histórico en el que vuelvo a agradecer la invitación, la participación. Es un gusto compartir, como lo es hacer comunidad, como lo hemos hecho ya tanto en el Festival del Futuro, en la comunidad de Silicon Valley, para hablar de esto. Nos ha tocado reunirnos también, hablar de las pruebas espaciales que ha habido ahí en SpaceX, en Boca Chica, Texas, en las charlas, en todo. Aquí estamos y creo que hay mucho y creo que nos toca contribuir. Nos toca contribuir a nuestra generación y a las siguientes generaciones. Yo estoy insistiendo mucho en procurar a las siguientes 7 generaciones, ¿ok? De librarlos a lo mejor de lo que nos ha tocado a nosotros. Y esto recaigo en una reflexión. Si venimos pasando, por ejemplo, que lo comentabas ahorita de que en el tema aeroespacial se tienen que eficientizar y precificar los recursos, los tiempos, toda esta parte, ¿ok? Entonces, en este análisis, recuerdo que muchas veces, o sea, la humanidad, para ser ahí socialmente dirigida, hemos pasado por entidades de imperios, ¿ok? Llegamos a los reinados y luego a las religiones y luego los gobiernos, que fue como que lo último en lo que nos quedamos. Y ahorita estamos transitando a una era que se está denominando como la era tecnócrata,
Así es.
en donde muy pocas empresas o muy pocas personas ya muy visibles, ¿ok? Si quieres, después de, antes de Elon Musk, o sea, Steve Jobs, Bill Gates, pero posterior a Steve Jobs no habíamos visto hasta un Elon Musk. Venimos con Sam Altman, ahora el de Anthropic, ¿ok? Que sus decisiones ingieren al nivel o más que los influencers del mundo que traen como el presidente de Estados Unidos, ¿ok? Pero ahora estas personas y sus empresas, por lo que pueden hacer, estamos llegando a un nivel de injerencia que no conocíamos como humanidad o como especie, ¿ok? Y por ejemplo, yo me quedo pensando cómo, por ejemplo, esas personas o las personas que nos ha tocado trabajar en compañías grandes, globales, tipo unicornio, sabemos cómo está el tema de la logística, de las metodologías ágiles, de cómo trabajar, de cómo eficientizar recursos, tal. Entonces, son unas prácticas que no se ven, por ejemplo, en otras empresas no tan adaptadas o que están al punto, y que tampoco vemos en gobiernos, ¿ok? Entonces, estos tecnócratas que tienen más experiencia en administrar recursos, personas a gran escala, productos, trascendencia, ¿ok? Podrán ser quienes resulten los nuevos mandamases después de esta era terrestre. ¿O crees que en Marte podría existir un nuevo bloque post-tecnócratas, más espaciales, más
Pues
humanos, más conscientes?
mira, ya poniéndonos en estas filosofías, economías del futuro, pues desde el año 2000 venimos acariciando esta definición de la era del antropoceno, ¿no? El ser humano modificando con un impacto significativo nuestro ecosistema, el clima, la geología de la Tierra. Y espero yo que sea para un acto de conciencia el que nos reconozcamos como un individuo, como seres, como organismos que afectan su entorno para bien y para mal, y que nos hagamos cargo en cuanto a temas de cambio climático, acumulación de plásticos.
Reducción de, claro.
Entonces, mira, Dir, tenemos mucho por hacer como humanidad para ser responsables socialmente en esta era del antropoceno, reconociendo este momento histórico. Y bueno, espero que eso se traslade a futuras generaciones en el espacio. Viene una etapa interesante para lograr la permanencia constante de humanos fuera de la Tierra. Y bueno, esperamos seguir platicando contigo, querido Dear. Muchas gracias por estar aquí. Es un gusto, como siempre, conversar, pero tenemos que tener una charla específica para hablar de esto porque da para más.
Hay muchísimo para hablar, y creo que gracias por dar la oportunidad, a abrir esos espacios a las personas, a la comunidad, por hacer este esfuerzo, Katy, de estar un día aquí siguiendo una transmisión, transmitiendo en vivo, compartiendo con nuestras comunidades. Es algo muy loable, es algo muy bonito, y gracias por hacerlo, gracias por inspirar, y que todo esto quede aquí resguardado para estas próximas voces, que también tengan este aliciente de que se puede, y que ya estamos llegando y que vamos a estar. Y así que, pues, vamos a darle, seguimos en el espacio.
A dar lo mejor de nosotros mismos cada día en cada cosa, querido Dir. Y muchas gracias por estar con nosotros. Te mando un abrazo muy grandote desde acá, donde quiera que estés. Y pronto nos vemos para una charla para platicar de esto, estoy segura.
Así será. Quiero saludar, Katy, a mi familia.
Sí, claro.
Mi mamá, que me regaló recientemente
mira qué bonito, astronauta
gran
latina.
bonito obsequio con mi nombre, ¿ok? Como recordando que cuando desde niño uno se acerca a los aires, al espacio, y vive con esta ilusión. Ahora me gustaría que alguien en mi familia, descendencia o alguien pudiera llegar al espacio. Si no es uno, que sea alguien de la familia, sería algo fantástico. Saludos a mi hermana, que me mandó su foto de que mandó su nombre a la luna. Entonces, sí, por allá va. Cherlyn, hermana Cherleste, gracias. Qué bueno, me dio mucho gusto leerte. Saludos. Y gracias por esta oportunidad de nuevo, por hacer historia, por compartir historia, Katy, que esto no se nos va a olvidar.
No, estamos siendo parte de un momento, un parteaguas en la historia de la humanidad, y nosotros lo estamos viviendo. Qué mejor que lo podamos conversar entre amigos. Gracias, querido Dir, te mando.
Gracias, nos vemos en la Tierra y en el espacio.
Nos vemos muy pronto. Gracias. Bueno, pues estamos ya siguiendo acá en la trayectoria de Orion, y dice que ahora se ha desplegado el sistema de alas de paneles solares, se ha abierto para entrar en algún momento a la fase de maniobra de perigee. Vamos a estar atentos a esto, pero tenemos aquí a Alejandra Estela, a ver si ya, eso, ya está mi Ale. Hola, Ale, ¿cómo estás? Se logró, como dispusiste, se logró. Creo que tienes apagado tu mic.
Ya. Hola, ¿qué tal? Buenas tardes.
Hola,
Pues,
Ale.
Pues, ¿qué te digo? Estoy súper emocionada, muy bien, pero estoy así, todavía no salgo del shock.
Yo también ya pasé
Sí.
por el quiero llorar, pero no lloré.
No, yo sí lloré. Yo confieso que sí lloré porque le venía en el coche, pero no venía manejando, eso fue lo bueno. Así que podía venir viendo toda la transmisión, y le decía a mi hija, le digo, imagínate, si cuando estás en el cine y ves una escena de estas, del despegue de una nave, te emociona, ahora que sabes que es real y que van seres humanos reales ahí en la nave, pues, ¿cómo no te va a llenar de emoción? Sí, en ese momento sí se me salió la lagrimita porque la verdad sí me conmovió el momento. ¿Y tú
Sí,
qué tal?
muchas personas no pueden comprender por qué nos pasa eso, querida Ale, pero es que es increíble lo que estamos presenciando.
Sí. Así es un momento histórico.
Sí, mucha
Yo me
cultura.
acuerdo de cuando mi mamá me cuenta, ¿no? Que estuvieron viendo la transmisión del 69, ¿no? Vi pues que estaban reunidos alrededor de la televisión para ver pues ese hecho, ¿no? Tan importante. Y como dices tú, o sea, no entiendes cómo muchas personas tal vez no pueden sentir lo mismo. Pero lo que pasa es que a los que nos gusta este tema del espacio o sea, y de la ciencia, como que entendemos, ¿no? Que es como dijo en aquel tiempo Neil Armstrong, ¿no? Que fue el que lo dijo, que era un gran paso para la humanidad. Es lo mismo ahorita. Aunque tenemos más tecnología y todo, pero sabemos todo el esfuerzo que conlleva poder llevar una nave de estas magnitudes al espacio. No es fácil, por eso no se había vuelto a hacer. No, bueno, y por otras razones también, ¿no? Porque tal vez no había tanto interés en volver a gastar tanto y desarrollar tanta tecnología, ¿no? Para volver a llevar al hombre al espacio. Pero sí, es una proeza enorme, aún con todo lo que tenemos. Es un trabajo de muchas personas, de mucho tiempo, desarrollar todo este proyecto para que hoy se vea pues culminada esta otra fase, ¿no? Porque pues todavía está la más importante, ¿no? De cuando ya llegue el humano a la luna.
Y lo que nos espera, querida Ale, pero ahora sí es cierto, o sea, yo pienso que uno de los impactos psicológicos más grandes que tiene este evento es que estamos de vuelta después de más de 50 años, o sea, nuestra psique no estaba el plan, no sabíamos qué iba a pasar, lo estamos viendo ahorita y de aquí se van a detonar un sinnúmero de actividades que van a terminar desarrollando la economía cislunar, lo que para nosotros parecía fantasioso hace 5 años. Hoy día, con el éxito de estas misiones, pues se va a demostrar que puede ser sostenible. También se demuestra que cada dinero que se invierte en la ciencia, en la tecnología, en la educación, y obviamente que aquí hay intereses comerciales y empresariales, no lo podemos negar, pero tiene un impacto también en el conocimiento del ser humano, en su entorno y su función en el universo.
Sí, totalmente.
También para reconocernos nosotros mismos como actores y que por eso vale mucho la pena estudiar carreras STEM y que no le tengamos miedo a la física y a las matemáticas, porque son herramientas para conocer el universo, lo que nos rodea, pero también nos van a ayudar en el futuro a tener prosperidad. Entonces,
Claro, de hecho, mucha de la tecnología que tenemos hoy día, o sea, se ha desprendido de de estos viajes espaciales, ¿no? El GPS, esto que nos podemos estar comunicando, a distancia, todo eso se desarrolló a partir de las misiones espaciales, ¿no? Entonces, imagínate todo lo que se va a desarrollar a partir de este suceso, como dices tú, todo lo que viene, todo lo que se espera. Y algo que también me tiene así conmocionada es que, pues, tenemos a la primera mujer también allá arriba, ¿no?
Sí,
Bravísimo por eso. Sí, qué bonito y qué padre. Estamos viviendo realmente un momento muy importante en la historia.
Muy importante, también tenemos al primer hombre de color, lo cual
También.
marca un hito también porque pues históricamente el ser humano ha tenido como gran debilidad el racismo, la discriminación, la xenofobia y tantas cosas que como humanos traemos, ¿verdad? Y el que hoy día haya la intención de haber representación en estas actividades también es importante, aunque En algunos gobiernos lo quieren borrar porque lo estamos viviendo de este lado, ¿no? No quieren ni siquiera que aparezca en la historia como un hecho relevante, y sí es un hecho relevante. Y
Sí,
la
definitivamente.
sí, y la otra cosa, estos seres o 4 seres que hoy día se subieron sentados literalmente sobre millones de litros de propelente explosivo con unas agallas impresionantes, pues han estudiado muchísimo. Estaba leyendo que el astronauta canadiense tiene 15 títulos universitarios.
Guau.
Las horas de vuelo, los sacrificios que se hacen.
Todo el entrenamiento. Ujú.
Sí, y sí, pues, muchas veces puedes decir que puede ser por ego, por lo que quieras, pero también se hace por un mayor bien común. Y eso elegimos
Ah,
creer, como decimos hace rato con Dirceo, elegimos creer que es para el bien de la humanidad, elegimos creer que va a fomentar la inserción de niños en carreras de STEM, de ciencia y tecnología, ingeniería y matemáticas, y que, bueno, va a ir a la par de lo mejor de la humanidad, que es la ciencia y el arte. Entonces, nos vienen buenos tiempos, mi querida Ale.
sí, sí, súper, súper. Y pues para eso necesitamos también estar bien atentos, ¿no? A todo lo que viene y bien dispuestos a, como dices tú, a no tenerle miedo a estas carreras, a hacer divulgación, a compartir todas estas cosas que irán saliendo. Pues tenemos que estar ahí bien pilas.
Así es, porque nos vulneramos, Ale, cada que salimos aquí tenemos miedo de decir algo que no es correcto, o tenemos miedo a no merecer, ocupar un sitio, y pues hay que romper todos esos miedos, hay que seguir adelante. Y bueno, hoy día la humanidad perdió el miedo y mira dónde estamos. Ya estamos entrando a una nueva fase en exploración del espacio y nos
De
está
la luna.
permitiendo. Así es que muchas gracias, querida Ale, por estar
No,
aquí.
¿de qué? Al contrario, muchas gracias a ustedes por la invitación. De verdad que muy bonita transmisión. Y pues por acá estamos siguiéndolos.
Bueno, pues aquí estamos también siguiéndote a ti en todo lo que haces. Compártenos todo porque te queremos mucho y apoyamos
Muchas
siempre
gracias.
tus iniciativas. Y te mandamos muchos
Sí,
abrazos,
profe.
querida.
Igualmente para ustedes, un beso, un abrazo a todo tu equipo por ahí, a Pau y a
Karina.
Oscar. Sí,
Sí,
ajá, y a todos por allá también un abrazo para ti.
gracias, querida Ale. Te mando un abrazo y seguimos
Gracias.
al pendiente.
Bye, bye.
Bye, bye. Pues qué bonita transmisión hemos tenido el día de hoy. La verdad, ni lo planeábamos tanto y estamos muy felices de ser acompañados por amigos que comparten el amor por el conocimiento, el amor por el espacio, que entienden el momento histórico en el que estamos viviendo y que esperemos que con esta transmisión, el equipo de Spaceport y yo, esperamos que aprendan a mirar al espacio, a mirar arriba, a levantar su mirada y saber que hay un lugar para nosotros allí, un lugar para todos, que en sus casas se siga fomentando el amor por el conocimiento, cualquiera que sea, por la ciencia, la educación, por las carreras de humanidades y sobre todo por el cuidado de nuestro planeta, que es tan maravilloso, tan único. Hoy en una de las lecturas que estaba haciendo esta mañana, leía que en la misión Apolo 10 fue la primera vez que se hizo esta maniobra de solo orbitar. Y uno de los momentos más emocionantes fue cuando los astronautas grabaron una lectura de algunos versículos del Génesis de la Biblia y lo mandaron de regreso a, a la Tierra en una transmisión y donde se agradecía, porque fue una Navidad, porque fue en fin de año, y se agradecía por el milagro que es nuestro planeta. Entonces, desde la exploración del espacio hemos aprendido a apreciar nuestro planeta. La primera vez que una nave hizo esta maniobra, pasó por la parte lejana de la Luna y vio ese amanecer de la Tierra donde se levanta el planeta, es un momento en el que cambió el chip del humano. Nos dimos cuenta que allá arriba no existen fronteras, que allá arriba no hay diferencias de color, de género, de ocupación, de nivel social, económico, nada de eso es real. Todas esas son construcciones que nos hemos hecho para separarnos. Y un día como estos, que vamos a volver a ver ese amanecer de la Tierra en más de 50 años, que estamos los siguientes días, vamos a estar muy al pendiente, es un buen momento para recordar que tenemos que proteger nuestro planeta, ser responsables como humanos y dejar lo mejor de nosotros en las siguientes generaciones. Amor por la ciencia, por el conocimiento, pensamiento crítico, capacidad de análisis. Todo eso viene cuando estudiamos estos fenómenos y las ciencias duras nos dan eso, nos dan la capacidad de razonar. Entonces, bueno, pues desde acá les mandamos un gran abrazo. Vamos a seguir la transmisión tal vez un poquito más en las siguientes fases. No se lo pierdan. Vienen los siguientes días. Vamos a tener 6 días intensos para ir viendo las maniobras de acercamiento a la Luna. Y aquí vamos a estar. Mándenos comentarios, preguntas, lo que quieran que desarrollemos y les agradecemos su presencia. Aquí seguimos.
All 4 astronauts, and it appears all of them are undergoing their suit leak checks. Yes, a pre-flight tradition that we have seen with our crewed flights, the card game. The astronauts who have just left crew suit up and are now walking down a hallway. And here they are, NASA's Artemis II crew, taking their first steps outside for their historic test flight. And the 4 of them step into their astrovan. And off they go. Oh, this must feel so special to the crew to see all of these people here. Watching the crew walk across the crew access arm, getting a beautiful view. Everybody configured with their suits, so in we go. The closeout crew has closed the launch abort system hatch.
3, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff. The crew of Artemis II now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins. Oh. All right, this is Mission Control Houston. Welcome back for our 24/7 coverage of the Artemis II mission. At this time, we are a little more than 1 minute from the time of ignition of the perigee raise maneuver. At this time, the Orion spacecraft integrity has been maneuvered into the burn attitude, is pointed in the right direction, and the solar arrays are in the position to take on the loads imparted by the 26-second burn. Now at 1 minute to the perigee raise maneuver. The teams here are part of the ascent team of the Artemis II mission. Now getting our first views from one of the solar array wing cameras
over the tracking and data relay satellites. We are in a night pass, as we are about a little more than 1,300 statute miles above the Earth, just east off the coast of Madagascar. So we have, you can see the Terminator line right just west of the Philippines and the west coast of Australia, where we'll start to get some sunlight again. Now we're just seconds away from the time of ignition. We have ignition. You can see the perigee raise maneuver from the main engine of the ICPS firing from the solar array wing. Standing by for confirmation of cutoff.
Integrity, good PRM, and 1 minute to teeter's handover.
Copy that. We see the Sable on board, and the sun is rising on integrity.
Outstanding.
And with that, the first burn of the interim cryogenic propulsion system has been completed and put the crew on the right trajectory to get them to the moon.
Houston,
There are
integrity for toilet setup, step 2.5.
Go ahead.
Yes, there was not an installed oxon inlet filter, even with empty oxone in the hose when I opened up the filter.
This is Mission Control Houston. Again, we had a good perigee raise maneuver that sets us on course to execute the next major burn, the apogee raise burn. Now, the perigee raise maneuver just adjusts the orbit while we are in low Earth orbit, but the apogee raise burn is quite a significant burn, just shy of 18 minutes long.
Integrity Houston, on TDRS West, White Sands is receiving data. Houston is not. We're still troubleshooting.
That was Capcom Stan Love, part of the Ascent team here in Mission Control Houston. We changed over to point to one of the tracking and data relay satellites at the expected time. That time was updated to 51 minutes, 26 seconds of mission elapsed time, going from TDRS East to TDRS West. Upon switching to TDRS West, Mission Control Houston, not seeing some of the data coming from Orion, coming from Integrity. So we're standing by to regain the ability and troubleshoot some of the rationale as to why we are having some intermittent gaps in our data and communications with the crew. Now again, as the teams are troubleshooting.
Integrity Houston in the blind. We see good solar normal maneuver. ARB TIG is expected to be 45 seconds earlier than the pad. That's 1 hour, 46 minutes, 0.9 seconds. No update to TIGO yet.
That was Capcom Stan Love here in Mission Control Houston. He used the term "in the blind." That refers to as part of the data that we are not getting from the TDRS West satellite. Noting that we understand that we may not be receiving communications from the crew, though they may be able to hear us. So Stan Love reporting what status is known on our end. We do know that from the data we are receiving that the upper stage and Integrity have maneuvered to solar normal, meaning that the orientation, the attitude of the spacecraft is such that the solar rays can draw the maximum amount of power.
Integrity Houston in the blind for Christina. Just before the TDRS handover, we heard your report about the lack of an oxone inlet filter. We copy that there is not one installed as expected, but please put in a new one.
Team here you see in this row at the Capcom console is NASA astronaut Stan Love. The voice that you're hearing from the teams here in Mission Control Houston up to the crew of Integrity. A Capcom voice that you'll hear throughout the mission as well. Next to Dr. Love, to his right, is Jackie Mahaffey, the Chief Training Officer for the Artemis II crew, and a voice that you'll hear from here in Mission Control Houston. Flight Director Judd Freeling is to Stan Love's left. The Ascent Flight Director and leading the teams through the ascent that happened today. And to the left of Judd Freeling is Flight Director Rick Henfling, part of the entry teams here on console to oversee the ascent portion. He'll be returning to console on Flight Day 9 to prepare for the splashdown on a nominal timeline for flight day 10.
Houston, in the blind, we're rebooting some ground equipment to try to recover the link. Expect 10 minutes.
This is Mission Control Houston. Again, the teams here are troubleshooting the lack of a forward link, the inability to communicate with the crew aboard Orion. Teams are troubleshooting and planning to reset some ground equipment as the forward link was dropped at the time that we switched from TDRS East to TDRS West. It happened, that handover period started at mission elapsed time of 51 minutes, 26 seconds.
Ay, 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 qué momentos estamos viviendo. La misión va correctamente todavía, pero hay algunos detalles de comunicación que se han estado suscitando en estos últimos minutos, donde han estado como le dicen, en ciego, comunicándose, porque con Orion, con la especialista en comunicaciones Cristina Koch, porque ha habido un desfase en los datos que se están recibiendo en comunicación. O sea, no sabemos que están oyendo, pero no pueden contestar. Entonces, eso es una de las cosas para las que estas misiones se hacen, para saber qué tipo de sistemas hay que reforzar, qué tipo de sistemas están funcionando correctamente, y pues parece ser que ahorita están recibiendo datos, pero telemetría, pero con algunos problemitas. Y bueno, vamos a seguir conversando sobre, también había un filtro de oxígeno que se tiene que cambiar. O sea, fíjense cómo para esto sirven estas misiones, para ver cómo funcionan todos los sistemas de una nave tan compleja como el sistema SLS. Y bueno, ahorita seguimos conversando esta parte, qué es lo que está sucediendo ahora y cómo va la comunicación con el Mission Control Center. Y tenemos otro invitado. Hoy es un día de platicar con amigos. Y aquí está nuestro querido Oscar. Querido Oscar, ¿cómo estás?
¿Qué tal, Katy? Buenas tardes a todos quienes nos siguen en esta transmisión. Después del despegue fascinante que tuvo el Artemis, ¿no? Entonces fue algo muy fascinante, algo muy emocionante, y pues estamos aquí compartiendo experiencias. Gracias por invitarnos.
Ay, siempre es un gustazo platicar contigo, querido Oscar. Oye, y bueno, primero que nada, ¿cuáles son tus impresiones? ¿Qué tienes que comentarnos? ¿Qué sentiste?
Pues fíjate que es una expresión muy bonita, ¿no? Una sensación padre, porque al final de cuentas, después de tanto tiempo de estar esperando esta misión, de que se posponía, fechas tras fechas, y estarnos comiendo las uñas para ver cuándo era el momento indicado, pues hoy nos reunimos con la familia, mis papás que siempre han estado acompañándonos, a mí y a Alejandra, mi esposa, mis hijas, mis sobrinas, toda la sobrinada, y aquí va a ser el despegue, ¿no? Pues sí, tuvimos ahí esa experiencia de ver, ¿no? En vivo el lanzamiento con toda mi familia, mis papás, mis hermanos, mi esposa siempre ahí apoyándome, y sobre todo pues que es algo histórico, ¿no? Bien se ha dicho, bien lo han comentado, el ser humano, la especie humana regresa a la Luna. En esta ocasión pues es una órbita que se va a dar, ¿no? Como humanidad a la Luna, en miras de que pronto ya se vuelve a pisar el suelo lunar, después de casi 54 años de no tener pues presencia humana, ¿no? Tan cerca de la Luna. Pues sí, se enchina la piel, salen las lágrimas de emoción, ¿no? Se hace el nudo en la garganta, ¿no? De compartir esto, pero pues es algo que pues que nos pone como humanidad, como personas, como testigos de este hito histórico y sobre todo lo que viene, porque pues si bien es una vuelta a la luna, ahorita comentabas, ¿no?, de los problemas de comunicación, todo esto se tiene que ir resolviendo sobre la marcha, aunque se hacen los protocolos aquí en tierra y demás, pero pues una cosa es tener aquí enfrente el edificio de casi 100 metros de alto, que es la cápsula esta, y no es lo mismo que ya estando en órbita, ¿no? Entonces, pues sí es un reto, y qué bueno que todo esto ha estado viviéndose ahora, y pues ahora ver cómo los técnicos aquí en tierra y allá en el espacio resuelven esta situación, ¿no? ¿Ustedes cómo lo vivieron?
No, pues igualmente, querido Oscar, con ganas de llorar en algún momento, emocionados, un poco asustados también de que todo puede pasar, ¿verdad? Siempre están ese recordatorio del Challenger y de otras misiones. Hola, chiquita, ¿cómo estás? ¿Cómo estás, chiquita?
Hola, ¿bien?
¿Te gustó el lanzamiento de Artemis II?
Sí, me encantó.
Eso, ¿ya estás lista para ser parte de la generación que va a ir a la luna?
Sí.
Eso, me parece muy bien, pues ahí con tu papá tienes todo para ir. Gracias. Ay, chiquita, qué bonito vivir todo.
Hola.
¡Oh!
ya llegó la otra.
Claro, las dos chiquitas. ¿Tú también estás lista para ir a la luna?
¿Mande?
¿Estás lista para ir a la luna?
Sí.
¿Te gustó el despegue?
Sí, me encantó.
Bueno, pues esto vas a empezar a verlo muy seguido y échale muchas ganas a la escuela porque queremos verte como Cristina Koch allá arriba en esa nave yendo a la luna.
Ok.
Bueno, te mandamos besos.
Adiós, gracias.
Adiós.
Sí, estaban ahí fascinadas y me comentábamos con mi esposa, ¿no? Para la siguiente tenemos que estar ahí cerca de ver otro lanzamiento, ¿no? Esperamos que
Sí, claro.
podamos asistir y con las niñas igual, ¿no? Porque como tú dices, no son las nuevas generaciones, son los nuevos cambios que ya vienen y sobre todo también nuestros chicos masas, ¿no? Que están poniendo en alto el nombre de México, el nombre de Chiapas y que pues hay que estarle ahí apoyándolos, motivándolos, incentivándolos para que pues todo esto también ellos sean parte en algún momento y que Chiapas también logre estar en el espacio.
Hoy más que nunca, querido Oscar, y estamos muy orgullosos de platicarte que tenemos una delegación de jóvenes que están ahorita participando todavía activamente en una competencia de la cual han pasado a las semifinales y esperemos que sí, esto con una visita al Kennedy Center, pero también tú estás siempre muy invitado cuando son aquí los despegues, bueno, las pruebas de Starship, eres muy bienvenido cuando quieras, tráete a las niñas, porque sí, la experiencia de vivir los sonic booms, el ver ese, como dices tú, ese animalón de 120, 138 metros ahora la Starship, la nueva versión B3, y sentir cómo toda esa propulsión y ese combustible genera tanta energía, es toda una experiencia. Entonces, bienvenido cuando quieras. Hay que estar atentos y transmitimos desde acá los dos.
Sí, me encanta la idea y créeme que sí, lo vamos a hacer y vamos a estar pendientes para que pues vayamos a vivir esta experiencia directa, ¿no? Que es algo muy emocionante. Si verlo en televisión te pone la piel chinita ya, yo siento que sí voy a llorar.
No, sí lloras. Es algo que mucha gente no comprende, pero sí lloras. Y oye, querido Oscar, y fíjate que, bueno, sabemos que hay comentarios y a Oscar, a tu tocayo Oscar, que nos los vaya pasando, porque la audiencia nos está siguiendo y queremos saber. De todo Tuxtla, saludos desde Chiapas. ¡Ey! De todo Tuxtla, saludos.
Hay presencia.
Hay presencia. Y Félix Gómez, saludos, ingenieros. Oye, traes tú un montón de fans, ya te vi.
No, pues somos fans también de Spaceport y de Katy Ramírez.
No, pues aquí a la orden todos. Oye, querido Oscar, te quiero preguntar cosas. Tú eres un observador de la luna. Y ¿te has puesto a imaginar ahorita la experiencia que van a vivir estos astronautas al darle la vuelta a la parte lejana de la Luna? Y yo me quedé pensando hace un rato, ¿no? Cuando leía sobre Apolo 10 y esta experiencia maravillosa de ver el lado lejano de la Luna que no podemos nunca ver nosotros desde aquí sencillamente porque vamos en la misma dirección. Y lo que representa también esto para el conocimiento, ¿no? El saber que ya sabemos por instrumentos que hay del otro lado, pero también para saber vivir ese efecto del que se ha hablado, que es el amanecer de la Tierra, ¿no? Que una vez que la cápsula termine de dar la vuelta, el Orion, va a alcanzar un punto donde se va a vislumbrar la Tierra a la distancia y ha sido un efecto que en los humanos ha tenido un fondo filosófico muy grande, ¿no? Entonces, nosotros como observadores de la Luna lo vivimos todo el tiempo, ¿no? Esta mañana yo caminando vi una luna preciosa y hoy en la noche tenemos luna rosada, ¿no? Entonces, seguimos esto porque está en nuestro ADN seguirlo, pero a mí me gustaría que le compartieras a la audiencia lo hermoso que es la observación lunar, cómo lo hemos dado por hecho también, ¿no? Tantos milenios y de conciencia humana mirando a las estrellas, siempre ha estado ahí, pero hoy día vamos muy cerca de ella y es una experiencia.
Pues sí, fíjate que pues llevamos ya con el club, bueno, desde el 2003, perdón, que tuve la oportunidad de comprarme el primer telescopio, cuando estaba estudiando en la universidad, en la carrera, con la beca tuve la posibilidad de comprarme pues un telescopio de 60 milímetros de apertura y observar la luna y después ver un punto amarillento y apuntar a esa luz y ver que era Saturno. Sabía yo que era un planeta, pero no había identificado cuál. Entonces, esa sensación de poder observar ahora con la Artemis II, llegar tan cerca de la Luna, casi tocarla, porque pues iban a estar tan cerca, ¿no? Va a parecer que no quiero imaginar la cantidad de detalles que van a observar de la superficie lunar en los cráteres y sistemas montañosos. Si nosotros quedamos boquiabiertos al observar en un telescopio digamos, modesto de 4 pulgadas, ya no se diga con los 18 pulgadas que tenemos de Celestron aquí en el club, nos quedamos maravillados. Ahora, verlo tan cerca, no me quiero imaginar qué emoción. Sí. Estoy seguro de que van a desprender las lágrimas. Nosotros tuvimos la posibilidad de ver en un eclipse total de luna el impacto de un meteorito en la superficie lunar. Entonces, tantas cosas tan maravillosas que nosotros podemos ver y aprender de nuestro satélite natural y verlo tan cerca con esa definición, y sobre todo también pensar en los próximos retos, ¿sí? ¿No? Son retos y sobre todo los proyectos que ya se tienen pensado a futuro en nuestro satélite, ¿no? Entonces, si alguien dijera, ¿sabes qué? Hay un viaje a la Luna y no sabemos si hay retorno en 5 o 10 años, yo me voy, ¿no? Entonces me voy y ya después mando los boletos para mi familia y nos quedamos todos allá.
Oye, me recordaste un cuento de Ray Bradbury en Crónicas Marcianas. Ahí para que les dejemos a la audiencia que lean Crónicas Marcianas. Hay un cuento muy interesante sobre qué harías si pudieras ir y tuvieras que escoger a un miembro de tu familia. Es súper interesante por todos los pensamientos que provoca. Pero bueno, en lo que decías sobre la cercanía, fíjate que hace rato escuchaba en la transmisión de NASA que decían que la proporción de distancia más o menos, para que nuestra mente lo entienda, que ellos van a estar, es como la distancia de un brazo a la Luna del tamaño de un balón de baloncesto. Así se va a sentir. O sea, va a ser impresionante para ellos la cercanía con la que van a pasar. Es como
Sí, nosotros, por ejemplo, aquí a simple vista vemos y quizás tenga el tamaño de, no, bueno, ahorita quizás los más jovencitos no, pero una moneda de 20 pesos, ¿no? De esas que circulaban anteriormente para colección, y pues extendemos el brazo y vemos la moneda y se le ve suficiente detalle a simple vista, con un telescopio no se diga, y ahora verlo, o sea, como tú dices, ¿no? Tan cerca, wow, sí, o sea...
Como si te pones aquí un balón de
básquetbol.
Eso me hizo a mí pensar en qué impresionante va a ser para quienes están ahí. Y bueno, todo lo que significa llegar ahí y lo que va a provocar en aceleración de procesos industriales para las salidas constantes a la Luna y lo que viene, ¿no? Una era que pensamos que iba a tardar más, que pensamos que a lo mejor no se iba a lograr. Bueno, aún están por verse muchas cosas, pero estamos muy contentos de que hasta ahorita todo vaya bien con sus problemas que se pueden resolver, pero que todo va bien.
Así es, pues deseamos todo lo mejor para los astronautas. Son embajadores terrícolas, ¿no? Entonces, pues sí, queremos que regresen a contarnos todo lo que vivieron, todo lo que vieron, y pues ahí para los que son un poco escépticos y son conspiranoicos, ¿no? Para ver si alcanzan a distinguir las bases alienígenas, ¿no?
Que nos manden
O sea,
una foto de todo lo que dicen que hay por allá, o que nos digan si es plana también.
ándale, ¿no? Sí, pues a ver si no se topan con una, dos, tres naves alienígenas ahí de las que salen con estos, ¿no? De los que tanto observan en la Luna con telescopios de menos de 50 milímetros de diámetro que ven en alta definición estas naves nodrizas, ¿no? Entonces, no, sabemos que quizás hay muchas cosas que, pues sí, con las misiones Apolos permitieron conocer tanto de los misterios que se tenían en la época de los 60s, 70s, y pues que ahora ya se ha cartografiada la Luna. Eso ahorita que mencionabas del balón, ¿no? Que tenemos, vamos a, en las próximas actividades que tenemos, tanto este fin de semana y el próximo, tenemos un globo lunar como los que tenían allí los comentaristas, un globo lunar de casi el tamaño un poquito más grande del balón, pero pues ese es un buen ejercicio, ¿no? Porque a veces no dimensionamos, bueno, pues, ¿qué tan cerca podríamos ver o qué tanto detalles, ¿no? Estos globos lunares que son tan interactivos, pues certificados y cartografiados por la NASA, entonces sí nos dan un preámbulo, un panorama más de decir, bueno, ¿qué tanto detalle podemos verlo, ¿no? De las fotografías ya impresas ahí en ese globo y saber que esa es la vista espectacular que van a tener estas 4 personitas en esa cápsula, ¿no? Entonces, qué bueno que me lo recuerdas. Vamos a sacar ese globo lunar con ese pretexto ideal, ¿no? Para este ejercicio y pues estén pendientes.
Sí, porque nosotros estamos ahorita inventando las nuevas técnicas didácticas para enseñar cosas que están pasando ahorita, Oscar, que no habían pasado antes, que no había necesidad de explicar, pero ahorita nosotros ya lo vimos con las niñas, ¿no? Se acercan con curiosidad, con entusiasmo y es el momento de agarrarlos y decirles lo fascinante que es el conocimiento por pues el astro celeste más cercano a nuestro satélite natural, la Luna, y que ha estado con nosotros toda la vida, ¿no? Entonces, y que se va alejando cada año un poquito. Así es que estaremos aquí atentos, querido Oscar. Gracias por estar con nosotros, gracias por compartir tu amor por el conocimiento y por la observación astronómica y muchas cosas más. Y aquí tienes tu casa y pues seguimos, hay que seguir porque los siguientes días vamos a seguir comentando cuando ya pasen de cerquita a ver qué más vemos también nosotros desde acá.
Así es, Katy, agradecer a ustedes, a todo el equipo de Spaceport, a todo el público que sigue en esta transmisión, que han estado ahí pacientes esperando las noticias. Pues les enviamos un fuerte saludo desde Chiapas y cuando vengan a Chiapas avísenos y pues aquí los vamos a recibir con observación, con telescopios, con actividades y con mucho cariño. Y pues pues que no más decirle que no olviden de poner los ojos al cielo porque siempre hay algo que nos va a sorprender y algo nuevo que descubrir.
Así es, querido Oscar. Y ahí está Ari mandándonos saludos. Y también alguien antes de Ari nos había mandado saludos, pero se me pasó. Daira, ay, querida Daira, te mandamos abrazos y besos. Daira está en el grupo que está calificando para ir a ay, mira, también allá a Florida. Pero aquí está nuestra querida
Montserrat Ochoa.
Te mandamos
Monse, un fuerte abrazo, Monse. Claudia Anita también se había escrito un mensaje, hay que pasarlo rapidito. A Claudia le enviamos un fuerte abrazo y gracias por estar ahí acompañándonos. Ahí está Anita Mandrágora. Pues y a todos los integrantes de Jatamatza, porque también ellos estuvieron muy pendientes de la transmisión. Nosotros desafortunadamente no pudimos ahí hacer un enlace con compañeros, pero pues que gracias a ti y pues compartimos también ahí la transmisión con los chicos del club y gustosamente y gracias por conectarse y seguirnos. y pues vamos a estar al tanto y pendiente, y ya saben que pues con nosotros siempre tendrán un amigo y un aliado, en el cual podrán tener todo el apoyo y respaldo para todo lo que venga a Chiapas.
Todo para Chiapas, querido Oscar. Sabes que son mis consentidos. Ah, ya lo dije.
Gracias. Y, gracias.
Bueno, eso no quedó grabado. Pero con mucho cariño, con mucho entusiasmo, porque, ¿sabes por qué? Porque también hemos sido recibidos con mucho cariño en Chiapas y nos hemos sentido parte de la comunidad. Entonces, esta comunidad se extiende con muchas raíces profundas a Chiapas, con mucho amor, con mucha gratitud. Así es que abrazo a tu querida esposa, a todos los miembros del club, a las niñas, y aquí seguimos porque los siguientes días tenemos que seguir comentando, Oscar. Cualquier cosa que pase en los siguientes días va a ser crucial que la platiquemos con la audiencia.
Claro que sí, estamos a la orden. Bonita tarde.
Bonita
Saludos.
tarde. Chao. Pues así vamos con la transmisión. Siguen pasando cosas relativamente manejables, con problemas que se están arreglando ahora. Están haciendo una evaluación térmica. En algo de oxígeno, de hidrógeno. Bueno, están pasando cosas que estamos leyendo ahorita y pues que vamos a estar siguiendo de cerca. Fíjense todas las cosas que tienen que hacer, ¿no? Están ahorita cerrando válvulas, revisando datos y haciéndose un montón de preguntas sobre cómo resolver en primera instancia problemas que son de esperar que ocurran en una misión que está pasando a miles de kilómetros de distancia de la Tierra, y que 4 seres junto con el equipo de Mission Control Center en Houston tienen que resolver. Entonces, miren, va a haber una llamada ahorita con Cristina Koch. Algo pasa también con el toilet. Ahí estamos leyendo que hay una luz LED que tendría que estar funcionando en el baño. Pero bueno, estas son las cosas que ocurren en una misión de esta magnitud. Y ¿saben qué es lo más interesante? Fantástico, es que hoy día, no hace 50 años, sino hoy, podemos saber en tiempo real lo que está pasando allá. Y podemos escuchar y ver cómo se resuelven estos problemas en una misión tan compleja como esta. Y bueno, pues los equipos en tierra están viendo cómo resuelven el problema del sistema de desecho, del manejo de desecho de la nave. Y bueno, eso puede tener implicaciones complicadas, pero se está haciendo. Acuérdense que en otras misiones no llevaban un toilet, no llevaban un retrete. Esto es algo nuevo. Vamos a seguir observando qué pasa. Vamos a seguir buscando amigos en la comunidad que quieran compartir sus opiniones y vamos a seguir un ratito más por aquí. No se vayan, sigan atentos en la transmisión y ahorita nos vemos. Sigan la transmisión, que están pasando cosas muy interesantes.
and we're checking power draw now.
Copy that, Stan, and obviously when we go into eclipse, we can bring them down a bit further.
Roger. And Reed, when we get into eclipse, we would like those extra clicks on DUs 1 and 2.
Yeah, you got it. We did bring 1 and 2 down a touch, but we'll bring them down as far as we can when we get into eclipse.
That's perfect. Thank you.
Booster ignition and liftoff. The crew of Artemis II now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Integrity, good roll pitch.
Roger, roll pitch.
Houston now controlling the flight of Integrity on the Artemis II mission around the moon.
Integrity, AMT high.
AMT high.
On time, passing 30 seconds into the flights. Integrity passes the alternate VIVO target milestone. Mission Control Houston seeing good performance on the 4 main engines on the Space Launch System core stage. Integrity, 3 miles in altitude, traveling more than 1,200 miles per hour.
Good evening and welcome to NASA's Artemis II post-launch news conference. I'm Bethany Stevens, Senior Advisor and Press Secretary, and I will be your moderator today. I am joined by Administrator Jared Isaacman, Associate Administrator Amit Kshatriya, Acting Associate Administrator for the Exploration System Development Mission Directorate, Dr. Lori Glaze, and Director of Flight Operations, Norm Knight. Administrator Isaacman will give opening remarks, and then we will open the floor to questions. If you are dialing in today, please press *1 to get in the queue. And with that, Administrator.
Thanks, Bethany. Good evening, everyone. So today, April 1st, 2026, 6:35 p.m., NASA Space Launch System rocket lifted off the pad with 8.8 million pounds of thrust, carrying the Orion spacecraft and the Artemis II crew out to Earth orbit and beginning America's grand return to the moon. Now, about 51 minutes into the flight, during a planned handover between satellites, the Orion spacecraft underwent a communications issue, leading to a temporary partial loss of comms. The uplink from Capcom to the crew was being heard by the crew, but we cannot hear their responses for a brief period of time. There were no issues with the vehicle itself. Comms with the crew have been restored. We're actively working the issue, and we'll keep you informed. The Orion spacecraft has successfully separated from the core stage, and its solar arrays have been deployed as planned. Soon, the crew will execute the apogee raise burn, placing the spacecraft into a stable, high Earth orbit as we prepare for the translunar injection and the journey into cislunar space. NASA astronauts Commander Reed Wiseman, pilot Victor Glover, mission specialist Christina Koch, and Canadian Space Agency mission specialist Jeremy Hansen are safe, they're secure, and they're in great spirits. We will continue to monitor their health and the status as we move into the next phase of the Artemis II mission. So after a brief 54-year intermission, NASA is back in the business of sending astronauts to the moon. We have arrived at this point through a sustained effort and national commitment and the work of thousands across the agency, our industry partners, and our international allies. I want to personally thank the ground crews, pad controllers, the entire workforce here at Kennedy Space Center. This mission belongs as much to you as it does to the crew. The crew is now in the capable hands of Mission Control Houston, the Johnson Space Center, where teams will guide Orion through each phase of the mission with the same discipline and precision that has brought us to this moment. We've certainly been here before. We know the challenges ahead. We have a lot of checkouts to get through before TLI. And when, if all goes well, everything is go, Artemis II will be moonbound. You have our commitment to keep the public as informed as possible on this historic mission, and we will celebrate when we will hold our celebration until this crew is under parachutes and splashes down off the west coast of the United States. Thank you.
So with that, we will open this up to questions, and we will start here in the room if we have any takers. We'll start right up here.
Congratulations to all of you on a successful launch so far. My name's Jim Siegel. I'm with Florida Media Now. And I'm curious about when the astronauts will have their first meal on this mission. And secondly, is somebody on the Earth here, back in Houston or somewhere, keeping track of what they eat during this entire mission? And how do they go about doing that? Do they tell them what to eat, or do they kind of select what they want? What do you think?
Well, let's see. I'll jump in on this one. Well, what I'll tell you is they do have planned meals, okay? So they have a planned meal today. I will tell you they're very busy. So ascent day is very tough. It's tough physiologically, and it's tough from a workload issue as well. And so this timeline between now when the crew goes to sleep, so MET of about 8:30 is pretty packed. They're going to snack. They probably have some pre-positioned meals. I know they did in their flight suit. Some of the snacks that they can use if they need. But I will also tell you that flight day 1 and flight day 2, you might not feel like eating a lot, and that's just part of it. Your body is acclimating to 0G. Your physiology is transitioning from a 1G environment to 0G, and it takes a little bit of adapting. So right now they're working hard. They are doing what they need to do. They sound great on the loops. That was really a good signal to us that they're feeling well. But just know that that's part of the equation, when they get on orbit. As far as the food being tracked, yes, we have a food lab, and we have folks at the Johnson Space Center tracking what they eat, the nutrition, the calories. It makes a difference. They do this on Artemis. They do it on Space Station as well. So we're well versed in that. We want to make sure that they're healthy, and we also want to make sure we know what they're doing, what they're eating, so we can also track that and make sure that they don't need any supplements or anything additional.
Thank you. We'll head over to Joey.
Thanks, guys, and congrats on a clean launch so far. Jared, or whoever wants to answer, how were you able to resolve the communications issue, and do you have any guesses as to what might have caused that? And was there any part of the mission so far that appeared off nominal, or is everything looking good? Just curious to hear how things are going on that. Thanks.
Well, on the comms issue, and I don't know, there may be someone here that has a little more detail than I do of having to run around quite a bit, but I think they're still looking into trying to really understand exactly what was going on there. But it's restored, which is important. I think it just...
It was during handover to Tedros West. Sometimes that's squirrely ground configuration. You gotta get that right. So hopefully that's what it is. But we'll chase it down. But they were able to recover. They had intermittent forward and return links, so the burns that they needed on board it was never an issue. It was unusual for it to be dropped out for a couple minutes. So that's what we're telling you. We had a controller issue with the toilet when they spun it up, so we got to work through that. That's going to take maybe a few hours to troubleshoot. So there was also a water tank valve. There's 4 water tanks on Orion. There's a crossover valve that connects the 2 gangs of tanks. It's supposed to be open to ensure maximum flow. It was closed during ascent. When you shake the thing, things like that happen. So they're going to reset the valve. And then they had a recurrence on Artemis 1, we had a latching current limiter failure on a piece of electronics, a transient failure when it gets exposed to radiation. They took 1 hit of those. We took about 24, 25 of those during Artemis 1. Again, normal, the onboard fault detection cleans that up, but we're just getting started, Joey.
Just to be clear, right, this is a flight test, and a lot of what we're doing here is exactly this, trying to test out all of the things that require the crew interaction, right? And so we anticipate to have a lot of these. Well, that's what we're here for, work through them.
Importantly, apogee raise burn. We're go. So they're going to stay in space.
Sawyer.
Thank you. Sawyer Rosenstein, NSF. I noticed that the slide wire baskets happened to deploy during launch. Was that something that was expected? And can you give any initial reports, at least what you've seen from the cameras, of how the mobile launcher is doing, given the hope to be able to quickly turn it around?
Yeah,
Do you have something on the baskets? I can talk about the turnaround.
The baskets are, they're supposed to get out of the way. That's part of the plan. So otherwise they take plume loads, and we don't like that.
So I can tell you on the mobile launcher, our team has already been looking at a lot of the imagery that we have that was taken both during and after, and assessing that, trying to get the condition. We've got teams, I believe, going out there. They might already be out on their way to take a real look. Some of the good things that we've seen relative to Artemis 1, one of the issues we had was that the water that was supposed to be spraying down the launch pad, so that there were some issues there that didn't happen. We saw a lot of corrosion. The water was working, so things were getting washed down. We're still also going to remove some of the parts so that we can do some of that cleaning to make sure we don't have those corrosion issues. We haven't seen evidence of things like after Artemis 1, like the elevator doors were blown off. We haven't seen that. So we're optimistic, but we got to get out to the pad. We got to look. We did a lot of changes after Artemis 1, trying to harden the systems so that we can turn it around faster. We do anticipate there will be some items that'll need to be replaced. It's a pretty violent environment. But we're hopeful that that's minimized, and as soon as we have more information on that, we'll definitely let you guys know where we stand and how quickly we think we can get it turned around. Thanks.
Lauren? Lauren Grush with Bloomberg. I just wanted to get a gut check on how we're feeling about the upcoming proximity and ops operation. Do we have any concerns with that TDRS delay, or is that not an issue for that?
I would say right now we're on for the proximity operations demo. Haven't heard anything that's keeping us from that, Norm?
No, on track, ready to go. Victor Glover's going to be flying it. Reed's going to be working the procedure with him. And cross-checking, and Jeremy and Christina are going to be looking out the windows, also spotting, cross-checking, using cameras and imagery, and it should be beautiful, so we can't wait.
We'll go right over here.
Yes, Bert Dicht from Ad Astra Magazine, National Space Society. Just wondering if the astronauts reported what the ride was like to orbit. I know with the space shuttle, it was a pretty rough ride until there was SRB SEP. Was this similar?
Have you heard?
I have not heard a report yet. I know we will get a report. Again, yes. when MECO happened, immediately they were getting prepped to do their perigee raise maneuver. That's critical. Otherwise, they come back to Earth, which we don't want them to. So they got that. They are working to get their spacesuits off. They're, they just got the ARB burn, which was very important. So now they're working to get their suits off. So they are very busy. Now, later today, I anticipate they will call down and give us a full brief as to, how the Proxox demo went, how the ride uphill went, and I personally can't wait to hear the comparison between this massive rocket and the shuttle.
Sounds great. Thank you.
Micah?
Thanks, Bethany. Micah Maidenberg, Wall Street Journal. Maybe for the administrator, I'd like to ask you, I know we're early on here, how you're thinking about success for this mission, defining success, a lot of tests ahead, and just what happens if you don't kind of meet that standard as the flight unfolds? Thanks so much.
Well, I mean, to me, success is undershoots and in the water safely after a 10-day mission duration, so no early off-ramps there. I think we're, right now we're already getting good ECLIS data. We've never flown Orion with crew on board, so that's pretty important. I mean, understanding the Orion spacecraft is, is paramount in this one to progress on to integrated operations of Orion with a lander. Every day we're getting data. It says, it was mentioned from the get-go, this is a test mission for sure. No crew have ever ridden this before. We'll keep gathering data over the next 10 days. We'll share updates, but we'll call a success when they're in the water safely, and we'll start working on the next mission.
Jackie?
Hi.
Right here. Sorry if I missed it. I just wanted to check in on the status of the perigee and apogee burns. Are those both finished at this point? And then I also wanted to check how the best way to explain to the audience why we're doing that apogee raise maneuver and why we go into that high Earth orbit. Thanks so much.
Do you want to take that? Oh, I mean, I can certainly say we completed the perigee raise maneuver. That was done pretty quickly, as you heard, and the apogee raise burn should have already happened. That should have been happening while we sat here. They were getting ready as we were walking in. And then if you want to talk maybe about the rest.
So we go into a high Earth orbit. Roughly, the perigee is about 1,000 nautical miles, rough, give or take, of the Earth, 25,000. So it's pretty elliptical. That's getting us, everything we do is getting us set up for the translunar injection burn. And so it's getting these burns, it's all converging down to what we call TLI. So we got to get the Eclipse system checked out. We got to make sure we have a redundancy. We got to make sure these burns go off where they should go off and get Orion and the SM configured exactly where it needs to be. So when it comes around and it's time for the translunar injection burn, off we go. And that takes us really, that puts us outbound to the moon. That's a real big commit point. And so you'll be hearing more about that tomorrow.
You might mention it not only sends us outbound to the moon, but it also sets us up for the gravity assist that brings us back. So we are set all the way.
Yes.
Once we make that burn.
Go right back here.
Hi, TJ Mosquera with the Epoch Times. Thank you all so much. Something that hasn't been really talked about is that the Space Launch System predates the Artemis program, going all the way back to 2011. So 15 years really invested in this. And just how does it feel to finally see it launch with the human crew on board?
Yeah, I mean, right now, like I said, we're focused on the next 10 days. But I mean, I'll tell you, I'm incredibly proud of the folks that worked on this machine for as long as they did. And one thing we didn't talk about earlier was, one of the big objectives is getting the organization and getting our qualification standards and getting our certification rigor up to the standard for crewed flight. That's a big, even though the mission is a complicated mission, moving the entire organization to a mindset of thinking about risk in the right way to fly crew is a big deal. And making sure that the way we've gotten the machine configured to fly crew with the resilience and the reliability we care about is also a big deal. So it takes time. I mean, we got a lot in front of us, but I mean, it's for the guys that were out there, there's a big celebration in launch control for the rocket guys. The rocket guys can go out and play now, but the spacecraft guys got a lot of homework. So they're going to go work on that. But yeah, for them, I could see it on their faces.
Jeff.
Jeff Faust of Space News. During the countdown, we heard controllers working through a few issues, one with the flight termination system, one with the launch abort system battery, and it sounded like there was a brief telemetry dropout. Wonder if you could provide a little bit more details about those issues and how you resolved them relatively quickly.
Yeah, so Jeff, the FTS issue was we were doing an end-to-end test. We typically have to confirm that we can get a signal from the range to the machine and then back. We weren't able to close that entire end-to-end loop. But the guys at the range, they were really quick on their feet. They swapped to a different range receiver, which is a slightly different heritage, but has the same fundamental algorithms on it, and they were able to switch over to that and able to confirm a good end-to-end signal, which is really clever. We had thought about getting a receive-only box that we had in the VAB and shipping that over to Patrick quickly so they could do it, but they were able to fix it on the fly over there, so that was good. And once we knew we could confirm the end-to-end loop of that command, then we didn't need that receive. We don't need to do that test more than once. We just need to verify the commands get on board. And so once we confirmed that command was there, then that we met all of our public safety risk. For the launch abort system, we had a battery, so 2 batteries, several temperature sensors on both batteries. We had one poke out of family. We want to make sure all of them are tracking within certain limits. But we could confirm, given the locations of the temperature sensors, where they are on the battery itself, that the reading was instrumentation, because there wasn't a credible physics-based explanation for why that sensor would be that far high. It was an order of magnitude off scale high from the rest, and so we were able to quickly vote that sensor out. So that was two of the major issues. But again, the team, this is what the training is for. This is what the practice is for, is to go into those things and knock them out quickly. So they did really well.
We'll go right over here.
I noticed there was a lack of public address announcing outside, and there was a lot of going back and forth when we realized there were some issues, and we had to go back inside to find out, or we had to have our phones. Why was there no public address system available with loudspeakers outside?
I'm not sure what you're referring to. We're not sure what issue you're talking about the public address. Okay.
All available to people outdoors, and I thought that was a lacking. Which
We'll take a look into that.
We'll definitely look into that. I wasn't aware that happened. So thank you for that information. That's new, and we'll definitely look into it.
We'll go right back here.
Thomas Moore, Sky News. Administrator Isaacman, as a fellow astronaut, what were your feelings watching your crew rising above Pad 39B? And do you feel that extra sense of responsibility for the crew as they head further into space?
I certainly felt that it would be, just from, I guess, my perspective in it, that, I don't know, it is far less stressful to be strapped into the rocket than to be responsible for it here on Earth. So I definitely had those feelings quite a bit. But, you derive a lot of confidence from the process that leads up to this moment. I mean, literally the army of people that came together across NASA, all our contractors, all our partners to prepare for this, every step that leads up to it. This is what I, was really honestly going through my mind through it, is all the testing that goes into it, the integrated testing, the flight readiness review, everything that goes into a flight readiness review. Not to mention you have a truly exceptional crew up there that have been training for years on this. That gives you the confidence to undertake this mission, especially knowing the implications that it is part of a much bigger program. This is America and our partners' return to the moon, and we're trying to do it this time to stay. So, incredibly important mission. Certainly felt the pressure of it, but it was relieved, based on the confidence we have in the team here at NASA and everyone who contributes to it. Thank you for the question.
We'll come right up here.
Frederic Castel with France 24. First, of course, congratulations to NASA for the grand return to the moon. Mr. Administrator, I have this question that they ask me constantly in Europe and in the States. In the 60s, NASA was using just the slide rule to go to the moon, and they could launch almost every 3 months. Of course, they had more money probably, but what happened in 50 years? Why is it so difficult to make it again? What has changed? Thank you.
Well, for sure, we knew. Look, it's a very fair question. I know a lot of people ask it, not just in your country, but here in the United States. Certainly, financial resources are part of the equation. NASA's budget, if I recall, was somewhere between 4 and 4.5% of the discretionary budget during the space race. About a quarter percentage of that today. And I mean, to be very honest with you, I think competition is a factor in this as well. It's a great way to, mobilize the resources of a nation and concentrate on something extremely challenging, and that's what we did in the 1960s. And I think with absent some competition, we focused a lot on partnerships and all that we could do collectively with respect to science and discovery. But competition can be a good thing, and we certainly have competition now. I think that's why you're seeing us start to concentrate our resources back to the objective, and do it with a great coalition across the NASA workforce, our contractors, all our partners that have come together, our stakeholders in Congress and the administration who came here to witness this launch, is because they know we have competition, and this one's going to be close. And I think as a result, you're going to see a lot more progress, more so than you have in since when this was originally conceived under Constellation. We're going to get back into the business of launching rockets on a regular cadence, and we're going to bring the world along with us. So.
We're going to take a couple of phone bridge questions for just a moment. Reminder that you can join by pressing *1 to get into the queue. We're going to start with Will Robinson Smith from Spaceflight Now.
Hi, thank you, Bethany, and congratulations everyone on a good mission so far. Question about the upcoming TLI burn tomorrow. At what point during the day will the team conduct a poll on readiness to proceed into the TLI, and what are the main criteria that you'll be assessing to make that final determination? Thank you.
Okay, well, the TLI burn actually happens about the time that launch happens, so it's one day into the mission. So tomorrow, Eastern time, would be about 6:35-ish. Obviously, those burn times can change, so check that before tomorrow. But what are the teams looking for before TLI? We're looking to make sure that the life support systems work, that the vehicle's healthy, the life support systems have been checked out, they're ready to go. We assure that those are functional because once we commit to TLI, they have to function. And so we want to make sure. So that's why we spend a day checking out the systems. Ascent is, you shake, rattle, and roll a little bit, the vehicle. You saw that today. And you can imagine what that does to the systems. The systems, though, are performing very well. We anticipate that they continue to, but we want to get some track record on them before we do that. We also want to make sure we have redundancy in the system for comm, for environmental life support, propulsion, those type things before we embark on that TLI mission. So that's what the mission control team in Houston will be doing tomorrow. Jeff Radigan and his team, as the lead flight director, will be well into that. The teams are well versed on it. They have trained for it. They work very closely in conjunction with the engineering team, the mission evaluation room in Houston, where the engineers that have the intricate knowledge of Orion come together with the operations team, and together they work with the crew to make sure that the vehicle, is doing what we want to and accomplishing the mission objectives that we need to. But it always comes down to crew safety, vehicle safety, and mission objectives in that order.
And might also mention, as those teams are checking out all of those systems, there will also be a meeting of the mission management team that's led by John Honeycutt, whom I think many of you have seen before, and they'll be meeting tomorrow afternoon to hear all of the results from what's happened over the last day in preparation to make the decision on whether or not we proceed with the TLI burn.
We will next go right back here to Manuel.
Thank you so much. Manuel Masante with Exploración Espacial. I understand that the CubeSats are going to be deployed like 5 hours into the flight. Is there any chance we're going to see live images of the deployment? And then when is the crew, I know they're super busy right now, but when are they going to start using the flywheel machine? On its way to the moon when everything is
So
more like...
the second question was to do when they start doing the manual as far as...
Flywheel machine.
Oh, the flywheel machine. Sorry, thank you. The exercise machine.
I guess after the TLI.
I'll do this exercise. Yeah, I'll hand that to you. But I can answer the CubeSats. So the CubeSats are installed in the Orion stage adapter, which is actually a part of the upper stage piece, right? So once Orion separates from the upper stage, we'll do the ProxOps demonstration, right? And then once Orion has cleared and we're away, then they will be deployed. So Orion won't be there to take images of them. And once they are deployed, they each of them have their own plans for being able to communicate back down to Earth to various ground stations. They have their own communication plans. So we'll start to get information back from those individual CubeSats. So that's kind of the plan and the path forward on the CubeSat deployment and what you can expect.
We're going to take one more question from the phone bridge from Christopher Mick of the Hudson Star Observer.
Thank you very much. Congratulations to all the teams thus far. I had a question from an earlier media availability with Jeremy Hansen. He made mention of if the mission launched on April 1st, they would be experiencing a lunar eclipse. And I just want to follow up on that, if that's where that would be happening in the mission timeline, and if there would be any video perchance of that happening, or is that just going to be on the astronauts' photography at the time?
So you may have to answer the question on whether or not there'll be the availability of the what kind of real time. I'm not sure what we'll have there, but the crew will get to observe the eclipse. This is pretty unique. It's kind of interesting. It actually doesn't happen when they're out of comm, so they will be having communication during that eclipse time. But during the eclipse, the moon will be blocking the sun. They will be able to see the sun's corona, which is kind of cool. So they've been having a lot of science lessons over the last couple of days to learn about that and the eventuality that we actually launched today. So they're prepared to make those solar observations. It'll be a pretty cool and unique opportunity. I'm sure we'll get some images down at some point. I just don't know if they'll be live.
Tarek.
Thank you very much. Tarek Malik with Space.com for the administrator. There have been a lot of comparisons of Artemis II to Apollo 8, a pioneering mission, daring, that sent astronauts on an untested crewed vehicle around the moon. And I'm very curious, given last week's ignition event and how that really laid out an audacious and ambitious plan to really explore the moon in a stepping stone approach way, where you see Artemis II in that plan, and basically the importance of riding on this mission before you can make that next step for next year.
So, I mean, no matter, I guess, how you slice it, it's the opening act for sure. I think there are areas where we're clearly combining, Apollo 7, Apollo 8 into a single mission. Which we should be able to do. There has been, to your question earlier, there's been substantial progress, over the last half century. We have tools. We've certainly been there before, so I would expect us to be able to get some, mission efficiencies through. But I would say that what we learn from this, for sure, will inform how we think about Artemis 3. Now, there's certainly big picture objectives in that. We'd like to get the lander together. We'd like to test that out in Earth orbit before we go to the moon with it. But if there are things that we don't see, maybe it is comm-related issues, then we're going to try and fix those, and then we're going to want to validate that on the next mission as well. So, and that should be the idea, right, as we progress forward. I suspect when Artemis 3 comes around, we're going to learn a lot about the integrated operations that we'll want to validate and ensure is rolled into the subsequent missions. But yes, this should be a philosophy that we take across all of the grand efforts that we are pursuing right now, to not necessarily jump to the ultimate desired state, but to build up to it.
I'm going to jump right up here.
Hi, Richard Hollingham, BBC Future. Related to Apollo 8 in a way, really. I just wondered what plans had gone into a new Earthrise image. A lot has gone into the aspirational nature of this mission. Have you a plan? I assume you have a plan. What is the plan?
Oh, go ahead.
I do know that the teams have been looking at what the opportunities might look like. They've looked at the different launch dates, and so I know that they're really going to try to make that happen. I can't give you a confirmation on that yet, but stay tuned.
My understanding is they have been equipped with additional camera imagery capturing, equipment. So
we're going to do everything we can to try and make that happen. It'd be awesome.
I'm going to go right back here.
Thank you. I'm from a Japanese news agency, Kyodo News. My question is to the administrator. The United States and China are competing over moon development. What significance does today's launch have for the U.S. and NASA? Thank you.
Well, it's certainly an incredibly important step. I mean, this is the first crewed mission into this environment in more than a half century on a rocket that has never flown human beings before, along with a spacecraft. So it's incredibly important because we're going to learn an awful lot from this to inform subsequent missions. So yes, this is the beginning. I can tell you, having had an opportunity to speak with the Artemis II crew after the State of the Union address, we talked a lot about what we wound up sharing with the world at the ignition event about adding additional missions, accelerating production, building out a moon base. I think it was very energizing for the crew because they knew that they were, this is a risky mission for sure. Any type of new test flight mission going in this environment is going to be challenging, and they knew it was building up to something bigger. And I think that I think it was very helpful for them in that regard. So, and certainly it was very helpful for me to hear their feedback as well. I would suspect a point or two wound up in the ignition event from them. So.
We're going to go back here to the white shirt.
Thanks, Denise Chow with NBC News. I think for Lori or Norm, I'm curious what you anticipate could be some of the biggest challenges over the next few days, whether that's from a spacecraft or system standpoint or crew workload.
I'll jump in. Flight day 1 from a crew workload is pretty tough. Between now and TLI, we're working the crew really hard. In fact, when they go to sleep tonight, they're woken up in the middle of their sleep to do the perigee raise burn, and so their sleep's disrupted. They're hitting on all cylinders. They may not be feeling well. On top of that, so we know that flight day 1 and flight day 2 up to TLI is really good. We know it drops off then, and so going into this, we trained for that. We did simulations for this. We put the crew in exactly that state. Now, they weren't on orbit. They probably were feeling great. But we got a good gauge, hey, are we working them too hard? And the mission control team is great because they're watching the crew constantly. They're watching their performance. And we also have a crew that's very good at saying, hey, enough's enough. And so together, we will make certain that we're doing everything in the best interest of meeting the mission objectives, making sure that we're not working the crew so hard that, they make mistakes or something of that nature. And again, we work as a collective team going forward. So this is our best opportunity, and they may add more stuff to the timeline before it's all done, and they may take some stuff out if we need to, but we adjust all the time on those things. So that's leading up to TLI. That's probably one of the making sure we get those done.
I'm going to go right up here.
Hi, Robert Perlman with CollectSpace.com. For the administrator, you mentioned the 53-year hiatus, and in that time, now most of the world's population wasn't alive for Apollo, like I think you and me. And I wonder if you have a sense of, if even this early in the mission, that this has captured the imagination of those people that have never seen anyone go to the moon before, on a world level, on a national level, and how important is it to NASA to capture that support from the public?
Yeah, I've said it many times. I absolutely, I think it's foundational for what we do here at NASA to inspire. It should be a component of every one of our missions. I've talked about, I think after Artemis II, you're going to have more kids that are going to dress up as astronauts for Halloween. We want to inspire and create interest in the next generation to grow up and contribute to this endeavor. Now, how have we done so far in captivating the world's interest in America's return to the moon? I don't know. You have to tell me. We've been rather busy the last couple hours. I would say, and I felt this way going into it, that when we got down to T0, a lot of people would be paying attention. I suspect when some of the imagery starts to maybe come back from the moon, that's gonna further bring people into this story. Right, and then we bring them home safely, and we start preparing for, again, the next chapter in the story. So, I think inspiration is extremely important. I think people, despite some of the commentary up to now, how many people really know we're going around the moon? I'm willing to bet right now a lot of people do, and I think we'll only draw in their interest further as the mission proceeds.
I'm gonna go right here.
Robert Coppinger, British Interplanetary Society Spaceflight Magazine. Commander Wiseman said during the crew news conference in September last year that when they get off the planet, they may only spend 3 or 4 days going around the Earth. What sequence of events would need to happen for that to occur? I was quite surprised to hear him be so specific about such a scenario. I know you all talk about it being a test flight. So what would need to happen for the mission to be curtailed in such a fashion?
I didn't cover the question.
So I think the question had, just confirm, it's kind of hard to hear, but the question is that the commander talked about one of the alternate missions where they maybe would stay in Earth orbit for 3 or 4 or 5 days,
Yes,
that sort of thing.
What would need to happen
So
for
one
that
of
to
the
occur?
one of the scenarios that would have led to that is if for some reason during the launch that the SLS did not quite deliver us to where we needed to be, or the upper stage didn't deliver us to the orbit that we needed to be in. That would have been one of the scenarios. I think that's probably the main scenario that would have ended up in that one of those kind of alternate missions. Yeah. But I don't think we're going to need to worry about that, hopefully. But the other thing is if for some reason we're able to stay, but we're not able to do the TLI burn, we would stay in Earth orbit. So there's a couple of scenarios where that could happen.
You're right back here.
Hi there, Joey Vars with the Gabber for anybody. In the weeks leading up to the launch, we were talking about some of the distance records and altitude records and speed records that would be achieved that were contingent on the specific day and time of launch. I was wondering if we had a better concept of what those might be now that we are successfully off the ground. Thank you.
Norm has that data for you.
Well, based on the predicts right now, assuming all the burns go as planned and the timeline is executed as we think it's going to be, it'll be on flight day 6. At an MET of about, 18 hours, 18 and a half hours. And again, check that as we get closer because burn durations and things like that matter. But that's where we will exceed or beat the Apollo distance record, or at least that's where we believe that's going to happen. So that'll be an exciting day, and we'll stand by to see what transpires.
You're right here.
Hi, I'm Hanju Yang from Kookmin Daily in South Korea. And first of all, congratulations on today's successful launch. And my question is for administrator layer. And this mission also carried a Korean satellite on board. From your perspective, why does a crewed lunar mission like Artemis II matter not just for United States, but for the global community?
I think we say often that when we undertake these type of endeavors, we never go alone. We go with our international partners. We have a Canadian Space Agency astronaut that's on board this mission. We are carrying a lot of CubeSats from our Artemis Accords partners, and we are going to continue to do this going forward. JAXA is contributing a pressurized rover, a major contribution to our efforts of having an enduring presence on the lunar surface itself. The Italian Space Agency, just a few days ago, we signed a memorandum of understanding for a habitation module on the surface of the moon, a component of the moon base. And to be honest, it was also a key component to the ignition event from last week. Half of the Artemis Accord partners were present. We spent a good portion of the second day talking together, recognizing that some of our partners can make contributions like a pressurized rover or a habitation module, and many others are going to work with their academic institutions and universities for science instruments that could wind up on the Phase 1 component to the moon base itself. So, or interesting tech demonstrations. This is something that NASA is extremely proud of, and will continue to do so as we continue to press forward under this program. So
we're going to do last question here. I'm going to go over to you in the back.
It's Paul Brinkman, Aerospace America. Can you just talk a little bit about the propellant loading this morning? Was it flawless? Were there any leaks detected? Was it a repeat of the wet dress rehearsal? Did you learn anything?
Yeah, go ahead.
I think it went extremely well. What I heard this morning, and Amit may have an update from later, but some of the leaks that we'd seen of the hydrogen during the tanking for the hydrogen, we saw leaks below 1%, which was significantly lower. Again, the seals that we replaced seemed to perform extremely well. We did a pressure test kind of partway through, and the leak went up to about 1.4%. Still, well within the constraints, which 16% is the bound that we have. So I think it performed extremely well. We actually, I think, finished the tanking early from what I understood. So I think it went extremely well. So again, the seals that we had replaced out at the pad after wet dress number 1, I think that was proved to be very successful.
And with that, thank you all for coming out and covering humanity's return to the moon. Stay tuned for updates on NASA's social channels, including our continuous coverage on YouTube and NASA Plus. Go Artemis.
Thank you.
This is Mission Control Houston. Thanks for coming back to us. We are here in the Artemis II flight control room, the white flight control room here in Mission Control Center in Houston, Texas, following along with the mission and 4 Artemis II crew members who are making their way to the moon. For those coming that were joining on the press conference, we'll do a quick recap of some of the activities that happened over the course of the hour that happened during the press conference. We did have a successful thermal roll ahead of executing the apogee raise burn. The apogee raise burn occurred with an updated time of MET 1 hour, 46 minutes, and 7 seconds. The duration of the burn was 18 minutes and 6 seconds. At this time, the flight dynamics officer confirms that it was a good burn, so they are on a good trajectory for staying in high Earth orbit for the remainder of this flight day and into next. The high Earth orbit puts them into a 43,730 by 0 statute mile orbit, which orbits the Earth approximately once a day. It's a 23.5-hour orbit. At this point, the crew is working through a number of steps to prepare for their first day in orbit, their first night. They have a number of activities coming up, including the proximity operations demonstration, where Integrity will separate from the second stage.
Integrity, those PCDs are located in Foxtrot 3 large. Integrity, good. String 1, helium clearing.
Integrity copies. And stand in the docking camera checkout, step 9. Would you like me to go ahead and configure for our pod at this time?
Checking.
Continuing the recap, starting with the current discussion where Integrity is now beginning a thermal roll.
And Integrity for docking cam, yes, please configure for our pod.
Copy.
Mission Specialist Christina Cook is setting up the docking camera ahead of the proximity operations demo for later today. Right now, the crew is in the middle of executing a thermal roll. This procedure allows for more even distribution of heating on the interim cryogenic propulsion stage, as well as the Integrity spacecraft. NASA astronaut Christina Cook is also working through troubleshooting steps of the waste management system that's aboard the Integrity spacecraft. The toilet fan is reported to be jammed. Now the ground teams are coming up with instructions on how to get into the fan and clear that area to revive the toilet for the mission. In the meantime, they're getting their contingency, their backup waste management capabilities, specifically for urine. The fecal collection of the toilet, that specific capability can still be used with the waste management system aboard Orion. At this time here in the Artemis II flight control room, we're beginning the first handover of the mission. The ascent teams led by Flight Director Judd Freeling are handing over to the Orbit 1 shift. You can see Flight Director Jeff Radigan to the left of Freeling. Right now he is the one conducting the handover with his team, getting a read on all of the activities they have upcoming for the rest of the day. Namely, the one in the near term is a proximity operations demonstration. We are also anticipating a crossover of the tracking and data relay satellites.
Integrity Houston for GNC. System is still performing nominally, but we are updating unfiltered and BFS with channel 1 again.
Integrity copies.
That call from Capcom Stan Love addressing the guidance, navigation, and control system navigation source, specifically channel 1. Now, as part of handover to Flight Director Jeff Radigan to begin the Orbit 1 shift on Flight Day 1, they're preparing for the proximity operations demonstration. Ahead of that, there's an expected handover from the tracking and data relay satellites to the Deep Space Network. The successful execution of the apogee raise burn puts the crew in the high Earth orbit, which will take Integrity and its crew far from Earth, with the apogee being upwards of more than 43,000 miles. With the geosynchronous TDRS satellite network in a geosynchronous positioning around 23,000 miles, the crew of Integrity will pass the near-Earth network. With that, expected a little less than 24 minutes from now will be a transition from the TDRS to the Deep Space Network. The data rates gathered from the Deep Space Network may allow us to hop on board and get some first preliminary views of the crew prior to them needing to prioritize the proximity operations demonstration. We'll take a pause here and listen for some Orion to Earth communications as the team goes through their handover procedures so we can listen in on the next steps for the Orbit 1 team.
Integrity Houston, about halfway through the eclipse, we're seeing all of our power predicts right on. Thank you for the help with the power down.
Integrity copies.
This is Mission Control Houston. Quick update on what you're seeing. This is this display is brought up onto the front screen by the control officer here in Mission Control Houston. It's called the Ascent PFD and is available at the first phases of flight. It includes toggled settings between tanking, the ascent phase on the core stage, and now the ICPS phase. As you can note from the display here, we're in a post-apogee raise burn coast. Right now the attitude for integrity is...
Integrity Houston, 1 minute to string 2 helium clearing. Also, your PCL Rev 1 HEO deorbit burn plan is on board. That's in slot 2. The name is HEO D/O Rev 1.
Copy helium clearing, and we see the burn plan. Thanks.
Outstanding. And integrity, 2 minutes to thermal roll.
Copy.
Otra vez estoy. Muchas gracias, querida Jania, que anda por ahí. Pues de una vez vamos a dar la bienvenida a quien más nos está acompañando el día de hoy en esta transmisión. Vamos a ver quién anda por aquí. Pues han sido momentos interesantes después del lanzamiento. Nos encontramos en una etapa crítica porque están pasando cosas. Hola, querida Jania, ¿cómo estás?
¿Qué tal, doctora? Buenas tardes,
Ahora
buenas noches ya prácticamente.
Ahora no te oigo. Ahí está.
Listo. Ahí está, ¿me escucho bien?
Te escuchas perfectamente, querida. Y me oigo a mí por alguna hay un rebote. A ver. Voy a apagar mi micrófono.
Perfecto. Muy bien. Sale, no, pues una maravilla, la verdad, esta experiencia. Creo que es una de las cosas más hermosas que podemos vivir en estos años. Con toda la dinámica en cómo está el mundo ahora, es un rayo de esperanza ver cosas como esta, de alguna manera. Y creo que no soy solo yo, sino varios de los chicos que estamos involucrados en todo esto de intentando entrar un poco en el mercado del New Space y ver cómo funciona toda la carrera espacial. De repente ver que el ser humano está regresando a la Luna, aunque sea a nivel órbita, emociona, realmente emociona y mucho. Creo que te quedas con ese sueño, ¿no? De decir, wow, yo quisiera ser astronauta un día también, ¿no? Quiero yo también, son sueños que a veces uno se queda así, ¿no? Y ves el video de lanzamiento y dices, ese es un monstruo de ingeniería. Estar participando, aunque sea viendo el lanzamiento en vivo, te emociona mucho ver todos estos sistemas, ver todo el... ahorita que estaba transmitiendo, por ejemplo, la parte del panel de control, esos ingenieros de NASA, y uno se queda con esas ansias, ¿no? De decir, yo también quisiera estar ahí. Quiero involucrarme en todo esto, creo que son cosas, la verdad, muy, muy bellas.
Voy a abrir mi micrófono. Sigo escuchando yo un rebote, pero veremos, porque no sé si... ¿Tú escuchas un rebote, Jani?
Un poco sí, apenitas.
Sí, ¿verdad? Bueno, pero pues sí, que me gusta mucho tu visión porque hace un tiempo estudiamos un caso, ¿no? El caso pensábamos escribir algo sobre SpaceX y Latinoamérica, ¿no? El espacio, el nuevo espacio y Latinoamérica. Y o veíamos muy lejano el momento en el que se empezaran a construir, a designar presupuestos para colonias en la Luna, ¿no? Y de pronto, hace una semana, 10 días, acabamos de ver un anuncio de NASA donde la mayor parte de los presupuestos se van a dirigir a desarrollar una economía cislunar. Entonces, sí, se ha vuelto realidad y todo lo que hemos aprendido sobre el diseño de hábitos, pues ahora sí va a tener un uso real, lo vamos a ver en acción. Y también se van a validar o se van a negar muchas teorías que hemos tenido. Entonces, para nosotros también es fascinante eso, porque sin espacios accesibles, sin salidas constantes al espacio, pues no va a haber nunca hábitats en el espacio, ¿no? Entonces, era un paso crucial que queríamos ver y tienes razón, es inspirador y nos da mucha esperanza.
Sí, parece mentira, pero justo pensando en esa parte de cómo se va a mover el mercado a nivel internacional también, de cómo varias carreras van a apuntar ahora también hacia hacia ese tipo de oportunidades. Creo que cambia mucho el panorama. Y hace rato platicaba con mi familia, ¿no? Cómo es impresionante, cómo si en su momento cambió mucho la perspectiva de las personas, ¿no? Hay casi inicio de los 70, ¿no? Los 69, como mucha gente quedó impresionada por un lanzamiento lunar. En este caso también, muchos nosotros estamos viendo esto en vivo, ¿no? Desde jóvenes hasta adultos que en su momento supieron cómo fue la misión y ahora la están viendo en vivo, ¿no? O sea, creo que realmente sí cambia mucho el panorama de cómo se mueve el mundo, de cómo la tecnología avanza, cómo realmente instituciones como NASA no simplemente están ahí congeladas, ¿no? Sino que realmente es todo el tiempo están desarrollando más y más tecnología y cómo el mercado espacial crece cada vez más, aunque a veces, por momentos, hay veces que en panoramas como en el de Latinoamérica, a veces uno no se imagina realmente qué es lo que está pasando y de repente ver noticias a esta escala te devuelve, ¿no? A esas ideas y decir, esto es realmente algo en lo que podemos participar y en lo que tenemos que estar muy pendientes para no perdernoslo también.
Es cierto, y sobre todo esto que dices el reto tecnológico que es, ¿no? El salir al espacio con una nave tan grande, con tantas complicaciones. Y lo que estamos viendo ahorita, ¿no? Nos acercamos a un momento crucial donde van a hacer una maniobra muy compleja para tomar velocidad suficiente, para ahorrar combustible, para insertarse a una órbita. Entonces, son cosas maravillosas que nos asombran, pero nos ponen nerviosos, eh, pues no se han hecho antes y bueno, todos estamos aprendiendo. Hoy falló también el retrete, falló algunos filtros de oxígeno y bueno, mil cosas que se van resolviendo, ¿no? Nos ayuda a pensar también mucho en este pensamiento sistémico que desarrollamos en la industria, ¿no? Para resolver problemas que van, se van suscitando en el camino, aprendemos a través de las simulaciones, ¿no? Lo que hacemos mucho en los torneos. Tenemos un reto, vamos buscando soluciones y cambiando el momento, ¿no? Entonces, pues es muy bonito también ver en la vida real estas cosas que están pasando. Pero muchas gracias, Tania, por estar aquí, por darnos tu visión juvenil también y de una mujer interesada en estos temas. Y bueno, representando también a todos los chicos que de Check, ahí veo en tu back.
Sí, la verdad sí, creo que, de hecho, pues ahorita justo la comunidad, nuestro grupo ahí de Check, varios chicos estuvieron preguntando, ¿no? Están interesados en esta parte, estuvieron preguntándonos, ¿y en cuántos días van a llegar o cómo se está dando el lanzamiento? Lo podremos ver desde tal parte, ¿no? Y creo que estoy involucrada en un grupo de jóvenes que están todos interesados por el espacio. Es algo increíble y verlos a todos tan emocionados, verlos que están siguiendo de las redes sociales, que están haciendo preguntas, que están también no en esa expectación de qué está pasando, cómo se está dando todo esto, es una maravilla. Yo creo que varios chicos estaban siguiendo también su transmisión, doctora. No sé si alguien más se va a querer conectar al ratito, capaz y sí, a veces también como andamos en muchas cosas, puede que por eso no nos han conectado todavía, pero sí estoy segura que muchos de nosotros andamos siguiendo al minuto, ¿no? ¿Qué es lo que está pasando con Artemis? Y pues nada, la verdad siempre agradecida con usted por las invitaciones y siempre es un honor compartir un poquito de cómo lo vivimos, ¿no? Creo que en mi caso, ¿no? Por la carrera que llevo y por el gusto que siempre he tenido a esto, realmente me emociona bastante ver cómo se está dando. Ya veníamos esperando con mis papás, mi hermana, ¿no? ¿Y cuándo va a ser? Hay que verlo todos juntos, ¿no? Y nos reunimos en la sala frente al televisor a ver el momento, ¿no? Donde iba a ser el lanzamiento y todo. Entonces fue maravilloso, la verdad.
Pues muchas gracias, querida Jania, por compartir tu visión y tu entusiasmo también siempre en estos temas y muchos más, pero sobre todo por manifestar pues este entusiasmo por vivir aquí ahora, ¿no? Qué afortunados somos, estamos viendo momentos especiales, aguas en la historia, donde hay una evolución de muchas cosas y claro que hay muchas preocupaciones alrededor de esto, pero para eso estamos nosotros y especialmente ustedes, tu generación y las generaciones por debajo, para hacer esta era dorada de la exploración y la permanencia del humano fuera de la Tierra, algo que no repite las historias del pasado, que vaya con humanismo también, con integridad y con valores hacia adelante. Entonces, tú eres un ejemplo, un representante de un grupo de jóvenes que está desde Chiapas trabajando, poniendo sus de experimentos, haciendo campañas, divulgando, boca a boca, moviéndose, y eso se agradece mucho, y orgullosa de ustedes y de ser parte de su
Gracias,
camino.
doctora. No, al contrario, son oportunidades como esta, el hecho de hacer comunidad así y el hecho de que personas como usted nos conecten también, lo que también inspira y lo que dan ganas de seguir en este mundo. Así que a mí muchas gracias y creo que sí, porque justo son espacios como estos los que valen la pena, ¿no? Porque son los espacios donde uno puede mostrar sus ideas, ¿no? Y también compartir esa alegría. Así que muchísimas gracias también, doctora, y también un placer siempre trabajar con ustedes.
No, pues el placer es mío, querida Jania. Te mando un abrazo desde aquí, bien fuertezote, un beso
Igualmente, doctora.
y gracias por comunicarte y cuídate tu garganta.
Gracias, doctora. Nos vemos.
Nos vemos. Pues ahí está la voz también de los jóvenes que, como muchos jóvenes hace más de 50 años, presenciaron el hito que fue llegar a la Luna en 1969, en julio de 1969. Hoy día, en el 2026, esta generación es la que está tocando presenciar este momento. Y bueno, pues va a haber muchas cosas que van a venir. Ahorita están pasando varias cosas en la estructura de la misión, pero va a haber todos los días va a haber cosas que van a estar pasando y vamos a tratar de mantener una cápsula o una actividad relacionada con la misión. Pero por hoy yo creo que vamos a dejar la transmisión aquí. Les vamos a dar un gran abrazo y les vamos a dejar a que ustedes sigan paso a paso lo que sigue en las maniobras más complejas que está por reflejarse en esta misión. Y bueno, les mandamos un abrazo. Gracias por hacer comunidad con nosotros y gracias por compartir el amor por el espacio, por la ciencia y por el conocimiento. Buenas noches. Nos vemos pronto. Mañana tenemos charla. Acuérdense, 7:30 p.m. Hablaremos de los acuerdos de misa en Latinoamérica con el doctor Gustavo Cabrera, un líder y experto en el tema. Cualquier pregunta, vayan mandando por redes y mañana tendremos respuestas. Un abrazo, feliz noche.